What a good song. All right. I was gonna start talking before, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna let the song play out. It's a good song. Hello, everybody. How we doing? There we go, Don. What a good way to start the day. All right. Well, anyway, hi everyone. Good morning. Hope we're doing good. Good morning. Let's see if anyone's here. Last night was amazing. Hope you got some food and sleep. I actually haven't eaten, and I didn't even eat last night. I haven't been hungry. I don't know. I don't know if it's the anticipation, if it's the excitement, or if I genuinely just was not hungry. But yeah, no, it was a lot. Go eat. What the fuck? I'm not hungry. I'm okay. I promise you I'm good. I promise you I'm good. No one needs to worry about me. I promise. I promise. Also, Georgian, thank you so much for the Prime game, and I appreciate it. Could we get some hearts in chat, please, for Georgian with the brand new Prime game? And you guys are fucking amazing. Okay, but why? Fuck it. It's just a white candle. Oh, there's so much to talk about. There's so much to get through. There's so much to do. I'm debating if I talk about anything or if we just, you know what, fuck it. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Let's just, I say we just get involved with it today. That's the OG Snow intro song? Really? Good old Monster Cat. A small TLDR about yesterday. Flop needs to kill Kiki Pendragon. Flop thinks that Tess is a fucking liar. Norman Poison Dark. Oh God, Dean, I can't. I absolutely can't take that. I refuse. Fraggled with the 2 months. I can't miss anything today. So some of it is a fraggled. I appreciate the fuck out of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, drop beats. What's going on? Yo, been a while. CT. Flop hasn't been roped into any deals with death. Got some murder innocence recently. Yeah. In fact, we have 24 hours and drop beats. Funnily enough, today actually marks the 1 year of the start of the Vagos Bloodout investigation. Imagine that. So Flop's looking at potential death for himself and doing everything that he can to avoid, inevitable death. And I mean, yeah. Kiki, kill Kiki and you'll be fine. Autumn with the 5 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good morning. Hope your day is going good. Autumn, thank you. Thank you guys for all the resubs. It has been a wild fucking ride, man. I have enjoyed this emotional roller coaster of just everything for quite some time. It has been just a wild fucking ride. And yesterday was probably one of the deepest days I've had of roleplay in a long time. Also, Coral, by the way, with 1,000 bits. I'm sorry. Oh, dear God. I almost killed someone. I'm sorry, Coral. But now you guys are awesome. Did you speak to Toretti yesterday? No, and in fact, Flop's kind of putting that all on hold right now. Wacko with the 16th tier. God, I stopped reading messages. Just do get food after. I will get food. Trust me. Thank you, Wacko. Kill who you just need to kill. But just remember what Pred says. Just don't get caught. Damn right. We just need to hire Pred, man. Nah, you guys are amazing. I didn't really get a chance to say a proper thank you last night. Just know that I really appreciate everybody for kind of coming along for the what is inevitably just the angst. Also, I appreciate the scam train. I just realized, but I ain't all here, dog. I ain't all here. I really didn't sleep a whole lot last night. I'm gonna be honest. Predator Gunner would 100% kill Kiki. But would it be morally right for Flop to hire Gunner or Pred to kill Kiki? Probably not. I'm going to go on a limb and say probably not. That might not be a great idea on the grand scheme of things. Let me go ahead and, we'll just call Matt. Oh no, Kiki. Oh, Kiki, no. I don't know if anything really applies here, Kiki. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if you want to apply the word anything like this. I feel like anything's not a good. That's what we're gonna say. Oh, what do we call the source?
Hey, how are you? Hello?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, not good, I heard.
No. If you asked me
Mm.
yesterday, about literally 24 hours ago, I probably would have said, better. I'm not great right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm. I can imagine,
Uh,
given the circumstances.
how much do you know?
I woke up today to a text message indicating that Richard was in the ICU. I then received a phone call indicating that during the con, which unfortunately I didn't attend because I'm an idiot, uh, Richard may have said something he shouldn't have, which he may not have even been made aware of. I don't know.
I'll tell you what it was. Remember
And
the thing I
for
told you about Isaac? Not to speak of Isaac.
uh-huh.
Yeah, this is where. Oh God, I almost had a chase. I was intended to tell Dark, and yesterday when I talked to you at the church, I told Dark, I said I need to urgently talk to you. He said, well, I don't feel good. I'm sick. I said, okay, then call me tomorrow. We need to talk before this meeting. And we're sitting at the meeting, and it occurred to me and rang to me that I never informed him like I was instructed to about talking about Isaac. Norman blamed me for what happened to Dark yesterday.
Okay, well, that's not your fault.
I know.
It's not like anyone could have predicted this.
No.
Listen, I don't necessarily know that we have time to like harp on the past.
We don't.
Considering we have very little time.
We have tomorrow.
Yup. I have a suggestion.
Do you know the new deal?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
We need to speak to Tessa.
No.
What do you mean no?
Nope.
What do you mean no?
We and you should not talk to Tessa about this.
Why?
Matt, where are you?
At City Hall?
I'm coming to City Hall. I will tell you in person. I'm not telling you over the phone.
Okay, meet me at the VLC parking garage.
I think I know where that is. The one near...
Okay, meet me north of VLC on Spanish.
Okay, yeah. Got it. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
I know Matt did not just say, we should talk to Tessa. Oh my God. Out of anyone, Matt could have said. Oh. Woo, what a fucking day. What a fucked up day. You know what the problem is, though? Is that Matt is so close to Tessa, like Matt is so close to Pixie. This is gonna end horribly. We're gonna start off the day strong. Oh God. I just realized Spanish was back this way. Oh, he's the VLC park. I know what the VLC parking garage is. I'm dumb. Good morning.
Morning. I don't know that you understand the concept of good.
Well, my concept of good is that I'm not dead yet.
Okay. You're gonna really need to explain why we can't talk to Tessa.
This is gonna be easier to explain if I ask you first
What I know?
what you should what you want to talk to Tessa about.
Well, I was told that there is a person that has or knows the solution to this. In addition, I was told that Norman is friends with Tessa. And in addition to that, I was told that the person picked for you was Kiki, who is Tessa's significant other. So it would make no sense for me to believe that Norman, who is friends with Tessa, would make you hurt Tessa's significant other unless there was something else associated with that.
Holy fuck. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, God. Okay.
So why can't we speak to Tessa?
Do you know how much Norman and Tessa are friends?
No. No, I don't.
Okay. I was at that meeting yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the meeting happened, and there were a lot of faces there. There were a lot of people there. Everyone was masked up. And in the middle of that meeting was a large majority of people who didn't speak up. And I thought it was very interesting that certain people showed up to that meeting to listen and not actually exert anything to give out to anybody. I would honestly go on a limb and say that the meeting was overall unproductive.
Right? Because people are unwilling to say anything.
Yeah.
Or I imagine if they did say something, it was something that everyone already knew and therefore was pointless. And they tried to make it seem like they were being helpful despite the fact that they knowingly gave nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good start. I spoke up. I didn't hide who I was. I can't with these phone calls right now. I spoke up quite a bit, and part of what I spoke up about was stuff relating to Norman himself. I avoided the topic of Isaac entirely, and I can talk to you about Isaac. I can't talk to anyone else about Isaac. But I didn't instruct or have an opportunity to tell Dark. I texted him numerous times in the middle of that meeting, please be careful what you say. Do not bring up his brother. And it wasn't enough. But I didn't want to make a scene in front of everybody. So everything happened to Dark. I called Kiki directly to come to the island because Dark was not feeling okay. And that something happened. His hand was turning black. His veins were black. Something wasn't something was wrong. And I got clarification from Norman on what was going on. And one of the things that came up was that I said, can I go to Pillbox or Viceroy with you, Kiki? She goes, yeah, absolutely, right? So only certain people were contacted about Dark being in the ICU or even in the hospital. One of those people being myself. Pond, you were informed via text, and a small handful of people, right? And while I'm in the back room with Dark, in walks Tessa. And someone looked and went, oh, hey, Tessa. She goes, hey. And they said, did someone call you here? She goes, no, I just felt like showing up. I don't know how I found my way here, but I'm here. Matt, let me explain something to you. We were on a secluded island having a conversation. Something happens to Dark. You go to Pillbox. Or I'm sorry, Viceroy. You're in the back room of Viceroy. No doctors are talking about this. It is HIPAA to bring up with other people that certain people are in the back room of an ICU. Your name isn't on the list, right? You come in the back room and your immediate response is, well, I don't know how I ended up here. Tessa was at that meeting and lied to everybody in that back room. She had to have been at that meeting to know exactly where Dark was going to be and to know where everybody else was going to be. And for her to not even just say, oh, someone called me here, which would have been way more believable, she decided to say, well, I don't know how I ended up here. She was at that meeting and she didn't say a fucking word. And she was one of the few people who didn't say a word. And it concerns me to think that she tried to find a way out of that one, but there is no doubt in my mind she was at that meeting and lied to everybody's faces. I told her to leave the ICU. I told her to get the fuck out.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Give me the timeline between when Richard was, everything was happening to him in terms of his hand, his arm, whatever the situation is, and then what happened until that stuff stopped. How did that go?
I need you to clarify that. Are you saying the injuries from Dark, or are you saying from the time Dark was hurt on the island to the time we were at Viceroy? You asking for that timeline?
Yeah.
Dark's hurt. He's laying on the ground. I run over to try and provide a little bit of medical. Balto was there trying to provide medical and did everything that he could to stabilize as best he could. For about 30 seconds, Dark was unofficially dead. He had no pulse. Balto was able to get a pulse back. I called Kiki, and Kiki said, I'm on a call. I'm on a 52 request. I will make my way. So she made her way about, I'm going to say 5-ish minutes later, 10-ish minutes later, maybe, like 10 being a long time. As soon as Kiki got there, they hooked him up to O negative and O2. And immediately I said, Kiki, let me take a ride with you. We flew to Viceroy. We landed at Viceroy. Dark was immediately brought into the surgery room. He came out of surgery and was immediately from the very last surgery room brought immediately to the back room where the ICU is, where the doors were then locked. And I said, I don't want anyone else back here except for the emergency contacts. The only people that showed up in the back were Balto, myself, law enforcer for about half a second, and I'm missing somebody, and Pixie. Besides the doctors. We're standing there for about, I don't know. I couldn't really give you a time on how long we were really standing there. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been 30. There was so much happening yesterday. But in walks Tessa, and the doctor looked and said, how did you get here? And she goes, I don't know. I just found my way here. Who walks in the back of an ICU room? And everyone said, well, unless anyone has anything to say otherwise, I don't see a problem. I said, I see a problem. You can leave. I said, get the fuck out of here.
When did the feather come into play?
The feather came into play. You're talking about the one that Dark had?
The white feather.
Yeah. So the white feather, law enforcer, apparently from what I was explained and told, at some point, was given this white feather. I have reason to believe I think she was at that meeting, but she was given that white feather, and the way the white feather was read to everybody was that it's considered hope. It is a sign of hope. Dr. Lennon, who's married to Bundy, has a bird named Hope, and this white feather, single white feather, was given to Forcer yesterday. I don't know how she acquired it. I don't know where she got it. I think it was in her pocket, and she was instructed by Storm to run to the ICU room and to hand it to Dark. Dark had just had his hand cut off, was not talking, was under heavy anesthetic, and she placed the white feather in Dark's hand, and he gripped the white feather. At some point throughout this, Kiki walked in the back to approach Dark. She was the one that transported him, and as she approached, the feather turned black. This was after the surgery, and this was after the phone call I had with Norman, where I asked him why he couldn't spare 2 days, and he would have gotten what he was going to get anyway in 2 days if he had just waited. And he then called me back and said, change of plans, Kiki Pendragon. Oh, son of... Comcast. Excuse me for a second.
You're good.
After that phone call, was when I was in the back room again telling Dark to not lose hope. And all I told him was to grip that feather as tightly as possible and to not lose hope. As Kiki approached that feather, it turned black. As she stepped away, it turned white. In walks Tessa. And that's when I told her to leave.
Did Tessa get close to that feather?
No. I didn't give her an opportunity.
And we have no idea where Lauren got. Who gave Lauren the feather?
Either Lauren had the feather in her pocket. The feather was in her pocket after that meeting. Or I want to say Storm gave Lauren the feather. I remember there was so much that happened yesterday. I want to say that Storm told Lauren, run as quickly as possible to the hospital and give Dark this feather. Lauren handed Dark the feather. He gripped it and she goes, oh my God, I was right. I was fucking right. It's hope. The feather symbolizes hope.
I'm confused about the Kiki involvement, though. If you don't think Tessa needs to be spoken to figure out what the fuck's going on, how else do you explain how she got there? How else do you explain why suddenly Kiki is your target? How do you explain the feather turning black?
Your deal?
I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not even trying to blame anyone. I'm not pointing fingers. Just how did I get roped into this? I never agreed to a deal. I am honestly starting to... I really, genuinely... The consideration that I have is that I think Norman went against his own deal. With you. He's essentially conflicted me out of your own deal.
I mean, not wrong. Wait, hold on. Andy had a deal in which Norman couldn't uphold his end of the bargain. I think it was Andy. And as a result, he pretty much made that deal null and void.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not what he did in this situation?
It seems like he conflicted your own deal if he's trying to get me to make a deal. And
hold on, Storm's calling me.
Yeah, she just tried calling me. I was just about to let you know I was gonna call her back. Let her know that I'm with you, so she doesn't think I'm ignoring her.
Storm? Storm, I can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Crack open a cold one, aka my mango seltzer.
She hung up. Didn't say anything. She just hung up. Head up north.
Yep. Lavenzy, thank you for the 1 year. I appreciate it. Go get some hearts in chat, please. Thank you,
She's
guys.
Calling again. Hold on.
Okay.
Storm? Yeah, I can hear you now. Are you okay?
Thank you, Pharaoh. I appreciate it.
What is that? Okay.
A little early. Not the same. It is not alcohol. Let me explain.
Right.
It is just regular caffeine-free, 0-calorie seltzer water, naturally flavored, by the way.
So, okay. I think I'm following here. Okay. Right. But I mean, what do we do if we defy what he says? He hurts someone, typically someone we care about, and then we're sort of back at square one, pleading for a.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt your conversation. Lauren just texted me though. She is around.
Wait, they're in purgatory? So the... Okay. All right. Okay. All right. See where you're getting at here. So, yeah, not wrong. Not wrong. I'm with Flop, by the way. I just want you to know. I don't want you to think. So Flop didn't intentionally ignore your call. It was just that he's with me. We were discussing things. Okay. All right. Forcer's also around. She just texted Flop. So maybe we should get together and all discuss what's going on.
Might be a good idea.
All right, I will do that.
Dude, I didn't sleep at all, apparently.
I'm up in Sandy, so it'll take me a bit.
All of my food and drinks from yesterday are still good.
Forcer, and then I'll come and pick you up.
Is a telltale good sign to say that
Bye.
I didn't do a whole lot of fucking sleeping. Oh no, you hit a bird. Anyway.
I was making sure that the seats in the back were big enough. Sometimes I don't remember.
No, it's all good.
Can you tell Forcer we're coming to pick her up, find out where she's at?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, hi, how are you?
Hey, Lauren. Matt and I are coming to pick you up. Whereabouts are you?
I'm at Mission Row. I'll get changed later.
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
Meet you out front?
Yeah, Meet us out front.
Hiya.
We are in a Mustang with Matt's call sign on it, so.
Okay, awesome. See you in a minute.
Yep, see you in a minute. Bye-bye. Should I go on duty?
If you want. I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you trust Storm?
Storm has provided so much information. I don't know if it's all valid or if it's all accurate. I'm going to say probably not all accurate.
But could that be because she's conveying information she got from other people and she's just being open? Or are you saying not accurate in a malicious way?
No.
She's...
I don't think she's malicious. I had about a 3-hour conversation with her, Pond, and a slew of people yesterday who all actively stepped forward to say, who all stepped up to say that they wanted to help us, help me, and wanted to try and come up with some kind of solution.
All right. Hop on in.
Thank you.
I'll go on duty later.
Morning.
Morning. You know, right? You might find this funny. I'm sure Flop is filled you in on some of the details.
Yeah.
But you know what really sort of gave away the identity of a big group? They gave away their identity. Was I a good fucking idea, which later on turned out seemed to actually mean something, and I was completely ignored, and that's how I realized that half the people there were officers.
At the meeting?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. There were a good majority of officers in that room.
And
Hold on.
Hello.
Hi,
Flop.
there we go.
Oh, hi guys.
Hello.
Officer! Officer!
Apologies. An emergency. An officer's being shot.
I like that one. That's good. That's good.
Mhm.
But let's be honest. It's probably true, even if I'm off duty.
Okay.
Lord.
All right. I think we should.
Oh, you want to find a nice spot?
Yeah. Have any ideas?
Do you remember where I used to go hang out with Diaz?
Yeah. Well, generally. Want to go ahead and mark
Off
it up?
of
Yo, Sauce,
Okay.
dude. Your roleplay last night was so good with this all. I felt so bad for Jeffy because Flop tried everything to like talk to Jeffy, but was too afraid to say anything and felt so bad. And dude, Jeffy is just out for the good in people, man.
Would it have been easier if I went Great Ocean?
Did you manage to figure out who everyone at the meeting was? Just about everyone, I think, Travi. Just about. There's a lot there. There's a lot to uncover.
I think a lot of people, I'm so glad half of them were anonymous, but a lot of people showed their true colors last night, and it...
Oh, I mean, process of elimination, it was very easy to tell who was who.
Yeah, not to mention that I've already told Matt that I did feel like that the meeting was overall unproductive and felt a lot like everybody was in it for themselves.
Oh, no, 100% they were.
So that was clear put. And honestly, Storm, last night when we were all at the house talking, that was probably the most productive thing to come out of yesterday. Whether it got us nowhere or somewhere,
It got us together.
It was civil. It was exactly what it needed to be.
Yeah, it got us together with the people that aren't in it for themselves.
So again, I wasn't there, but I got a TLDR, if you will, in that Most people didn't volunteer much information at all. They were pretty much there to gather information.
Yeah, Bryce was
and
pushing so hard for people to give information, but
I
wasn't really
was-
giving anything back.
I tried.
Literally, yeah, Forcer was the only person there that actually was like, we're fucking running out of time, and everybody just didn't say anything.
I have no fucking clue what's going on, but from what Bryce shared, I found that thread and I started pulling on it. And the next thing I know, I'm literally come face to face with that, with this fucking bird, with the angle that I'm going for. I get something from it. It was so fucking dumb.
Well, I think the issue was that you stepped up and literally said, hey, we're running in circles and no one's coming to a conclusion. Let's come to a conclusion. Let's focus on what we know. Let's talk about these birds. And everyone was just, no pun intended, but everybody was literally just sitting there dead.
Does anyone know if Cindy Tipton was there?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. The only reason I ask is because I've had conversations with her. She has continuously told me that she does not have a deal. And yet I've seen her there many times.
Oh no,
I know
Cindy
this
is
spot.
definitely a person that I can sit there and say she most likely has a deal. However, Cindy's intentions aren't good, I don't think. I've seen her talking to the highwayman multiple times.
Don't even get hunters out this way anymore. It's great.
There's only one person I know that hunts out this way, and it's Bundy.
320-10-7 emotion K.
You know you're still gonna get welfare checks, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
So. Where the fuck do we start?
I'm gonna turn off your car.
Please do.
Well, instead of... I
Never
think
mind,
the
could you
only-
I don't have keys. The rumble's just gonna bother me.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Well, I noticed everyone was just trying to find out what he was.
Norman is Death and Norman
Yeah, but
co-joins.
it doesn't matter what he is. What we need to know is how we can stop this deal going through. We can work out once we get Dark and everyone, if we get these guys off the hook.
I'll be honest, I don't think the deal's something that we can just get rid of unless we get rid of Norman. We have less than 48 hours.
But I don't know if that's true. And here's why. When me and Richard went there specifically to discuss our deal, he was only willing to make that deal inside that lighthouse. It was like, it almost as if it was something that made it official, right? It was almost as if he had the inability to make a deal outside of that lighthouse. And yet somehow he roped Flop into this despite that not happening. Why?
Did everybody that made a deal go into that lighthouse?
No.
Okay.
Who has gone in who's made a deal?
I know Snow's gone in, but I don't know if Snow has a deal.
Bryce.
Bryce. I mean, there's multiple people that have walked in and out of the lighthouse.
But it doesn't necessarily mean a deal was made.
Yeah. And I've heard that from Norman himself. Many people have walked in and out of the lighthouse. And also, Cody confirmed that many people have walked in and out of the lighthouse and not made a deal. I mean, Cody walked in there the other day and didn't make a deal. I don't think... I think the lighthouse is just... I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's the only place that Norman can make deals. I think Norman has the ability to make deals wherever the fuck he wants, and that's what he's going to do. I think the lighthouse is just something that he likes. He likes people being desperate and going there, and then he uses that vulnerability to his advantage.
But even we know he can get people outside of the lighthouse because of what happened to Dark on that island.
Oh yeah, the lighthouse has no relevance, I don't think. I think it's just...
Okay. What about Forcer, the feather? What happened there? What was that?
Everyone on that island it was everyone was just going in circles. I was trying to push for some sort of angle. I got nothing. When Richard fell to the ground, everyone crowded around him. Of course, he's one of my best friends. I literally can't do fucking anything because not a single person there was listening. Everyone's out for themselves. Of course, Richard falls down. They all attend to him. I dropped the mask. I swam off the island and I ran all the way along the coast up to the lighthouse. And I was at the cliff just a little to the sort of south of it. So the other side of the bridge. And I was there looking. I looked through my binoculars to see any sign of movement. Because again, you know what? I was desperate. I was vulnerable. And I'll be honest, I've not got much going for me at the moment, Rhodes. And I was just in that moment, I was so fucking desperate. I was ready to just give everything up to make sure Dark was okay. But as soon as I dropped the binoculars, a bird flew up next to me. This white seagull with bright blue eyes landed right next to me. It looked at me for a second, then took off, and as it flew off, it left a feather behind. I took that feather and I drove straight to the hospital and gave it to Dark. I looked into it a little bit, and receiving a feather, it's a sign of protection that someone, something, angels, spirits, I don't fucking know. Someone is looking out for you and looking over you, and well, you're protected. That's what led me to believe I was fucking right. I was onto something, and it has to do with those birds. Bryce mentioned
white seagull, yes. Norman's other birds, no. Norman's the birds, the crows, Noxie, everything like that, they aren't entirely tied to Norman. They just want the same thing that he does, and that's death and chaos.
So I will say this: the day that myself and Richard went to the lighthouse, I did bring a I did bring a very big weapon, specifically a sniper, and you know, at this
Why?
time, let me just finish. At this time, it was more so I don't know what the hell's going on. You know, the pettiness in me was like, surely there's a loophole. There's something. How can I piss him off? And I shot a single shot into the sky, not at anything specific. And the intent was to piss him off and imply that I had shot a bird. And the moment I had done that, he came out and said something to the extent of, and when I shot, I yelled, you know, I forget what it was, but essentially I got the bird or whatever. He came out and he essentially implied that if I had done that, he would have felt it. Now, I'm not sure if that's the bird specifically. I'm not sure if that's, you know, just death in general. That's what I would assume it to be. But it did piss him off enough for him to come outside and acknowledge that that happened.
I mean, right now Norman only has one crow ghost because Noxie is preoccupied with something else. Which, I mean,
What
if
about
you guys
Smoke?
Smoke is Andy's bird.
Oh, it's not Norman's? Was it originally Norman's?
I don't know. All I know is that Andy was given Smoke. Smoke's just a bird. Okay. Smoke's
All right.
like, but Norman has two birds. I didn't know this until like the other day when there was notes on the lighthouse saying for Noxie and for Ghost. And I asked Cody, and Cody said yes, Norman has two birds, Noxie and Ghost. Noxie's preoccupied dealing with the chicken man, which means if your theory is right, we take out Ghost. Norman tweaker. Now, I mean, Bolto said that the birds are just birds.
That's bullshit because I've seen one of those birds try to set the chicken man on fire.
I mean, in the sense of like they do their own thing. They're not necessarily tied
All
to
right.
Norman.
Okay, that
Sorry,
makes sense.
I just received a text. It was just hello. Hi, I don't know who this is. I don't have the number saved. Who do you think it is?
Oh, that's probably Norman.
No, I've had Norman. Norman said the same thing, but this isn't Norman.
What's the number?
628-153-0625.
I don't have it. 153, you said?
That's Greenway,
If it's Greenway.
Paul?
an officer.
Oh,
Yeah.
Paul. Paul. Oh,
Yeah, Norman likes to do the hello, who is this?
Chat, do I want biscuits and
I'm
gravy
gonna just
or
save this number right quick. I'll be in my phone.
hash? What is this called?
I don't think that the
I
birds
don't
mean
even know.
anything.
It's so good though.
I
It's like cheese
I have
and
my
potatoes
trust in
and bacon
Bolto.
on it. Like a giant thing with
Bolto is like
avocado. It's like
Dr. Dolittle.
semi-healthy, I think.
He's worked
Is it
very
healthy?
hard with the birds, and if Bolto says that the birds have nothing to do with Norman, I'm gonna take his word for it.
Yeah, I would too. But I'm still trying to make sense of why Kiki, especially if Norman. Wait. Okay, sorry. Something just popped into my mind. So let's run through this together. Norman and Tessa, good friends.
The thing, like, I've read his journal and he never mentions Tessa in there. He messaged him at the very end. He says that Pixie Plum's crazy, but there's no talk of Tessa in there.
I mean, Pixie is crazy.
People have told me though that I guess Tessa is good friends with Norman.
Right. But if that's the case,
Why
why
would Norman hurt Kiki?
would Norman target her significant other?
Unless Tessa has some involvement in this that we don't know about.
Tessa and Norman a very, very long time ago. I think I was just a cadet, and you remember the old cadet queue. To be fair, it's not too much different. And I used to just hang around, do my own thing, and no, Tessa and Norman gave me a lift to work one day.
This is why Ford's here.
They didn't talk much. They offered me a lift, and
I have a question. Storm, this is going to be targeted to you because you are at the lighthouse the most, given that you live there pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Tessa there at all?
Nope. Never. What if Tessa and Norman aren't good friends, but in fact partners?
I'm trying to figure out Kiki's involvement.
What was Tessa before she was a cop?
Tessa. There's no other way to explain her.
driving instructor. Her and
Lover
Matt.
of animals.
Yeah, her and Matt go way back.
There has to be a reason as to why Norman.
Well, Norman has I remember his time as a lawyer, and I remember what it was weird. It was weird because I knew him as a lawyer, and then I found out about his execution through snow. Do you remember Chastity Dawes Roads?
Yeah.
You know where we caught her?
Oh God.
Oh man, I remember doing the.
You remember the whole.
The going through and referencing a million different things to try to figure out where someone was. And
When we caught her and when she finally pulled over the car, do you know where that spot was?
jog my memory. Oh my
That
god,
is
it's been so long.
Snow was freaking out because that is the exact spot he caught Norman Bones.
Where was the spot?
Just before the tunnel. The mountain tunnel when you're heading up Sonora.
Like the Braddock Pass?
Braddock Pass, yes. If you're traveling southbound out of Great Ocean.
South.
Just
Okay.
before that tunnel, that turning.
You're right. Yes,
Yeah.
right at the bend. You're right. Yeah.
So Norman never
God.
killed her then, because in his
No,
journal,
he didn't catch. He didn't get Chastity. Chastity came after Norman.
yeah,
Chastity,
but then
someone I had been chasing for the better half of that year.
That was the serial assaults and killings, wasn't it?
Okay. No, it wasn't serial
It
assaults.
wasn't?
No, because that didn't exist back then.
Well, that's what eventually that became, but there wasn't a charge. So
In comes
wasn't it
Forster's
like
Law.
oh yeah.
It went from attempted murder to assault with a
Back.
deadly.
Yeah.
it literally
Wait,
says
she
here
got
on the
assault
4th.
with a deadly?
Yeah.
Times
Like a bunch of
28.
counts.
It says here on the 4th of the 4th, 2018, Chastity Dawes, she had become a liability. People were starting to piece things together with her being around. She was the last thing left of Funny
What?
Man, because she had morals. She could no longer be trusted.
Oh,
So I had
my
Rebecca and
God.
Wyatt help. We brought her up north and gave us lots of useful information. We put guns on her and told her she had outlived her usefulness. Leo Bay Cliff face near the beach.
Christ.
I'm just trying to figure out the Kiki Tessa sort of involvement here,
There's
right?
there's two
Okay.
there's two theories that I have. Either something happened where Norman wants to get at Tessa, or like it says in his journal, friends leave loose ends. Maybe this is Norman's way of tying up his loose ends with Tessa and getting rid of that friendship.
Why that though? Unless the only thing I can think of here is Kiki is the gap between Norman and Tessa. And maybe Kiki has been the one to push for Tessa to not associate with. I don't know, right? But let's run with this theory here. In the event where Kiki is out of the question, unless this is a way to rope Tessa in to a deal, because if Kiki ends up hurt and is in purgatory, who do you think is going to make a deal for her?
But my question is, why now would Norman want Tessa to make a deal? Tessa has nothing to do with any of this, and
She's my best friend and has been for a very long time.
why now?
Why did Norman want our deal now?
If Tessa found out that Rhodes was getting in, if Rhodes is involved in this.
Okay, so let's run on this theory. Question. Because, man, I think out of anything I've heard in the last 2 days, you're onto something that I think could apply. Because based on what Lauren said, Norman and Tessa were friends. The question is, are they still friends?
Years ago.
Yes. Are they still friends? Do they still talk? Are they privatized about it? Or is Norman trying to set up Tessa with a deal? And the question then becomes, is it safe for us to approach Tessa and ask her if she has a deal with death?
Matt's the only person that could probably ask her that.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable approaching her, considering I just told her to get the fuck out of the hospital.
No, Matt is the only person that can speak to her. No one else can.
I agree.
But I know we keep this kept happening at the meeting too. And right now, you guys have less than 48 hours to sort this shit out.
We have 24.
You have 24 hours then. And so far, we've got nothing. The one thing that we do know is that these white birds.
I know a lot. The reason I didn't speak about the meeting is because I knew Andy Jones would be there, and if Andy Jones had the information that I would, it could fuck over a lot of people. That's why I didn't speak up.
I think a lot of people showed up to that meeting that probably shouldn't have been there. I'm going to be honest. I'm not even saying names, but I do think that a lot of people were there to damage than they were to actually do anything.
Oh no, 100%.
I don't trust I don't trust anyone. Like I probably shouldn't have been there, but as soon as Dark told me that he's in trouble, it's kind of like, listen, motherfucker, I'm not losing you.
Okay, but did Flop explain the situation with Tessa afterwards?
No.
Because that's why I'm consistently going back to Tessa.
Do you want me to explain? I was going to keep this to you so that you could do your talking and your bargaining, but if you feel like I should bring this up now, I will. I was just very uncomfortable with the idea of proposing it to 20 people in a circle. You know what I mean?
I have no problems with you bringing it up here. What do we have to lose?
You're right. Okay. So we had the meeting yesterday. Everything happened with the meeting, right? And Dark was poisoned and he had black veins and a black hand, right? And I called Kiki. And I said,
How was he poisoned?
I know why he was poisoned.
No, but I mean, how? Like
Norman. He didn't follow through with something that is part of our deal that we are not allowed to explain. Otherwise, it's all of our heads. I'll say this. There's something that he should not have said during that meeting.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying last night.
So that's why what happened to Dark happened to Dark. And Norman tried to blame it on me. But realistically, I warned him, and I'm not blaming anyone. It's just what happened, and we can't dwell on the past right now. We need to just move forward with what we have. So Dark's on the ground. I call over. I try and start providing medical. Balto gets there before me. Balto said, I know Kiki's on duty. I said, okay. I run over. I call Kiki. I said, Kiki, I need you to drop anything that you're doing right now, and I need you to make your way over to this island. Dark's been poisoned. Something's happening to him. He doesn't have a pulse. And while I'm saying this, I hear that he has a light pulse. So I tell Kiki he has a light pulse. I need you over here. He's not doing good. So Kiki said that she was on a call and she would be over there immediately. 5, at most 10 minutes later, at absolute most 10 minutes later, helicopter flies in. Kiki comes in, hooks up O2 and O negative and says, all right, let's go. I said, do you mind if I come with you? She goes, yes, you can come with. So I get in the helicopter with her and we leave. We get over to Viceroy. A short ride it was to Viceroy. We get out. They grab Dark. They immediately put him in the furthest OR room. And whatever it was, 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, he was brought from the OR to the ICU. And I went back there and I specifically stated to Jeffy and everybody else that nobody is to come back here unless they're in emergency contact. I wanted to make that very clear. So we are back there, and Lauren, around this time, you showed up. I showed up, and I forget who was all back there. Balto, Kiki came back there at one point, right? But overall, I said this needs to stay very under wraps, and for the most part, it did. Next thing I know, around the time after my phone call where my deal changed, or where the deal changed, I'm not gonna say my deal because to be honest, I don't even think it's my deal. It's really our deal. So I'm gonna say the deal changed. I walked in the back room, and I'm there, and in walks Tessa. And Jeffy looked over and said, "Oh, Tessa, how did you end up here?" And she goes, "I don't really know. I don't know how I ended up here, but I'm here." And Jeffy said, "Well, unless anyone has anything to say otherwise, I don't see a problem with you." I said, "Get the fuck out." I said, "Leave." I said, "Turn around and leave." Because I realized something. Kiki under HIPAA is not allowed to talk about things. Dark was immediately brought into the OR. Tessa was not there in the entire time I was walking around Viceroy. She walks in the back of an ICU room because the door was open, and her explanation was that the door was open. If she said that she got a phone call to go hang out at Viceroy with Kiki, it would have been more believable than, I don't know. Which led me to believe that in the short span that Dark was in OR from the time he was poisoned to the time he was in OR to the time that he was brought into the ICU and to the time that the emergency contacts were listed. The only way Tessa would have known where Dark was and where we all were is if she was at that fucking meeting. It is the only explanation that makes sense.
Tessa was at the meeting.
What do you know about that then? Because that will just lock in everything that I'm saying.
I don't know, but I remember Walker saying that Tessa was at the meeting. She was stood up the whole time. It's very obvious it was her.
Was she the one standing in the... Oh my god. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. I was right then. Okay. There you go. I put that link together. I thought about it after and said, holy shit. I made a connection. And that seals it. So,
Well,
I don't know what it means. I don't know what its value is. But...
Tessa's at that meeting for a reason, but why?
what has any of this got to do with stopping what's going to happen within 24 hours? It's great getting answers to some things, but right now we need these people off the fucking chopping block.
Our deal is with Kiki, which means, and what Matt is bringing up and why I think it's important, why it applies, is if this has to do with Tessa's girlfriend and this deal involves one of Norman's friends, essentially, and hurting one of Norman's friends, why would Norman go after one of his friends?
What if it's not Norman?
How could we get to that conclusion? I'm willing to hear you out. How would we get to that conclusion?
I mean, it's just a theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every deal thus far has been with Norman. What if this deal wasn't with Norman?
There was someone at the meeting who said that Norman wasn't the only person that can bring them back from purgatory. It's the woman with the sort of black corset and the white hair.
Nancy. Last night we all sat, me, Winston, and Cody all sat.
She was actually at that fucking meeting, dude. Oh, that's crazy.
And we narrowed down to who was who.
Well, they
so
said
cool.
that Norman isn't the only person to bring someone back from purgatory.
Did they volunteer any other information?
Nope.
No.
But based on the information, or not information, the theories that I have, not saying the Chicken Man are missing. The Chicken Man was last seen the night that Andy shot Cody. The Chicken Man was there, which makes me think that the Chicken Man was using Andy to get to Norman. And Norman's using Andy to get to the Chicken Man. Maybe the Chicken Man made Andy think that he was on her side to bait her to take him. Because so Noxie's been showing Andy stuff into purgatory.
About the eating eyeballs and stuff.
Wait, what?
Yeah, as a whole thing people have been noticing on some of the islands. It's are you familiar with is it like Norse mythology and something with the Odin's birds and eating eyes to see things that you couldn't see before? Like a different sight kind of thing. People have been eating eyeballs and they've been seeing things on the islands around Los Santos. The crows have been leading them.
Okay, to clarify, we could be talking about fish eyes, right?
I haven't got a clue.
Because I have been told that she feeds the birds fish, and specifically, they do eat the eyes.
Yeah, it's something like there are things in purgatory that are similar to Los Santos, and people have been seeing similar things that have been spotted within purgatory on the islands surrounding the lighthouse and surrounding this place.
So, if that's the case, then we know Chicken Man and Noxie or somewhere.
Thank you guys for the 1 year.
I
Thank you for the,
and that this
the
is
2
just a
months going
theory.
canon. I appreciate you guys.
If
Thank
what
you,
you're
thank
saying
you.
is right
Can we get a
about
bunch
the
of hearts in chat, please,
eyeballs,
for everybody? You guys are just
after
awesome.
the
Thank you for all the love.
Andy shooting Cody thing, what if she went and took the chicken man to purgatory to bait him so Norman could kill him, and instead of that working, they got trapped there and Nancy bring Andy out?
But what deal would Nancy have? How does she get roped into this?
I mean, she's close with the BBMC, is she not? Dundee's stuck in purgatory.
Which Nancy are we referring to?
Nancy Drew.
The one who runs a lot of the events and the businesses.
Wait, that was the one with what's McKinley?
Yeah.
That one?
Yep. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh God. Okay.
Do you have something you want to say about Nancy?
No, not in that sense. I'm just trying to figure out everyone's involvement in this fucked up web.
Well, Andy's close with Nancy. Nancy's close with the BBMC. So if Nancy can take Andy out of purgatory, that would make sense as to why they're working together. My question is, how can Nancy take people out of purgatory? Because from Norman's understanding, he's the only person that can.
What did
And
Kate
if he
do?
finds out that Nancy can, then that's putting Nancy in danger.
So, oh man, this is very upsetting to me as an ex-detective, because it would be so great if there was some kind of proper master document on this.
I mean, I have one. It's just a lot of it's theories.
Yeah, no, I don't deal with theories. I deal with absolutes. I'm a goddamn Vulcan.
I mean, like a lot. So, like, I just write my theories on there too, but there is information. I mean, it's kind of all over the place right now. But I mean, I can share it with you guys.
It's.
I'm gonna say this, Lauren, before you shut it down, at least look at what Storm has done, because I'm gonna be honest with you. We have, as a collective, and by we I mean Copper, Snow, right? The people that used to be involved in the investigation. There's nothing we can do from a police stance to that's like saying slapping handcuffs on Norman, right?
Oh no, of course it's.
I think I think the other theory, the other idea involved in this, was that a lot of this is kind of being left off paper, but I'm going to admit Storm has and I will continue to say is the only person who has actively done everything in her power to document and collect day-by-day basis on Norman. And even if there are things that are incorrect, it's still more than we have done as a collective in the PD. And I will be the first to say that.
Again, this is all fucking new to me, so...
I only found out, like, the other day, to be fair.
Because I just feel it's just constant going in circles. I want a way for Richard and you guys out of this.
I mean, Norman said someone has the answer. There was 12 people sat at that table.
Someone had the answer. I spoke with Cody briefly, and he told me that for a while before the bird actually exploded, for the days leading up to that, bones started appearing on the property, and they eventually started spelling out words. And one of them was Cody can stop him.
How?
I don't know. There was this whole thing about the highwayman, and then him being...
So the highwayman is Cody's dad. The highwayman was part of Cody, and on the night of the lighthouse,
I remember the highwayman. I remember that investigation. That goes way back.
The night of the lighthouse, they agreed for Norman to take the highwayman. However, Cody took too long. So he took Pez too.
She's done so much work for this dude.
I don't know how Cody can stop Norman. I really don't, and I'm not willing to put the man I love at risk.
So, okay, let's sort of reshift our focus, because tomorrow it's either Flop or Kiki.
Or all three of you.
I think no matter what happens, it's going to annoy someone, right? Flop kills Kiki, annoys Tessa. If we have the theory that it wasn't Norman that made the deal, that's going to annoy Norman because him and Tessa are close. Flop doesn't go through with the deal, ends up in purgatory. That's going to annoy Death because that's going to be another body stacking up to be a bargaining chip. Norman's not going through with his ends of the deal. You know, he's not fulfilling his purpose. And what Death said to me was, Norman will be useful until he doesn't fulfill his purpose. I mean, he's already not doing that. You know, the role of Death is to take you to your final resting place, not leave them somewhere so you can be a fucking puppet master.
Ugh. Puppet master.
That sounds like what he wants.
It's what Norman wants.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, it's not what Death wants. Now, Death and Norman are the same but separate. Like they're the same to the extent where there's not two separate consciences, you know, but they have different purposes. You know, Norman's a serial killer and he's acting like one right now, manipulating people, making them feel like they have no choice.
I'm just saying, send him on a date with me. That'll get him.
I don't think Norman has feelings. In here, he self-diagnosed himself as a sociopath and claimed he doesn't care about anybody, but we all know that's not true. But I'm gonna
Trust me. Trust me.
That
Just
subject.
send him on a date with me, and something will get him.
Hell yeah.
You know what, Forster? I have a similar thing. I should make him my CI. Now that probably doesn't mean much to y'all, but I've only ever had two, and both of them ended up dead.
Same, Rhodes.
Ooh.
Rhodes, do you remember Daphne Tillamook?
Yes.
God, that's a name I haven't heard in so long. Oh my god.
I was thinking about her the other day, and how I met her was I don't know. Do you remember my investigation on Dazza Dundee?
Yes.
As I killed Dundee's brother all those years ago. Daphne Tillamook was one of the first victims. Then we stayed in touch, but just as friends. And one day she broke down and she was like, Lauren, I need to talk to you. So I went, met up with her.
I don't know who's calling me. I'm going to take this call real quick.
We were just hanging out, doing our thing, talking, and then she sort of broke down. She was like, my
Flop?
MC are tearing themselves apart.
Yeah?
That's when she just
Hi.
completely opened
Hi, I got Dawn here. She's really worried about you.
Tell her I'm not dead, and I'll talk to her soon. I'm in the middle of a meeting.
Okay, he's not dead. He'll talk to you soon. He's in a meeting. All right. Thank you, Flop.
Yep, all good. I will
I
talk to you soon.
love you.
Love you too.
I love
Bye-bye.
you. All right. Bye-bye.
Who do you get a call from?
He doesn't know.
How did you get a call from?
A cop, because someone went to the police station to try and say that
Station King.
somebody literally tried calling me and texted me and saying, fuck you, you don't respond to my calls or texts. I said, hi, I'm gonna die tomorrow, I'll talk to you soon. And now they're at the police station. Probably not the best choice of words, but I'm a little preoccupied. So
He's on the phone. He'll be with you in a moment.
everything
Can
good?
you Ocean King on the radio for Nova?
Motion King.
But yeah, so Daphne ended up opening up completely about this investigation, like about the whole taco shop, and I just told her it's gonna be okay. I'm not gonna look into this. It's not my investigation. But I'm your friend. I'll make sure you stay safe. And of course, she ends up. You never let me read the autopsy report. You forbid me from reading that. It was when Siren Radio became a thing, and the
I miss
MC
Siren
she
Radio.
was but the fucking MC that she was a part of, they wrote a song about what they did to her, and they dedicated it to me.
Does
Played it
anybody have
on the
food?
radio. No. So they play it on the radio, and at the very end of the song, it just had her screams.
So
I
we're
have
back.
never-
So we're back to the seducing Norman theory. by the
Oh
sounds
no,
of
I was
it.
just making light of the situation.
Okay, because many people have said let's just fuck him. So I will just make sure that wasn't a serious thing.
You know what? Never mind. I'm not even gonna go there right now.
Just making light of the situation. But I think speaking with Lennon.
I already did, and I was very tired and said something that I regret saying that I don't think I'll ever be able to take back.
Okay.
The bird is the bird disappears on its own. I don't think we need to go to Lennon for the bird. The bird will come to us like it came to you. However, the minute that people find out that the people think that this bird has something to do with it, they're going to try and get that bird.
Okay, but why would
Jesus do this?
the feather be white in the hands of Richard, and as Kiki approaches, turn black?
Maybe Kiki's marked for death. Maybe that's why it turned black.
That hadn't been decided yet, Flop, right? At that
Maybe
point,
it was a warning. Maybe it was
The Kiki approached the feather after I had gotten off the phone. After Norman called me back and said that the deal changed. Also, it is unclear on what I don't like saying my deal because it sounds like the deal has changed, and the deal is
What's to say that Norman doesn't change the deal again? You kill Kiki, then Norman changes the deal again. And you guys are just stuck in an endless cycle of just to happen to murder multiple people.
Let me ask you a question. What if, hear me out, this is going to sound completely like dumb probably, but this is more...
If you offer to sacrifice your dog again, I'm going to be very upset.
No. So let's run off the theory that Tessa is friends with Norman. Good friends, right? Really good friends. It's obvious that they've had conversations in the past. People have told me that Tessa and Norman are good friends. Let's assume for a minute that Tessa doesn't have a deal with Norman. And let's say, as of today, let's say we fill Tessa in and she were to go to the lighthouse and offer Kiki as a sacrifice. Would Norman accept a deal from Tessa? This sounds dumb as shit, but just give it some thought for a minute. If Norman is truly friends with Tessa, who is Norman usually friends with? Wait a minute. Hold on. I need to go back to a journal. Bear with me. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I just realized something.
no, you're good.
Okay.
I just think that the targeting of Kiki seems very
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, it seems very out of place.
Especially if friends with Tessa, right? So again, everything is leading me back to Tessa. Why, I don't know, but here we are.
El
Tessa-
Tesso.
Has Tessa done something to piss Norman off?
I have no idea. It's not like I've approached Tessa and said I have a deal. Who knows? Maybe she's got one too.
She's not going to talk to anyone but you, Rhodes.
Yeah, that much I'd believe.
In the space of 24 hours, something has happened for Norman to change the deal. Was it because Norman knew that Tessa was there? Maybe. I mean, Norman said to me that everybody that wants to kill him is gonna pay. If Norman saw Tessa there, maybe he thinks Tessa was there to kill him. Maybe that's why he changed the deal, because he thinks that Tessa betrayed him.
Okay, well, let me just. I don't want Norman dead. I want Norman to get help.
I made an interesting connection.
What?
Do you guys know of Norman's help that he had back in the day?
No.
Do you know about Chastity Dawes?
Yes.
Do you know
Yes, I
why
know.
Chastity Dawes was killed?
Because based on the journal, because she was a loose end. She was a friend. She knew too much.
She had morals. The only people Norman has ever been friends with are people that don't have morals.
Chastity was well, when I was investigating Chastity, I think they hurt her. I don't think they killed her, because her death was only a couple of years ago and it came so suddenly. We never found out who did it.
Do we know how she died?
She was shot down at the Vinewood Bowl.
Doesn't that almost rule out? Wait. Where was? I don't have a timeline, unfortunately. I don't know if Norman was in prison at this time. I have no context. We all know
I mean,
Norman typically does not shoot, and I want to
mean,
say the only exception to that.
Norman doesn't shoot. You said. I mean, there's multiple times where he's shot in his journal. It's like 3 times where he's shot in his journal.
But this was long after his journal that Chastity Dawes was shot down.
Oh, okay.
So do you think? Yeah, but that still doesn't make sense, because, like, why would he choose now to go after Tessa if he knew Tessa all this time? He would have known all this time that Tessa has morals.
Every person that has ever worked with Norman was killed. Everyone who's ever been friends with Norman has been killed. He's had 2 people work with him. The last person being Chastity. Chastity was killed.
Before that.
Let me find that real quick. Give me just a minute. There's another person that helped. No, I'm gonna have
Wyatt and Rebecca.
Was it Wyatt and Rebecca?
Yeah, let me get it out. Wyatt was the last person to help him. Wyatt decided to help me out. Initially, we were looking for Snow, but had to settle with McCormick. Wyatt lured him in and we managed to get him. Took him to Stab City to send a clear message to Snow. No one is untouchable, not even you, Snow. Body dragged away to unknown location. And then the last thing he put in his journal was spoke to Pixie Plum. She may be just as crazy as me.
Okay, question. See, I've always been of the mindset, and I think a lot of people are, in that if you want to hurt someone, you don't target them, you target the people they care about, right? So then you make them feel guilty, and other people are suffering the consequences of their own actions, right? And when I say their own, I mean the person in question here. What if this is a way to get at Tessa by targeting Kiki? What if Tessa did something wrong?
That's why I'm thinking, like, I can't think of... I mean, I've not seen Tessa at the lighthouse ever.
Why would she show up if she had no involvement? How did she know to show up? And again,
who invited her?
It's been mentioned.
I don't know. That's what we need to figure out. We need to figure out who invited Tessa.
Well, person who gave out the invites
is in the ICU.
So that's out of the question. But I don't know. All I know is that Tessa and all of this is one big unknown, and we need to...
What I missed in 15 seconds?
Winston wants to talk to me.
Oh, gosh.
But yeah, probably about our conversation last night. We did want you to be there, but you were asleep.
I mean, is he welcome to join us here?
I
Yeah.
trust Winston, so yeah.
He doesn't have a deal, does he?
None.
No, he's more of an outsider.
Another person that we do need to help is Ash.
Which Ash?
Ash Ketchum. I can't be involved because I don't want her to think that she's going to get witness tampering because she's Hydra. So I can't be involved in that. But Ash is in danger too.
You know, everyone was all in disguises, and Ash shows up in a bowler hat with a cigar.
She said she literally came up to me and said, "I'm in my disguise. See, I have a cigar in my mouth."
Sorry.
Wait, does she have a deal?
I don't know if it's my
Yeah.
place to say.
Well, I mean, if she was there, I'm running under the assumption, right? But
Well, I'm gonna say that she does, and I'm only bringing it up because the person she has to deal with is the serial killer that I helped kill,
Who?
Jasper.
Who? Oh, Christ. Wait, I thought he was dead.
Uh-huh. So did I.
Which is I mean, if he is dead, there's no way for Norman to bring him back, right?
well, I mean,
Dundee
we're
died.
dealing with Norman.
Dundee's not dead. Dundee's in purgatory.
Yet we have his skull. So the question becomes, if people can
I mean, are
die,
you
people
sure?
can be brought back.
How
I mean, are
do
you
we
sure
know
that?
it's his skull?
Yeah. How do you know it's his skull?
I ran a DNA test. I was the one that ran the DNA test, and it came back a 1-to-1 to Erwin Dundee's DNA that we have on record.
Well, Norman literally told me. Like, I mean, I know Norman lies, but I just. Norman told me that the 3 people in purgatory are Cleo Shaw, Erwin Dundee, and Pez. And they're all in there.
When did you have
because-
this conversation?
Let me pull it up.
Y'all questioning
He
my
said
ability as a
they were
cop.
the only ones there.
How dare.
The 29th of October was when I had this conversation with Norman.
He's only got three of them.
Yeah, he's only got 3 people in purgatory.
Okay.
I got my food, by the way. I'm eating. No one kill me, okay? It's fine. I actually got
And they're
food.
in there because they're bargaining chips.
It was Erwin Dundee, Pez, and who else?
Cleo Shaw.
I spoke to him briefly about Cleo. I like the girl a lot.
I don't know why he took Cleo. From what I can understand, is because she was stood on the platform when the night of the lighthouse. Dundee, I don't know. From what people said, Dundee had a deal and went through with it, and somehow he's in purgatory. But then TJ Walker shot Bass and killed Bass to bring Dundee back. Bass came back from purgatory because Brian now made a deal, but Dundee never returned. And from what Cody said, Norman only brings people back from purgatory who want to come back, which means Dundee doesn't want to come back, but why?
If people are in purgatory together, for example, Leo Shaw and her falling out with the BBMC, and Erwin also being there.
See, that sounds like it would be hell. This is purgatory. It's nothing.
Purgatory is between life and death, from my understanding. It's not somewhere to hold people. It's somewhere where they go, and then you decide where they go after. I'm not 100% sure. You know,
I was told it was lonely. So even if they are all trapped there together, I don't think
They're
they
not.
are together.
They're not they're not communicating with each other.
So from what Norman told me is everybody has their own from what Norman and Cody told me, is everybody has their own version of purgatory. If someone goes to purgatory, it's their version of purgatory. It may look the same, but it's not the same. People that have been to purgatory are Bryce, and for him to get out, he had to make a deal. Bundy was a field trip, and Cody. Cody ended up there when he was asleep, but he doesn't remember going to sleep.
Are you able to get into other people's purgatory? If you can think about their purgatory?
I don't know. I was willing to go to purgatory to speak to Paz, but me and Paz don't know each other, and I don't think that you can manipulate purgatory.
Well, yeah, I'm at a loss. I don't know.
What I don't understand is why Dundee, if TJ Walker went through with his deal to bring Dundee back, and with what Cody said is right about Norman can only bring people back that want to come back, that means Dundee doesn't want to come back. Does anybody know how Dundee died?
Not a clue.
I didn't even know he was dead.
I mean, technically he's not. I'm not gonna say that he's dead. He's
we would
existing.
perceive him as dead.
Yeah,
you know,
but, but he's not.
Given
dead.
the circumstances.
Yeah. It just blows my fucking mind that I never knew that he was even dead or not dead. I don't know. Do you remember when he told me he was a therapist, locked me in a cage, dressed up as Diaz, and tormented me? I killed his fucking brother.
When I spoke to Chip from the BBMC, he never brought up Dundee. He brought up Pez. He brought up one in Pez back. Which means, why don't the BBMC want Dundee back? If they don't want Dundee back, why are they involved in this? That's what I'm trying. Like, either the BBMC don't want Dundee back, or he doesn't want to come back because something happened. And I don't really know anything about Dundee. I just know that he was BBMC.
So, running theory.
Hey, what do you think would piss off Norman Bones the most? I think
nothing.
It would be him being locked in a padded white room with the inability to speak with anyone, to hold anything above their head.
Yes, because that's going to work.
I mean, you can try and lock him in Parsons. This begs my question, is he mentioned Pixie in his journal and he said she was crazy. I've seen Pixie talking to Norman.
Like on the lighthouse?
Yep, the night Cody was shot by Colin, Pixie was seen talking to Norman. And everyone keeps saying, Pixie's just Norman's therapist, blah, 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 blah. Which I don't think's true.
Is anyone curious? My food was fire.
I haven't seen Pixie for a few days.
That's the first thing I've eaten since last night. Actually, that's a lie. The first thing I've eaten since yesterday morning.
After seeing her here at the lighthouse and her saying nothing about what happened to Cody, and then hearing that she was seen speaking to Norman, it begs my question as to, is Pixie involved? And if so, why?
Pixie is involved, and I don't know why.
He has a Porsche?
Yeah. She is involved. She got near dark yesterday and proceeded to throw up.
Huh?
Did I not bring that up? Did I not talk about that?
Nope.
No.
That was completely not on purpose. Hi, Winston. So yeah, the last couple of days, Pixie's been throwing up,
Okay.
and it started after Matt the other thing,
Yep.
and while she was in the ICU room and approached dark, I was away, and I came back, and Pixie ran up to me and said, "I just threw up. Where were you?" And I was like, okay, so this is her second time throwing up. I picked up the feather and I put it near her. I said, don't like walk up to it. I said, but get as close as you can to this. Let me know if you feel anything. She goes, no, I don't feel anything. So I don't think it's to do with the feather, but I was curious. The only thing I had running in the ICU at that time. But Pixie has not been feeling very good. And she has been like staying far away from Norman. But this brings up who is the one person that Pixie ran into that wasn't Norman. And it's that one thing that I'm going to leave there.
One thing that we cannot say.
But other people could probably bring it up. This is also a social cue to let other people use their imagination.
Hey, Forcer.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, how do I bring this up? Fuck.
Also, I believe there is somebody you have met or somebody that you know that they're not allowed to talk about, but you have the free will to.
I wish I had a bell.
It's complicated.
Okay.
But there's a part of this equation that neither myself or Flop can talk about. And it becomes very complicated because the discussion was also incredibly vague in terms of how we can or cannot discuss.
Okay. Right. Do you want me to go through all of the notes I got?
For
Somebody who's
I
just
feel like
arrived, that
right
would be
now,
helpful.
I feel
Listen,
like
I
right now
got-
we're running in circles, and like we have less than 24 hours.
Well, I understand that, but I've got if it was something, was there anything that was discussed at the meeting last night?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Let me go through my notes then. Norman was born in Chicago 60 or so years ago. He has a brother. His dad killed his mother a few years back.
Who's his brother?
Isaac.
What details do you have on Isaac?
Nothing.
Well, no
That was quick.
disrespect. Myself and you, Storm, are fairly new to this whole scenario and the city as a whole. Norman's a lot older than both of us. What do you know about Isaac from before?
There was only, I mean, I know there's an Isaac Wagner. There was a doctor a long time ago.
What does this doctor look like? What's this doctor look like?
He always wore black and gray. He had white hair, white gloves.
Okay, does he look like Zuri?
Yeah.
Pixie was talking to him the other day. Let me pull it. I'll tell you when.
Ads, thank you for the 3 months. I love you.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner.
I keep notes sometimes.
Did you really fetch that out of the mail? God damn it, Flop.
Flop, have you ever just considered keeping your mouth shut?
Yeah,
Rather
I
than
tried-
needing something to occupy your mouth?
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Halloween? Question mark? Maybe.
So 3 days
Um,
ago.
Yeah. I was still outside Viceroy, and I saw Pixie talking to somebody who I thought was Zuri at the time. And then they like went off, go and speak somewhere, and then Pixie came back, and that guy, I don't know where he went. I mean, I thought nothing of it, but I just noted it down anyway because Pixie was seen speaking to Norman. So I just like noted it down because that was like the first time I'd seen Pixie since
We have a
I saw it
last name for Isaac, or is Isaac his last name?
I mean, it was Dr. Smith.
Isaac Smith. Okay.
All right, sorry, I'm done eating.
I mean, we don't know any of what you're talking about, but eh, eh. You go, Flop?
Yeah, I'm good.
Try and
There's
skirt
so many
around
things
and
I
keep
want
you
to say.
guys- Yeah, let's. What was our discussion the other day, Flop?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Wait, you taught him that? How'd you do that?
No.
Well, it started with
I told
Norman.
him that.
After I presented and showed him said ball gag and realized I should just stop doing the dumb shit that I keep doing. And
You know what, Flop?
what?
Hold. Let me just run this past some pretty sane people here. To indicate that you would be quiet, would you
I'm
drop
already
a
aware.
ball gag in front of the person you intend on being quiet in front of? Or do you think that person would perceive it as oh, they want me to shut up?
Oh yeah, I would totally take that as
Mm-hmm.
I told him it's not for him and that it was mine. But I think that we are getting off topic a little bit, don't you think?
Sure. Whatever.
Yeah, if we didn't have so much time constraints, I would love to rag on about this, but
I'll say this. We may have thought of something to do with a certain someone. And
Okay.
despite them having been gone for a while, within a day or two, they were around.
Hold up.
And
Wait, I'm
Sorry.
so confused. This is so cryptic.
I've just sorry. I just think it's funny. The idea we've got two brothers here, one of whom, if it is the same one, went into the field of medicine helping people, and the other became a serial killer.
wait, sorry, they're brothers?
What if him being a doctor was a cover-up?
Well, I've seen that many times. But did you say they're brothers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know if it's the same person. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, if they are brothers, then that means that Norman Bones probably isn't his real name. I mean, I feel like that's the case anyway. Reading his journal, he had so many aliases, and then when Snow presented the name Norman Bones to him, that's when he started calling himself Norman and the God of Death.
But he was human then, I guess.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he never really stuck to a name until Snow presented the name Norman Bones to him.
How do we know that Snow didn't get his name right?
Because in the journal, he uses different aliases.
Alias is just a different name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
get
Norman
that,
Bones
but
could just be his correct name, and Snow just found out what the correct name was.
Yeah, but
since it's
what
out there, why not just keep using it?
I don't know.
Instead of just constantly hiding, and Snow can just be like, no, his name's Norman.
I mean, I don't know. I just think it's weird how he went from being very secretive and kind of trying to be under the radar to.
But once you get discovered, in my experience with a lot
I mean,
of,
he was discovered.
yeah, he was discovered, and his name got leaked when I was dealing with Chastity. And as soon as I knew it was her, she didn't hide it anymore. She was very open and honest about it.
Like a badge of honor at that point.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
hey,
well,
you
you got
found
it.
me,
I'm still
but-
going to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, many serial killers will use some sort of alias or nickname until you find out what their real one is, and then they'll stick with their real name. The puzzle, the fun.
Yeah, for them it's
Cat and
fun.
mouse.
It starts fun, and then they start trying to use any mockery they can to. Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah, it's dial it back just a little bit. So Norman and Isaac are brothers. Norman and Isaac have any other family members?
The mother was killed. I know that. Don't know what happened to the father, but if the father was, again, if Norman he's around 60 years old or so. So what are the chances the father's still alive?
Well, Norman is
didn't
dead.
Norman kill his
At this
father?
point, anything's possible.
He killed someone. I forget if he killed his mother.
All we
or
know
his
is that the father killed the mother.
or the father killed
That there
the
were
mother.
two
That's
of
right.
them. Obviously,
The father
incredibly
killed the mother.
traumatizing.
Hold on.
One,
If the father killed the mother, wouldn't the father have gone to prison? And if so, who would take care of him?
His brother.
we don't know who's the older of the two.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, okay. The father went to prison. What are the chances the kids were placed in care? Has anyone
Also
had
true.
experience with foster care?
Not myself personally.
Because depending on how old the children were, what are the chances they went as a pair?
I mean, and like the thing is, like, who's to say that they're even truly brothers? Like, you can call someone your brother even if they're not.
I think in this specific context, I don't think he would refer to someone as his brother, but
Matt?
have a different meaning to that. As
Matt?
like a really good friend or someone he
Careful.
considers family, but isn't.
Careful.
Well, no. What if they're partners? What if they want the same thing, and they do it separately? Norman goes down the serial killer path. His brother goes down the I'm a doctor path, and harms people in a medical way where people aren't going to find out.
But I don't believe anyone died under Dr. Isaac's care.
I mean,
He was working a lot.
maybe not under his care. I mean, who's
But-
to say that he didn't cover it up?
Hey, or sir,
Yeah.
is there anything about Norman in terms of how he speaks that might be a bit different than
Well, people were mentioning he said we. He
Are you
referred to
referring?
we.
Are you referring to Norman when you speak to him now, or you're referring to in his journal, or like before?
Well, I'm more so just trying to bring up a general point here.
Oh yes, there was
in
this death
terms
because of the poor
who you
foster
suspect
system.
the other individual to be, and whether or not you recall how they speak.
Very slow. He had a very. He speaks with such. I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like
Isaac is Voldemort.
he's stern, but there's like a soft cadence to him. He was very articulate with his words. I always felt a little on edge around him, but I still felt safe under his care.
What if Bundy is the father figure?
What about an accent?
English. Like very British.
His brother?
If it's If it's the same man, the doctor I remember, he had a very, very English accent. Like that's the only way I can explain
But
it.
weren't they born in Chicago?
They were born in Chicago. If the father went to prison after the mother died, the chances of these two children staying together in the foster care system is 0 to none. It wouldn't surprise me if they were separated.
Oh, there's so much I could say.
So,
Hey, Matt,
so
can I
do you
talk to you on the
think?
side real quick? It's nothing personal. It's just there's things I can't. You get it.
So do
Yeah.
you think maybe that Norman's made a deal to get rid of Tessa because
He
he no longer needs Tessa's
did
friendship
say
and wants his brothers back?
That apparently from someone else, they did lose touch.
Who said it?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to wrap my head
I think
around.
Andy.
I feel like we're like.
I think the
this
day when we were all
information is
like
good,
there
I agree
hanging
that
out,
this information is
the
good,
day
but,
we
like,
fucked up.
I feel like it's not really helping with.
And if they, I think
Yeah.
this theory is believable, but even if it's true, none of this resolves the situation tomorrow, which is an issue.
I have another going theory, and I agree with you. Something I brought up with Pixie and was very careful on how I worded it with Pixie. And I could be just as careful with you because we don't know the constraints. Something that I can't tell anyone up there, unfortunately.
I was so cooked
What?
last night, so I'll let you take this, Winston.
Is it possible Norman has a deal with death? What's the one person? Who is the one person that Norman gets upset by when you bring up their name? And would it
You
be
know who?
arguable? Would it be arguable that Norman has a deal with death to protect someone, which is why the excuse is that he's forgetful or insert here. You get where I'm going with this?
Okay, let me try to. Are you implying that the brother is, or I'm a bit confused here.
What I'm trying to say is, does Norman have a deal with death? And if it were to be his deal with death, assuming that he has a deal with death for a minute with this going theory, who is the one person Norman has always tried to protect and literally cost other people's lives, including yours and mine?
We'll just say the person we can't discuss. How about that?
Yeah. With that said, does it bring up a potential argument to try and come to some conclusion on
Being at rock bottom for
that
days, and I
relationship? Or is, because I don't know if that's going to help us for tomorrow.
Wait, did you also hear what Orser said?
About what?
No one has died under his care.
Now, how does that apply to us?
Well, I'm just trying to point out that if you want to build this reputation of being an outstanding person, and you may have the ability to sway whether or not someone lives or goes, you really want to build up this good reputation, especially given the circumstances, right? What do? You had a magic wand, and you wanted to be the most respected, best looking person in your profession, your career, whatever. You wave that magic wand and you ensure that nothing bad happens, right? Nothing that can paint you in a bad light.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that also sort of give the implication that he may have the ability to? I don't know. I'm throwing out ideas.
I get where you're going. I see where you're going. I bring this up now, but again, I'm only stepping away from them so that they can talk and so that, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not putting myself or yourself in a bad spot. But do we know if that even will apply to anything happening tomorrow?
I have no idea. Not a clue.
Okay. I wanted to bring it up. Something to keep in mind. Norman does fear one person being found. And I think it's very interesting. And I don't know if it will save us for tomorrow. But it's something that I think should be noted. He's willing to kill 3 people over protecting that one person for some reason.
Any chance we get this pushed back? I think there's a possibility of more than just 2 days.
He's kind of put Dark on a timer, right? He told me on the phone that I asked him, I said, how do we get our 2 days back? I said, because this wasn't part of our deal. And he said that you were warned, and he warned me to let Dark know to not bring up the name. And I said that I would not, and that I tried everything in my power. And I said, what can you do to get us our 2 days back? And he said, next time you contact me, it's with a corpse. He then called me back after, and he said, change of plans, Kiki Pendragon. Called me back probably about...
Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
We jot her name down on a piece of paper and give it to him. Fuck, we can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm just going back to my normal stuff. I'm sorry. And then he said change of plans.
We buy Corpse's album on DVD and then put Kiki's name on it.
Oh my god.
Well, hear me out. It would be applicable.
Okay,
He
and
never
let's
specified.
not forget what Andy said. Let's not forget what Andy said. He does not like when people fuck around. Okay? Listen, I had to pull myself back. I said
sorry.
it, but I took it back.
Okay, I take back what I'm saying too then. I'm sorry. Okay.
I have bad news.
What's that?
Listen, I know you might die tomorrow, but I'm getting a crown, my permanent crown put in later today, and I just can't reschedule this dentist appointment. I know this is really bad timing.
This is worse than Dark getting engaged. What the fuck? What is wrong with you guys?
Well, Flop, I just want to let you know that, you know, if it actually, you know, it could be worse, Flop. It could be worse. I got a root canal done on my molar.
Uh-huh.
And I'm pretty sure I can still feel things. And it was like a 2-hour root canal.
Did you go to a hospital or a specialist, or did you do it at the dentist?
No. I went to a dentist, but here's
Are you crazy?
Here's the kicker. No, here's the kicker. Have you ever seen like a demonstration of a root canal? Like typically anyone who goes for one is like, oh, well, what do they do? And they look at like a diagram of what happens. They take this like tiny little thing and then they pull out like the pulp or whatever, whatever it is, right? The thing is, they kept trying over and over, and they didn't really communicate it, but it was almost like there was supposed to be an end that they never found. And they were just like, you know, it's probably not there, but the possibility exists, and you'll only find out in a year or 2 or 3 or 4 if and when it gets infected.
So it got infected?
No. That's what I'm currently dealing with now. I was pretty much told that...
if you have any feeling of any sort?
No.
Oh.
But when they did the temporary one for the actual fitting of the permanent one, I felt stuff that I feel like I probably shouldn't have. And I guess it's possible to have another canal. And maybe that's what I'm dealing with. But who knows? I'll never know until a few years and whether or not it gets infected.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a very important schedule.
Yeah. Well. Otherwise, I would totally because Flop, I care about you. Truly, I do. But the other reality is, I've been up for a very long time, and after that doctor's or that dentist appointment, I'm going to sleep, and it's not because I don't care about you, Flop. Truly, I do. I have been up actually now 24 hours. I don't see myself being around once my crown is put on.
Is Norman around that we can quickly get an extension?
I don't know. I
Due to
don't know.
Existential
But-
circumstances.
Yeah, trust me, I would love to be around, Flop. I care about you.
Well,
And you
I
might
was
be
told
dead tomorrow.
I can't contact Norman unless it's a corpse. But how the? Can I email Norman? Does Norman have an email?
I don't know. I have no idea. Listen,
Can I hire a
I'm-
pigeon? It's gonna have to go to a whole different world. God damn it!
Well,
Can pigeons fly through space?
No idea.
Okay.
But again, I just can't get this across enough. Flop, I care about you, but I also care about my crown. I'm sorry.
I fully
You ever
understand.
had a toothache?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty rough.
It's a lot more. Toothaches hurt a lot more than death. That's for sure.
Well, maybe it'll be painless, Flop.
I mean, I'm hoping, but listen, in case I don't see you, I'm gonna hope there's Wi-Fi in purgatory, and I will send you messages to let you know.
Selfies.
Yeah, I'll send you selfies on how things
Perfect.
are going.
Perfect. Okay. You'll probably be pretty lonely there. If you get a new number, give me
I'll say,
hey,
the sky,
hey,
the sky is blue.
the sky is blue. Okay, perfect. Okay. And what about Ziggy? Do you want me to?
You could probably just tell him that, hey, Ziggy, since you couldn't be there to support your husband through any of
Ziggy, it's
He's
time
trying-
to make a deal.
it's
I think that's
Yeah.
appropriate. Yeah, he's your husband. That's his responsibility.
yeah, you know what, you're right. If I'm in purgatory, Ziggy needs to get me out.
Perfect.
Tell Ziggy it's time to make a deal if anything comes up, and
Alright.
go from there. But all right, well, I will.
All right.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know what's going on, and we'll go from there. All right.
All right.
all right.
I have to get this car fixed and brought back, so I have enough time to get ready for my dentist appointment.
Yeah, go for it. Go do your thing.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt. Okay.
Huh?
I've already discussed this with Flop. I love him and care about him a lot. And he may be dead after tomorrow. However, I do have a dentist appointment.
Okay, so not only is his husband not there for him, but his dad's not there for him either.
Listen, I
Do
have
you know how expensive it is? Missing
have-
dentist appointments?
I have my permanent crown being put on in a little less than an hour.
Oh, go to your
I think
appointment
we
room.
understand.
Well, I guess the
It's
point I'm
okay.
trying to make is
It's okay.
I don't
Flop can search
I'm
for him
not
for 2
I'm
hours.
not a deadbeat, okay?
Mhm.
I'm not a deadbeat dad, all right? But Ziggy
You
is a
might be
deadbeat
dead.
husband.
Yeah,
I'm just
I mean-
saying. And
Then
if
Flop might be
anything,
dead.
if anything happens, I will make sure of it that Ziggy has to make a deal.
Okay. Sure.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's only
Yeah,
fair.
no,
if
I'm on
Ziggy,
that. Yep.
if Ziggy had a problem, I'd make a
He's
deal for him.
responsible for you. I'm
He
just
is.
saying.
He's-
Okay, all right. Listen, I gotta
okay,
I gotta
so
go.
property.
You go.
I gotta
You go.
go.
You go.
There's enough room in your car. Okay, all right, perfect.
Yes, yeah, I
think we're
can
good.
drive for
All
more
right,
back.
I got. Bye.
Goodbye.
Sorry.
It's okay, Flop. This works for you because you
Dad,
can
in case I
search
don't see
for
you
him.
again, thank you.
It's okay, Flop. You can search for him for like 3 hours. The music cued.
The problem with the Satch farm though is that he just Shit. Okay. Well, it's fine. It's fine. So where does that leave us?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I feel like I'm useless in all of this, and I'm at the point where there's no point me even being here.
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just trying to work out what steps to take.
I feel like half my information is just theories, and it's been going to people, and people are taking it as facts. When I keep like saying this is just a theory, but because I say it so confidently, people take it as a fact, and then I'm worried that that's going to put people in danger. Where I'm just at the point where I'm like, fuck the document, fuck all this, and just fucking go back to working at Burger Shop.
There's a reason why you're here, Storm. It's not Norman. Not now. Get the fuck out of here. Leave.
Okay, you actually scared the shit out of me. Look at that.
He's gonna kick your car.
Norman wouldn't do that. Me and him have wonderful chats.
Anyway, there's a reason why you're here. Don't forget that. Like there's a very clear.
Is there?
Yes. It's because people trust you. People want your opinion. You have put time and effort into this, and people want to hear your side.
That's why.
We all are wrong about our theories. We are all wrong in some way. That's not to say that every theory is the wrong theory, but there's a reason why there's 87,000 outcomes. Is because you can't predict factually the inevitable, right? So, I guess theoretically speaking, we only have theories to work off of, and we have to throw shit at a wall until something sticks.
Well, okay.
I'm worried that my theories are going to get people killed.
Yeah, let's.
And it might be worth keeping them, again, in a close circle. Share your theories because people can bounce off of those. But and speaking with confidence about them can. Some people are going to be like, "Hey, it's why I only deal with absolutes. I like hard proof. I like evidence. I have my theories that I come up with using the evidence and facts that I have, and the angles that I choose to stick to are when I've got something. Like again with this bird thing, the whole bird thing. That's a path that I'm willing to look into and stick to because I got something from it.
Yeah, I'm pretty resolute that the bird thing is our best chance at the moment. But I'm slightly lost on how we can do it.
We just kidnap Hope from Lennon and Bundy and completely
No.
destroy their trust in us.
Kidnapping's not the word I would use.
Unfortunately, we just need to wait for Hope to come to us.
I have sat for hours at Pez's grave begging for him, if I was to go to purgatory, to be there so I can get answers, to understand why the fuck Norman took him that night. No fucking bird showed up. I have hit rock bottom multiple times. I have sat for hours looking at this fucking document, trying to piece together things. I sit and write down every little detail because I hope that it means something. I have lost hope and no fucking bird has showed up. I don't think this bird means fucking shit. Yesterday I did, but now I'm at the point where I'm like, I don't know anymore.
I believe the bird means something. Wholeheartedly. And I didn't believe it at first until I watched that one feather turn black. It has to mean something.
I'll be honest with you. When...
Also, I'm sorry, does anyone have an IFAC or something?
Yeah.
Thank you. What'd you say?
I think I don't know. I've said it
Did
so
he
many
say here,
times.
Chris?
I've lost a lot, right? I think it's fair to say I've lost a lot. I don't have a lot going for me. And generally, a lot of people give up at that point. But there's only one thing that I do have, and as cliche and as cheesy as it sounds, the one thing that I've got is I've got hope. That one day things are going to get better. One day I'm going to find my happiness. One day everything's going to be okay. I still have hope.
Do we know why Hope went to Lennon?
He's a
Probably be-
doctor.
Probably because Cleo died, and Lennon and Bundy, Cleo meant a lot to them, and the bird probably knew that they needed that.
Out of anybody in the family, Lennon was and still is the only person who had a calendar time, like, on a clock. And when her alarm went off, she was at that flower at that lighthouse, built a cage around it, made sure it was watered, made sure it didn't get too much sun, too little sun. She did everything that she could to keep that flower alive. She did everything she could to maintain it, because that flower was the representation of someone's life. And the one thing that Lennon did was that she never stopped giving up. And again, it's a really cheesy thing to say, but I think it's the only running theory we have to go off of right now.
I mean, yesterday, when Forster called me, I was the one to tell her to take the feather to Doc because I wanted to see if it was right. And yeah, it could be, but it could also be coincidence. I know I've sat there for so long being so confident about things, and all it's done is caused pain, and where I'm at the point where I'm just going to shut my mouth and listen.
What happened to what did Bryce say at the meeting about the bird when the black crow
Bryce
came
said,
along?
so basically what happened
Black
was
crow exploded the white
no,
bird.
Pizza Chris and Noxie got into like some sort of fight, I guess, and Noxie blew up Pizza Crust, and then one of the blackbirds, the feathers started to turn white.
What happened at the hospital with the feather?
It turned black.
And a lot of the people that have been seeing the crows, that protected them by them, whatever, I think, they're marked. I think it's a sign that they're marked by death. They're not necessarily, I wouldn't say they're protected. I mean, they're protected because they are technically his, right? They've struck deals with him. They belong to him. He is waiting for their time to be up. They've been marked by those crows. Dark isn't a target until he is a target. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dark was a threat. As in, they hurt Dark as a threat.
Well,
the three of you.
When I held that feather, it didn't change color. And I don't know about Matt. Matt wasn't there. But if I'm to assume that that feather stayed white for Dark, and that feather stayed white for me, and that feather, assuming that everything is consistent, would stay white for Matt, the only question that I'm coming to, because I can't find an answer, is what does that represent then?
Maybe the people that have been marked by these birds, the ones that are following them, the ones that are protecting them, they might not have a way out.
How do we save Dark? How do we save Kiki? How do we save Flop and Rhodes? What, just give them all a white feather and hope for the best?
No, it's not so much
Schedule a
about using the
dentist
feather.
appointment?
It's not so much about the feathers being
Sorry.
actual protection, but I feel like Kiki has been marked for death.
Oh, God.
And
I'm
you know,
sorry.
if that goes through,
Well, she has been marked for death.
then
Flop's
you
the
know,
executioner.
I don't know if I'm necessarily the executioner is the problem. Because the original deal was someone that we all felt. And then he said change of plans. So the question is, did he change the deal so that it's my deal now? Or did he change the entire deal? Because the original deal for Matt and Dark was to protect me. And by protecting me, we gave up someone or something that was representative to all of us in some meaning way. And it changed from that to Kiki Pendragon. Why Kiki? I don't know. We have some running theories. And the other question is, am I the executioner? Or is this everybody? Because assuming that this is still everybody, this is still to assume that this is Matt and Dark's deal. I'm not pointing fingers. This isn't even a blame thing. But if that's the case, I have been the messenger now for Matt and Dark once when it came to informing them about what I can't talk about, right? And what I had to tell them. I was the one instructed to pass it along. What is to say that I am to pass this along to Matt and Dark to figure out? Because I don't believe Norman ever stated that this was specifically my deal. I think he's trying to rope me in this deal. And if he's trying to rope me in this deal, it contradicts Matt and Dark's original deal. Which I think is a big red flag and something that I don't know if we've seen before with a deal.
Okay, so if you don't go through with your deal, Matt and Dark's deal still stands because they're still saving you. Whereas if you go through with your deal, that's forcing people to make more deals with Norman. Because then there'll be people having to make a deal for Kiki.
So if I don't go through my deal, assuming that this is like the side quest of deals for a minute, if I don't go through my deal, is it safe to assume nothing happens, yet this still falls on Matt and Dark?
Well, I'm not saying nothing will happen. You'll probably, Norman will probably hurt you.
Miss Star, thank you
But
so much for
no
the
more
raid.
deals
I
will have to
appreciate
be
it. Welcome
made
everybody.
because
Hello.
the Matt and Dark's deal
We're in
is
a lot of
to
really
save
serious
you.
role play right now. I love you. I appreciate you, Miss Star. How was your stream? I hope it was good.
Remember, Matt and Dark didn't make a deal. They were forced to take it.
Yeah, to save Flop's life.
I'm Chris.
That's
I
not
play
going
Flop.
to change.
Flop's probably gonna die tomorrow.
And what I'm saying is, if Flop makes
or
his
something,
deal,
something's gonna happen to Flop. I don't know
then
what's
that's
actually
going
gonna
to
happen to
force.
Flop.
That's going to make more deals happen, which is what Norman wants. Whereas if Flop doesn't go through with his deal, it doesn't really change anything. It just means that Matt and Dark will have to change their deal to save Flop.
You know.
I'm gonna be honest. I have no other backup for a character. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow.
I hope you know I'm doing everything I can, Flop.
I know. And again, this is why you're here.
I see you as a brother. You know, I wasn't there yesterday because I looked at somebody who struggles like I do. I was there yesterday because I saw somebody who I see as family.
And I appreciate that.
I just feel useless. I look at that sheet and I'm like,
We knew your
85% of it's
pretty
just
spicy
fucking
taste. We got
theories.
yeeted here.
None of it's
Ah,
really. The only thing that's facts is
it's
what
crazy.
Norman's
There's a
told
lot
me.
going on, Mr. I hope your stream was great. I hope it was amazing, and I appreciate you.
Hello.
I can't give this up. I can't give up. I refuse to give up.
I don't think we really have a choice either way.
No matter what happens, somebody's going to get hurt. The question is, there's nobody involved in this that deserves to be hurt. You know, you go through with the deal, Kiki gets hurt, Tessa hates you. You don't go through with the deal, you get hurt. Matt and Rhodes become desperate. Sorry, Matt and Dark become desperate to
Oh,
save
I
you.
spoke to Matt and Doc weeks ago. They're already desperate.
But even more so now that Flop is stuck somewhere we can't get him.
Let me ask a question. The only question that I would have: where is and what is my saving grace, and what do I offer Norman in exchange for my life? Do I make a deal with death?
You're not making a deal with Death, you're making a deal with Norman.
How do I make a deal with Norman then? Not with death.
I mean, everyone's made deals with Normans. I don't think anybody's made a deal with Death. I think they've all made a deal with Norman. You know, I think the only way out of this is for somebody to become Death, and that person has to be willing to be Death, and Death has to be willing to be with that person. The only issue is the minute that happens, the Highwayman, the Chicken Man, Dundee, Cleo, Pez are all free, which is great, you know. Pez, Cleo, and Dundee being free is great. But the Highwayman and the Chicken Man, not so much. I mean, that's just a theory, you know. I don't know that for sure. But Death doesn't remember who they were before Norman came along. Norman wanted to be Death. I mean, in his journal, he was already referring to himself as the god of death. And he didn't know he was going to be met with death. I asked him, but he was prepared. I don't know how.
I know exactly how. He knew he was going to be death, right?
Well, I mean, he didn't know. I asked him. I said, "Did you know you were going to be met with death?" To which he answered, "No." I said, "But you was prepared." To which he answered, "Yes."
So he knew who death was. He knew of death.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, in his journal, he referred to himself as the god of death, as the Grim Reaper.
Norman made a deal with death.
No, he didn't. He didn't make a deal. I don't think so. Anyway, I mean, I asked him. I said, "What was you forced to be death?" To which he answered, "Not necessarily." So I said, "So you wanted it?" To which he said, "Yes." Norman wanted to be death.
People have willingly approached death / Norman and have offered to make a deal. Right? Oh,
You guys,
Comcast, for the love of God.
tower's been up there.
Maybe a month or two. The
Off
phone
limits.
lines.
Not the phone light, sorry, the other vantage point. There's a huge watchtower.
Oh, the watchtower. Oh, I can't say I do. Ironically, Tessa might be the best person to ask about that.
My point being is that I think Norman had to deal with death, or wanted to deal with death, How that's going to help me tomorrow, I don't know. Do I think it's going to help me? Probably not. I do think that Norman has a deal with death. He has a fulfillment to uphold his deal.
Here's my theory. Norman died, ended up somewhere in between life and death, fought who was death then, succeeded, and became co-joined with death. That's my theory. With Hope, this is when I thought Hope was life, because Pond said something to me before that was unrelated to all this. With life and hope become a dangerous thing. If you have hope in life, you can do anything. So my theory was that you needed the bird, as you know, life almost. So you're in between life and death, fight Norman, succeed, and then become co-joined with death. Norman didn't necessarily know he was going to be met with death, but maybe he was prepared, which I asked him, to which he said yes. Death has referred to Norman in the third person multiple times, said that Norman does things at his own volition. And that while Norman has a purpose, or so, I don't know exactly what he said, but he did something about Norman having a purpose. We're still giving Norman that purpose by going through with deals. However, if we don't go through with the deals and Norman starts stacking up bodies in purgatory, that's not him fulfilling his purpose. That's him being a serial killer. I don't know. Like I said, I'm at the point where I just want to shut my mouth and not read off any of my theories because I feel like we're getting fucking nowhere and I'm just not helping at all. I'm at breaking point. However, right now, I need you to stay alive, Flop.
I can't kill Kiki.
I know. And I'm not asking you to. I'd be the first person at that fucking lighthouse to make a deal to get you back. And if I lost Cody because of it, so be it. I'm not going to let anybody else die or get hurt. If I have to stay up for another 17 hours like I did yesterday to try and find a way to help you, I will. But nobody's fucking talking. We are the only people that are working together to figure shit out. And half of us has only fucking been involved in this for like a very short time.
Some of us have had ties with this for a lot longer than that, though.
Yeah.
Sure. I need a plan for tomorrow, and I don't know what my plan is. I mean, at this point, my only option is to go up to Death and tell him I can't fulfill.
Oh god, I hate the whole cliche thing. But as dumb as it may sound, and like I said,
oh, I hope she says what I think she's gonna say.
Like, having some form of hope. Is there anywhere on in this goddamn place that holds a lot of sentimental value to you?
Yeah. There's one place. Do you want to go there?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens if you kill Kilky? Then what? That saves you, but what about Doc? Doc's in the fucking ICU.
Dark's in the ICU, and Matt's not around. This is in reality falling on me. I don't really have a choice in my options, but I say we go for a ride. We can talk somewhere else real quick. Let you guys see, you know. Figure it out. Let me get Winston. We'll take a quick ride.
Okay, but my question is, like, if you don't go through this deal, like you said, what, you, Doc, and Rhodes' life's on the line. What's gonna happen to Rhodes and Doc?
Probably the same thing that's going to happen to me. He's trying to rope me into their deal.
What? So he just takes all three of you?
3 birds, 1 stone, yeah. Unfortunately, I think we're the only group to go up as a family to try and reason with a guy such as himself. Then
Okay,
if
so
we're going to go up and try
okay,
and reason as a family, I think he's going to try and conclude with the family.
okay. So let's say that you guys don't go through with it, and then all of you guys end up in purgatory. Then what? It's there's literally nothing or no one else that you can offer up, Flop. And
As of
I think
yesterday, I was ready to offer my dog to Norman. And looking back at it now, I really should have. I love my dog to death, but man, did I make a fucking mistake. Let me go grab Winston and we'll take that ride real quick. We could talk on the way. The fuck is Winston?
It's always nice to have a safe space that
Are you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Okay. I don't know if you're just standing here fucking awkwardly.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, no, I get you.
I have another theory I'll say out loud. What if... What if... Oh, it's risky though. Oh, it's risky. I'm gonna say this out loud and I'm gonna regret it because I know I'm gonna get backlash for it. I don't really care. What
Yeah.
if Kiki made a deal to Norman? Jukebox, thanks for the 9 months, brother. The Twitch baby, what is up? The man, the bit, the legend. What is up, dude? What's
Isn't that
up?
just
What's up?
every bar?
Hope you do a good,
I thought
brother.
that was just the effect of alcohol. I don't think you need to go to a cult
Louise and Hearts
or
and Japanese for
Hooters
Jukebox,
to
aka
drink,
Shane
like,
Jones,
the bar.
the OG.
Oh, it's a cultural thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to infringe on other people's cultures.
What if Kiki were to go to Norman and make a deal
No, I don't have a
with
deal.
Death or Norman to say that if she dies,
No, my involvement
Tessa
in this
dies.
has always been on the outskirts, advising people not to take deals and to stay away. And
would Norman have a hard time accepting that.
Yeah.
Deals give him power, not if
Pretty
his
much.
power comes from Tessa, if they're actually friends. You would essentially cancel out Flop's deal, and you would have a problem trying to articulate how to fulfill Flop's deal, Matt and Dark's deal, and Kiki's deal.
Stressed.
That is to assume that Norman has a relationship with Tessa. Norman doesn't have to accept offered deals, though. He doesn't. Hey, motherfucker, I've been trying to talk to you. You could talk about this any other fucking time. Unless it's important in the next 24 hours, I'm gonna rip that phone out and throw it out the fucking window.
Okay, Flop's screaming at me. Flop is screaming at me. What's up, Flop?
Hang up the fucking phone, you one-armed motherfucker.
He says I need
Please.
to hang up the phone because I'm a one-armed motherfucker.
No, that's not
Can
why.
You see where
I'm
B44
pissed,
is?
man. You're out here trying to help. You've been on the phone for 35 minutes.
I am trying to help. I'm speaking to Copper, who is somebody
Okay,
who can
wow,
help.
she can come here. Copper can
Okay.
come here.
Okay, I'm getting screamed at. Ratton Canyon. We're up in Ratton Canyon. All right. I'll see you in a little bit.
Jesus Christ, Winston.
Yeah, but there's like 4 of us here chatting.
I'm gonna bash my head against
Yeah.
your window and smash it.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye. No, sometimes group meetings aren't always the best.
No shit.
Where'd Storm go?
I don't know.
Did Storm leave?
What's going on?
Do you not see the hikers?
Yeah.
Yeah, where did Storm go?
She headed up. She walked off
Oh.
that way, sorry. Yeah, you know, I was just explaining places of sentimental value and that this is my safe spot. And proceeds to beat the shit out of the hikers that pass through here. Let's just need a minute.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe if you guys
Okay.
get to where you need to go and then immediately come and get me afterwards.
Okay.
So I'll pay you back for petrol.
Oh, don't worry about petrol. I have so many hours on duty that money's not really an issue.
All right.
Hence the Porsche.
It's one thing. I think Flop, you've seen it happen before. Is I tend to give everyone a decent amount of respect. Of course, I can get a bit stern every now and then when I kind of want some sort of answer, but I very
you're
very
consistent.
rarely get respect. I very rarely get respect in return. And I don't know. It's whole cliche, just trying to stay positive despite feeling like the world is against you. Like, honestly, until yesterday, I thought the only reason I was still alive is because I'm living out of spite. But that's not the case. I'm not a spiteful person. This dumb... My brain's all wired weird. I always tell myself everything's gonna be okay. That's one thing I told Dark yesterday. Is he used to always tell me, "Hey Lauren, stay safe, stay safe." Everyone always tells me to stay safe, but no one ever asks me, "Hey Lauren, are you okay?" After everything, to this day, people still don't ask if Lauren is okay. I was like, no, I can't say. Maybe I'm jaded. I don't know. But that's pissed me off. This is my spot. No one can take that from me. No one's going to take that from me. But you don't come to my house and shit on my doorstep.
Yeah, that's fair. Like you don't go to the lighthouse and drop a ball gag off.
I may have someone else to offer. If it's not Kiki, Winston.
No, Norman wants something of value.
That's the problem. You're full of too much of it, motherfucker.
Too much value?
Oh, you seem to ask the right questions. There's a reason why you're a fucking detective. You're good at your job.
Asking the questions doesn't mean I have the answers, though.
Maybe you ask the right questions that lead to the answers, though.
I really can't fucking believe this.
You're on duty, right?
Yeah.
They're already punched out. You can give them medical and pick them up, right?
Come on, buddy.
We're gonna go to my spot, Winston. If
Uh-oh.
Well, Copper was on her way.
well, that's why I was coming to talk to you, was because I was trying to say I need your keys because we're going somewhere.
So, sorry.
Al?
No. Oh, no. I wanted to help them up, but I don't.
Yeah, it did not work.
Yeah, they're definitely up.
Oh, okay, I can't see that. Oh. Speak of the devil. I might ask the right questions, but Copper's usually one with better answers than me.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
You guys doing?
Doing better now that we could all talk again.
There was a hawk in the middle of the road, so I was trying to run it over, and it would bubble away from my tire every time. And I was saying, this is why I don't believe you guys are real. I tried to run it over maybe like 8 times, and then I just gave up and I came here. I don't think it's really connected. I've been killing birds for quite a long time. For that very reason. So I'm just like, all right. I've learned. Anyway.
Aim for the bushes. Where are the birds? Well, hello.
Okay.
What's up?
Is Forcer okay?
Yeah, she's good. Where'd she go?
She's just on the
she's over there.
observation deck.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you guys checked in on Dark to see how he's doing, or is he still in the hospital? Or did he get released?
As far as I know, he's still recovering. And we had a nice long discussion with Matt, and he pulled me aside. Well, I pulled him aside to talk to him about stuff going on while we've been up here, and he goes, Flop, you know I love you and stuff, and I don't want you to die tomorrow, but I gotta go for my root canal. So, good luck.
Okay, Flop.
So, Dark's in the ICU, Matt's at the dentist, and here I am.
Okay. Okay. Flop?
Mhm. Yeah.
Everybody in your family?
Mhm.
On some level, doesn't take what's happening seriously.
Oh, I know.
And each of them have an absolutely
You can come here, Laura.
absurd
You're all good. Sorry.
excuse to not be here for you.
I mean, teeth are pretty important, though.
Okay, that's fair.
Teeth are important.
And
Expensive.
if you miss an appointment, you're gonna get penalized with
Yeah.
an appointment fee. Because
Dark was poisoned, so it's just a whole thing.
When
Was it-
Storm just walked off. Well, she walked off a little while
Sir?
ago. He's only
right, it
missing an
is.
arm, dude.
It's like he didn't realize you had an arm missing, and then he saw it, and he was like, "Nah."
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with me.
Yeah.
You think I look bad? You should have seen the other guy.
That was
Hey,
Winston. You look fine. I just don't think he knew what he was walking into.
Oh, round 2. Yeah, again, buddy.
I'm glad he's missing his left arm because now he's all right.
Okay, that was actually pretty good. I was thinking at BoneCon, like, man, we have entered the bone zone. And I was like, well, where is the bone zone exactly? And I was like, oh, the entire island is the bone zone.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. Who's calling you?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all right, Paul. How are you doing?
Oh, Paul.
She's all right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah, no, my family has some pretty sad excuses for not wanting to be here. Same with my husband. No one really wants to. No one in my close circle really wants to be here for me, but that's okay. I have friends, and I have more friends and colleagues.
I mean, realistically speaking,
I have copper. I have snow.
do you actually, do you believe that you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
I think.
Because that's important.
Yeah.
That you actually truly believe it. Not that you're just hoping that you do, or
Winston, she said the word.
okay. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
well, these guys are my friends, right? And then you're just waiting for them to prove themselves.
Yeah, you're just
And
like,
you
yeah, look,
actually know.
we're homies. Look, see, we hang out all the time, right? And then the homie's like, yeah, I guess. I mean, I got invited last, and you didn't really tell me where to go, and then you ghosted me. You know?
Who did?
Sorry, I'm just bringing up personal experiences. It's fine.
With
what?
who?
What?
For a second.
With who? When?
I think he's
Excuse
talking
me
about
for a
his
second.
childhood or something.
Talking about who?
What happened? Please have white feathers.
Down on the hill.
Yeah, I see him.
Storm ran off into the woods.
It's just so funny, but
I didn't say anything.
oh god.
I think she might have realized when I stopped talking after she attacked those two men. This is a hunting zone, right?
Yeah. I don't know if we should be shooting the birds though, because they get mad. Should I go approach the bird? Hey, we're gonna go approach a bird. Let me rephrase. Lauren's about to go approach a bird.
Where at? Okay. I'm just gonna make a general observation. If nobody knew what the fuck we were doing, Lauren looks absolutely batshit insane. Oh, there's a bird and it's sitting there. I'm gonna go commune with it.
I'm gonna go communicate with it.
We're having a private meeting next to two unconscious men that have been hiking.
Okay, we also don't look okay, but it's
Have a conversation about a man who died 60 years ago and his deals with death.
Listen, why do you have to be so real? Like,
Dude,
Wow.
I've been having some very real, like on the real, on God kind of thoughts.
Damn. On God.
You guys want to hear some on God shit?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Hit me.
Okay. I'm sitting at this table and I'm
What?
like, yesterday we're sitting at the table, right?
Mhm.
And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, I investigated this guy. We found out that he was a murderous psychopath. He gets arrested. We try him for murders. I think we only got him on like one murder. Just so you guys, BTW. In the court case, it was only one murder to convict. But like everything else was, they can say circumstantial, but like it honestly was very damning, but it was just and how that worked. So he was sentenced to death.
Dumb.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
How'd it go?
Yeah, the birds don't talk.
Yeah.
It's just chilling.
They're good listeners, though.
That's good.
Oh, there's another.
Kind of ruins our hope idea.
So
Is that another one?
I think that's like a seabird. Oh, there's another one over there.
Does that one have red eyes?
No.
Okay.
So only convicted the guy on one, but that was enough to sentence him to death. And at the time, the only way that we sentenced people to death was firing squad. Like there was no other option. It was just like, you're done. There was a wall that we would always put people against because it was a good position for letting people into the prison. And then the public could view it. They could watch. They could go to the execution. It was a public thing. Kind of fucked up, but it happened. It was actually very fucked up. We did that, shot him. Afterwards, we had a doctor confirm he was dead. But to make sure, because of just the pure amount of death and destruction and torture and shit that he did to people, he was taken to the lighthouse and had his throat slit, and then we tossed him in the ocean. So Norman Bones as we had it. There was a time where things were going strange and he was a lawyer and he was helping people again.
God, he was a bastard.
He was a very fucked up lawyer.
Oh yeah, he was fucking horrible.
He was such a prick.
He was great at his job.
Yeah, he was good. Man, like if his rebuttals were like absolute insults to everyone.
I had to let someone walk in the cells. That person later went on to fucking shoot me. Yes. It was good.
Jesus.
So that happened. Then he was dead, right? And we were like, okay, well, that was that. And sometimes we'd be like, oh, we'd talk about investigation. And be like, oh, Norman Bones would come up.
Actually, Copper, I might be misremembering things, but do you remember Isaac?
Yeah, we're getting to that.
Oh,
Suck!
okay. 'Cause
God damn it! What were you
So
playing,
okay,
man?
so
I didn't even know
we
you were
killed
around.
Norman,
What's up, brother?
and then there was like a mishap in existence in reality.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Chris.
And Norman was back, and he was a
I play
wolf,
Flop.
and he was totally
Flop
fine.
dies
And he-
tomorrow. Fuckers.
Totally fine. He was actually a great lawyer. This is the shit that fucking does my head in. And there was. So the.
What happened?
Wasn't his death in like it was 4 years ago.
2018 or 2019.
I believe it was 2018, and I only say 2018 because one of the last journal entries was involving Pixie, and Pixie's journal entry was April
Chastity's journal.
something.
I don't know how to say this. I don't think it was in 2.0. It was in 1.0.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
then-
when that all happened.
And
was
Yeah.
I think reality splintered because in 2.0 he was lawyer. Like that's why it's hard for me to. I don't know how to say this. We killed him. He was dead. I can like I don't know how the time.
You're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good.
My brain. My brain.
He did die. I think
No,
that
he
very
did.
much
He died. He died.
definitely died.
But then he was.
and then
He wasn't a murdering psychopath, and he was back. And it wasn't the person that died. It was just Norman. It was just Norman, and he was an incredible lawyer. He was an incredible lawyer then, but he was a psycho. And then he came back, and he was totally fine and normal, and was a lawyer, and actually a really good lawyer, and a very good like. If you needed legal help, you would call Norman. You talk to him because you couldn't talk to Murphy Braun because he was literally at the bottom of a bottle the entire time, and it was rough. Times were rough. This is some multiverse shit. Oh my god.
I need to find because in his journal there's
Mhm.
talks of Chastity Dawes. You know,
Right, Chastity Dawes, Lise Gray.
but we
Were-
need to see if there's anything about Norman in Chastity's journal, which I've now got to dig up from.
Yeah, but but you remember Lise Gray, right? Please say that you do,
He
please.
was a lawyer.
Right. She worked with Norman,
Is anyone following through?
right?
Morning,
Do
chat.
you
Finally arrived.
there
What's
was
going on,
another
Nick?
chick,
Hello.
Nora Dupree. Right?
Oh, Nora. She her son
Right.
Cameron was the one that was beheaded.
Right. Okay. So,
Cameron who?
but but Forcer, yeah, okay, you're gonna say that, Flop, but there's not a single mention of Cameron, Nora Dupree, or Lise Gray at all in any of their journals. And during my investigation, I spoke to all of them because they were being terrorized. Where like there's no mention of any of them, and no one else has ever brought up their names. I mentioned it to Snow, and he was like, "Okay, that's very strange." I'm like, "But because he was there when I would question them, it's like they never fucking existed."
I knew Cameron.
And I didn't. Okay, so this is okay. I don't know if any of this really matters because I didn't bring it up at that meeting, but I don't think it really matters. But all the journals don't account for everybody, and then the journals only go to a certain period because after he attacks like 3 more people after his journal entries, and then he's caught. But okay, so Norman comes back, and he's
I'm just doing a lot of listening right now.
just
Welcome, everyone.
he's just
Hello.
a normal guy, right? At least that's what it seems to be. And we were kind of like sus about it, but we didn't want to like. What if we were fucking weird and it triggered something, and then like, if he could like remember, and then he just turned into a psycho again, and it's our fucking fault? But we're like, oh yeah, sure, Norman, be the defense lawyer for this prosecution, or you can help me build my prosecution case for this thing, you know.
I'm digging.
And
Do you remember Kermit, the lawyer?
yes,
Yeah, I'm going through email. I need to find this journal from Chastity to see if there's any mention of Norman or Lise or Dupre.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you got to
The
go back
only-
in the records.
okay, so my records, so I have all of the CID files archived, right? And that's why I remembered about Nora and Lise and Cameron, because they had files that were made. And I noticed when I was reading Norman's journal that those names were never listed. They were erased from whatever was going on with Norman. But like Lise Gray was like, she assisted Norman. And around the same time, that's when I met Norman. Was totally normal and just a lawyer. Normal Norman. Back at it again. That's when I met Isaac. And he was one of the main doctors at Pillbox. Anyway, at the table, I was thinking like, yo, we murdered this guy, we slit his throat, we ocean dumped him, and then I banged his brother. So that was the on God moment that I had.
That's fucking crazy. What's more crazy is that throughout the entire meeting, that was what you came up with.
Well, because nothing else
That
came
meeting-
out of that.
That meeting
I
was bad.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think a lot of people went to that meeting, and this is Jenny and I's thoughts. Everybody went to that meeting thinking like, well, I'll just listen to what other people are gonna say. And then when we got there, 3 people said anything, and those were people that were the most desperate. Right?
Yep.
So that's very unfortunate. But even as people were piping up, the information that was brought to the table, I don't think anything was new. If anything, anybody should be taking from it is that, honestly, in whatever avenues where information has either leaked or been intentionally told, and it's been cycled around within the circles that we have of this larger circle of this whole situation, people do know way more than they thought that they did. But unfortunately,
Leo, thank you for the prime
there's
game, and I
nothing
appreciate
new.
it. Thank you. Can we get some hearts in chat, please?
And
Thank
so
you.
everybody's just kind of
I
disappointed.
appreciate you.
But there's an answer. Someone has the answer, right?
Yeah.
The answer to what? What problem? Which problem does that answer solve?
It's about finding the right theory that someone's on with, and it was specifically stated during that person did not speak. I don't want to say didn't speak, but either didn't speak or didn't talk about it.
Well, that person, okay, so they said the person, they didn't share it, whatever that is, they didn't share it, or they don't know that they have the answer, which also means, why would they share something if they don't know it's an answer?
Yeah.
So I don't wholeheartedly believe that this person's intentionally withholding information. They just don't know better. There's like a lot of stuff there. I mean,
Well, I will tell you
100%.
something.
Do we know that this thing is actually Isaac?
I have.
Stop it. No. Stop it. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I've heard enough. It's Isaac. It's a Isaac. I had this. So the following day after Flop was attacked by the person in the plague mask,
Who could that have been?
later that day, I got a call and it was Isaac. And he was asking to catch up and wanted to know if I was busy. And I told him, like, I can't right now. I need to fucking sleep. My brain is mush.
Make
So
sure you
the
guys join
next
Discord
day,
if you want to keep up with all the meta.
actually,
I
it
have
was
a meta
Halloween.
chat that I don't read. It's for you guys.
No, the day after Halloween. All Hallows
Feel
Eve,
free
Dias
to
de
indulge.
Marte,
Have
first day of
fun.
it. I met up with Isaac. I picked him up because he didn't have a car and he was limping along. So before the economic collapse, Isaac was attacked by someone behind Pillbox Medical. He was stabbed and they fucked up his arm. He has a bunch of nerve damage and damage to the tendons and the muscles. And slowly over time, he's just going to lose his ability to use this. And because of that, the board of directors for the hospitals that he would practice at and had contracts with, they basically forced him to retire because they were not going to approve his contracts because they didn't think that he was physically fit to be able to operate and do the type of work he does. And Isaac specifically specialized in like blood therapies and blood treatment and the research of blood. He would had contracts with humane labs and they would let him use their facilities to do research and to provide specimens for him and means of like doing tests. He would also he had contracts with a hospital network in Liberty City, and that's where he would also fly out to, like for like weeks on end. He would be gone, and I would get text messages or like maybe a random phone call just to update me, like where he is and what's going on and what his plans are, and like what he's working on. It was everything from trying to cure blood diseases, trying to use blood as like a introducing things into blood as a piggyback system to fight other diseases that aren't necessarily dealing with blood, but blood's a great way to do it because it's all throughout your body. And then also how to amplify someone's blood, like mutations, to make like increase people's immune system, break down immune systems for like vaccines for different viruses, just all of this other shit. So he would constantly, be doing research, and eventually he just disappeared. Not like suddenly, but it was just I heard from him less and less and less until I just never heard from him. And I figured that he would tell me as like, hey, I'm not going to be back for like a week. I have to stay here. There's a pathogen. I'm dealing with some stuff, or I'm going to go to this other country. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm here. Eventually the house was transferred into my name that we lived in.
One in Mirror Park.
Yeah, in Mirror Park in the cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Sis Folker owns that house right now.
Oh.
I don't think he knows or remembers any of this. But actually, no, they did know because the HOA, that was called the SAC, and they knew that I lived there. And because I was already a part of...
They called it the SAC?
Yeah, it was called the SAC.
I hate that.
Oh, you have no idea.
I don't, and I don't want to.
I think it was Julio that called it the SAC.
That
Julio
would make
lived at the end of the SAC, at the scrotum. It was the scrot. And then
were, like,
my house was one of the nuts.
Yeah, deep in the sack.
Yeah, I was deep in the sack. That was that was literally how that conversation went in that existence.
Oh.
Okay. So I pick up Norman and I'm telling him about like what's changed in the city. Some people that are still around. I specifically asked him, have you reached out to any of your colleagues? And he says no. And I'm like, okay, well, do you remember Serge Cross? He says yes. I'm like, well, Cross became a cop.
I'm sorry,
is now
really quick, where in the timeline are we right now with this?
So this is like a few days ago.
Okay.
I'm telling you about when there's backstory and plus this of what this conversation was.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
And I want Walker to know and Forcer. I need to tell Jenny still. But at the time we're in the car, we're driving around. I'm showing him where the courthouse is, what happened to my alleyway. We drove by our old house in Mirror Park. I tell him that I'm married to Dean. I tell him a little bit about Dean and about Cerberus and how everybody thinks that they're evil. I explain the CPD. I talked to a little bit about like the troopers, because at the time, the last that we spoke, I stepped down from the state police and I became the assistant chief of police because I I told him that I will not be the chief of police. And I could get more done as the assistant chief of police, which I did. It was excellent. Anyway, but we're having this conversation and he keeps telling me that I'm having headaches. So I'm like, okay, well, we will leave the city. We went out to, I think it's O'Neill Way. There's like some farmhouses across the street from Grandma's house. We just parked there. And I was texting Jenny, giving her updates of where I was because in case something happens to me. So in the time between Isaac calling me the day that Flop was attacked and kidnapped then by the plague doctor, there's a few things that have happened. Pixie Plum, spoke with Pixie Plum. Do you remember that, Flop?
Specifically the one with you or the other one?
With me. And Pixie was very afraid of if Isaac...
Yeah, that convert. I remember being in front of a fruit
I
stand.
don't know if you're supposed... Yeah, we went to the fruit stand for our gang, I think. Gangs and...
I said
anyway.
that the state trooper should buy that fruit stand and sell fruit and take photos of street racers, but you know.
But okay, so Pixie...
Sorry, I'm getting out of hand.
Said that she hasn't been contacted yet, but she's afraid because when Isaac was a doctor at Pillbox, basically he would have a lot of issues with all of the staff because nobody actually did their fucking jobs. He was very critical of them, very critical, very straightforward, confrontational, kind of disgruntled by all of them. He had like a standard for everything and nobody met his expectations. But he specifically would have the biggest conflict with Pixie. Pixie had expressed to me how she's afraid that Isaac would want to get revenge or teach her a lesson for the way that they were together. And so we kind of devised a thing. And then Flop was gagged. No longer participate. This is where Flop disappears. He doesn't literally, but... So in that...
Something happened to Flop. We don't know still. Find out next time.
Okay.
Sorry.
So there was some time between then. Pixie called me freaking out saying that she was contacted by Isaac and they spoke face to face.
Yeah.
And they had a conversation and he like touched her shoulder. And when he left, she started puking everywhere. And she felt fucking horrible.
Yeah, Storm saw them together.
Okay. So back again, I'm in the car talking with Isaac and we're catching up. And I asked him, have you met with any of your colleagues like Pixie, Cross, Blake, Shaw, you know, any of these people, any of the EMS? And he said, no, I haven't reached out to them. You know, I don't know what I'm going to say. I suppose I should probably apologize for the way I've been. And then he goes on to tell, which is an obvious fucking lie. Because
He lied?
I mean, just alone, Pixie said that she met with him and she had a situation. And so the conversation continues and I'm asking, and he's telling me about how he basically is forced into retirement and everything that he's ever worked on has been stripped away from him. And that he's the condition that he's in, that it's eventually going to get worse and worse and worse. Like the pain medication that he's on to handle the nerve damage. Like what's expected, his prognosis, etc. And then he says that and I asked him, I'm like, well, are you talking to anybody? Do you have a doctor? And I guess I should have specified, like, do you have a therapist? Because this is a big fucking deal. I would guess in my mind, it would mean more for him to actually talk to a therapist than I guess a regular like medical doctor, because his career was everything. That's all that mattered. It was the most important thing. And I was kind of like the same, you know, state police and handling the PD. Like that was my existence. But he said that he's talking to Andrew. And the only Andrew that is a doctor that I know was Ducksworth.
Oh my god. Oh, I miss Ducky.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought that, I mean, I'm like, oh, I fucking miss Ducky. But I didn't say anything. So I was like, okay. And then he just said that and then moved on.
Okay, I'm good.
I guess what is.
Hey,
One thing.
Stop, Flop.
it was that or the ball gag.
So I was. As I have in my notes from some of the things that were said in the meeting, and we kind of discussed it a little bit earlier. Flop can't really talk about it, but the mention of Isaac being Norman's brother, and Norman was born in Chicago around 60 years ago. He had a brother named Isaac, and his dad killed his mother. Rose made a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Did the dad go to prison? And if so, were the children separated? They would have gone into foster care, and depending on how old they were, it's more than likely they would have been separated because their accents are completely different. Do you know where Isaac grew up?
So Isaac, I actually made a point on this because we were just talking about things that were happening with him in Liberty City. And he says that he was born and raised in Liberty City. He says, I'm from Liberty City. And then he said a very specific part of Liberty City, a neighborhood. He said it was like an in-between of what we know as like Vinewood and Mirror Park.
Because they have completely different accents.
Right.
I don't know how old, if this Isaac is his brother. I don't.
He's fucking old. Like at the time when we were dating, people were like, what?
Yeah.
This
yeah,
old
it was,
fuck is dating Copper?
Yeah,
It was like, it was a thing. I was like, what do you mean? He has experience.
But what are the chances
knock
that
it.
they were potentially separated? Well, if they had been separated as children.
I mean,
One
Isaac
of
and I
them-
never really talked about his family.
But
It just was never like a thing. Nothing alluded back to his family or needing to tell somebody back in his family.
if the
It says
dad
that-
killed the mother and then one of them goes into medicine helping people and the other takes a different route, potentially the older brother, it could be Norman.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You able to explain more about the, say, Ducksworth?
That was all that was brought up.
Okay.
That's what you
Ducky-
mean.
I miss Ducky.
We could talk about Ducky.
Ducky and Pixie
No,
were a
it's-
thing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Just the fact
Wait,
that
that
you
makes
mentioned
so much
it, and this
sense.
ball gag motherfucker started running around freaking out, and
I know.
it
I
means
wish
that
he
he's
would
not allowed
stop
to
doing
talk
that.
about it.
I just
Well, it's a hint.
He's literally a canary in the fucking mine shaft right now. You think you're not saying anything, Flop? But my god, if I was Norman, I would
Body
have snapped your neck
language.
a long time ago. I would have.
body.
I don't know.
Yeah, body
Norman,
language is
I
still
think
Copper,
Norman,
communication.
Copper, you could
I think
you could just
Norman's
say
a little soft. I think he's a little soft. And if you were doing the
But
dumb
you-
shit you're doing, I would have crushed you.
I really hope no one's listening right now, Norman. I don't
But you
think
think
you're
he's soft now? I think he might be a
Like
little
a-
harder after Flop gave him a
like a
ball
s-
gag.
But like a Hellraiser kind of like destruction.
Ow!
I would straight up Cenobite your ass. Come in and be like, all right, well, your body is now going to be an oven. Just done. This is how the way you're going to suffer eternally
You know,
on
Copper, I'm
this
glad you're
layer
my
of
friend
hell.
and not my enemy.
Copper,
Oh my god.
I'm so glad that I could keep you looped in with everything. I need these realities and these opinions from you because these opinions are fucking reality.
I think that analogy's sinking better than me just being like, hey, you're fucking up. You need to knock it off.
Yeah.
I think
That's
analogies
softens the
resonate
blow.
better.
it softens the blow, but it still gets the point
What?
across.
No, I think they're way more damning because you're like, oh, that's fucked up. Oh my god, oh no.
Well, I don't think you're gonna throw me into an oven set at 425 for 30 minutes on a timer, but I think that
Okay.
it gets the same
Okay,
point
Flop,
across.
I don't think you understand. You've never seen Hellraiser?
No.
How old are you?
Pinhead.
How old are you?
Hold on, let me check. 27.
Okay, I know.
Wait, you're
I know
older than me?
Forcer knows. Motherfucker.
They're basically like
Man,
bondage demons.
How can I be millennial and I'm fucking old now?
Don't even.
Well, you know, my ID says 26, but I feel like I got 4 more years experience than that.
Wait, really?
Oh.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Everything. Okay. So,
Hold
Ducksworth.
on. This is an important. What?
You never knew that I felt like 30?
Like 80.
God, everything
I'm gonna
makes
be
so much
honest,
more sense.
I still don't know what my age is and I still haven't decided.
I'm
Nice.
I'm definitely a lot older than I am.
Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm 26. But then it's like,
Am I?
I think I died. I died when something happened.
Died when
I
he's
died
30?
and I'm stuck at this age forever.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been living in a bubble that I've not
thought he was, like,
I've not aged mentally for a
23.
very long time.
I thought he was just like this, like,
I mean, there was a point.
God, everyone has their life so together. What the fuck am I doing?
Actually, I don't want to talk about it. I've changed my mind.
God damn it.
Well, now I'm intrigued.
I want to get Ducky.
Yeah,
Let's talk about
Ducky.
Ducky.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about Ducky.
What about
'cause,
Pixie?
I miss Ducky.
I mean, we
Ducky
can talk about
seems an
Pixie.
important link. Pixie seems to be connecting everybody here.
30-31
Mhm.
range.
Bryce.
God, I am
Bryce
Bryce
is a good
Miller.
one.
I am such a
Bryce,
text me.
we
I'm
spoke
such a
about his
fucking
deal.
child.
His deal was something. I don't remember what it was. Bob, do you remember what Bryce's deal was? He left purgatory.
Yeah. No, I don't remember what his deal was to leave purgatory though.
No, I just know that he has a deal, and it was
Yes.
because he left
Yeah.
purgatory. That's why he needed to make a deal.
Held your hipster too. For the love of God. I'm just trying to enjoy my 20s because I
Alright,
didn't
Bryce
enjoy my
is
teen years at fucking all. He just texted me.
Hey.
So Ducky.
Yeah. So, I mean, I love Ducky. Ducky was dependable.
You know, Ducky
I
hated a
think
lot of people, but he liked me, and we got along really well. I don't know how that's gonna help anything though.
I don't know what Ducky's opinion was of me. So I was pissed by a lot of things because a lot of really dumb shit was happening with pillbox at the time, and Ducky was one of the deciding members of what was happening. But I don't think we butt heads, but like I would come in and be like, okay, this is the final say so. It was understandable, but it fucking sucked. Like I was a part of the group that's told them that they couldn't have tasers. And then they had no way of protecting themselves and they were getting kidnapped constantly, like the EMS. And
So you were on a little bit more from a professional standpoint, I guess, with your relationship with him.
what? I love Ducky. I would prefer Ducky to be around than anybody else. I mean, I would say that Ducky performed more of my surgeries than Isaac did, just because I don't think Isaac could handle the thought of like hurting me. Like even in the process of like, if I was shot, it would hurt me to be treated, right? He doesn't want to be the one to hurt, so he would get a doctor.
So Isaac coming back, he didn't touch you and make you throw up or anything, right?
He did touch. He was making a joke in his own Isaac way about how this is when I developed the medical practice of patting people's arms, because another thing that was decided around this time is that cops do not provide any medical attention, none at all. You can't stabilize a person. You can ascertain how they're hurt, but you can't take them out of a car. You can't move them. You cannot touch them. We're not medically trained. So I would show up and there would be a person bleeding out on the ground, gunshots, losing blood, low pulse, all of this information. Half their head is split open. And I'm like, oh, it's me, Trooper Copper with the San Andreas State Police. I'm first on scene. I see that you're suffering major trauma. Unfortunately, I am not legally allowed to touch you or help you in any kind of way. However, I've been in Girl Scouts for 5 years, and I can provide you with a pat on the arm. And I would just go pat, pat, pat. I hope you're going to be okay. So Isaac brought that up because I told him this, people would talk about, well, I'm okay because Copper pat me on the arm. And so when I was in the car and we were talking, he was talking about that and he was laughing. And we were kind of laughing about it because I was talking with him about the current state of EMS and doctor treatment. And he pat me on the arm. And, because I was telling him about how I think I'm kind of losing it. I told him a story about a friend.
I'm doing a lot of listening right now. I'm sorry about saying
Myself
much.
and Andy Jones went to this friend on Halloween. Andy Jones was dressed up as a scarecrow, and she said, "Do you like my costume?" And this person says, yes, she was dressed up as a scarecrow, and she had her crow with her, but don't. And the person said, "Well, don't scarecrows scare away crows?" And she's like, "Yeah, but that doesn't work." So that's the joke. So I asked that same friend, okay, what am I? As in, what am I dressed as? And they said, you're losing it.
Oh.
And that friend was Norman.
Oh.
He's not really a friend. So, But when I was telling it to Isaac, that was the friend.
Wow.
And so I was
that's a reality
explaining
check.
to Isaac, right? Dude, I was not okay after that because then there was a guy with it was Leatherface with a minigun chainsaw chasing us. And then they chose us to Burn Island and I fell into a meth lab. Anyway, everything's fine. But the point is that I was having a conversation with Isaac about how I was speaking with a friend and they think I'm losing it. And that sometimes I think that I am, or I don't know if I'm just compensating. I also don't want to talk about it because I don't want anybody to feel bad for me or think that they need to feel bad for me. That this is a cry for help. I'm not convinced. I'm actually good. On God.
Oh boy, the fact that you ended that with "on God." There's, I'm gonna refrain for sake of.
But
okay, good.
But that's why he gave me a consoling pat, pat, pat. Because legally that's all that's allowed to happen, and we kind of laughed about it. Then afterwards, I felt fine.
I hated
What?
that.
Oh
What
my
the-
God, that was not okay.
Bryce.
What a fuck.
I mean, we could solve somebody's deals right now.
Yeah, if we just start ending deals right this second, does it just
Oh, we
How's
can
the
be
cards?
loopers. Instead of jumping time, we just murder people. Sorry. I mean, that's the same thing, right? They just murder people.
we start with Bryce?
Ooh. I guess we look at all the threads and we come up with
You can put the gun away.
person to kill that would solve the most loops. Right?
Norman.
I'm actually not a part of this. I don't have a deal. Please don't do any of this. Please
Norman would be the best person to kill to solve all the loops.
All right. When we kill, then now we know.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, now Bryce is here. I think we start at the beginning.
What?
We
No.
go again.
No.
There I was
Run it back.
at the character creation screen.
It was a dark and stormy evening.
There I was at the character creation screen, and while everybody was trying to figure out what they were going to look like, I sped run making all of my personalities and then logged off.
And then help me get blue eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
And then everybody's like, how did you get such low state ID numbers? And then that's my trick.
Just make all your personalities and then run to the barbers after.
Yeah, I'll deal with it later. Anyway.
All right.
So pat did happen, and then it was then also he started to talk about the fuck is he doing?
I needed to open my eyes like an hour ago, and now I feel
Okay.
Weird flex.
Okay, dude.
bad. How's that?
Then after that, like, there was like a long conversation about
Like pregnancy.
Shut up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not stopping just because you fucked off, dude.
No. Keep going. I'll be back in a second.
God, main character syndrome.
I
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
hate him.
So then the conversation continued, and it was all about apologizing of how he did not do right by me in our relationship, and that he's realizing how, not really even towards the end, but throughout the entire relationship, how he completely failed. And he was sorry for that, and he doesn't know how to fix that. And I told him, I'm like, well, I appreciate the apology. And I told him about how I basically made
That's sequential
excuses
state
for
IDs.
him
Nice.
so that I could keep going without him.
Oh
And-
my god.
And that he doesn't owe me anything. But I appreciate him, saying this, but I think there's a lot of people that he needs to apologize to, because the way he was not okay, and you don't treat people like that.
Oh, are you guys talking about the pee pee poo poo man?
Which one is the pee pee poo poo man? Because I have a dog named Crybaby Pee Pants, and I think everybody is a crybaby bitch, and everybody's a crybaby poo poo pee.
Hover hand turbo virgins.
Yeah, hover hand turbo virgins.
Hmm.
That was that's a flashback.
You guys are talking about Paz?
No, I'm talking about Isaac.
Oh.
About how when I was sitting at the table, and very unfortunate timing, I had to pee. I was,
You just peed in the chair.
okay. But Isaac was brought up. I didn't say anything. I was there, but I was not there.
Oh no! Oh no, Copper!
Oh, dude. So we're talking about
Poor
Isaac right now.
Copper.
I was telling them about the on God moment that I had, that I had thought in the beginning when I was sitting in that table. I investigated this guy. I found out that he murdered people. We captured him. We put him on trial. He was found guilty. We executed him. We weren't satisfied because of his heinous acts. We took him to the lighthouse.
Can I
We
be
slit his
honest?
throat.
I
Ocean
kind
dumped him.
of
and
lost
then
focus as
I
to what
started
was going
banging
on
his
for
brother.
about 5 minutes or so. I was
Oh
like,
my god.
focusing, but I wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
But I didn't know.
Okay. And then
So that was like oh my god.
and you have his son now.
What?
Oh my god.
What the fuck are you
Sorry.
talking
I
about?
thought it was gonna get deeper. I thought it was
No.
gonna get
Oh, I don't know. It's getting kind of weird. Anyway, I'm
Oh
talking
wait,
about
there's
when...
more. Sorry.
Okay, so back to in the car. I'm talking with Isaac. And we're catching up. He says that he's apologizing. We're not. It's not profusely, but he's just like admitting all of these wrongs that he did by me, like through the lack of communication, lack of being there, lack of just like not being a person to me. Like realizing all the shit that I was going through, and he literally either did nothing, verbally dismissed it to me, or would take his frustrations out on other people through like his work, and how it was horrible. And then basically he just strung me along, and his mind was thinking like, yeah, this is a functioning relationship, but was just never there, but kept stringing me along. So I would hold on to the little tidbits of what he was giving me instead of just like letting me go. That makes sense. And then he says, do you still have it? I said, what are you talking about? He says, do you still have the ring? And that's one of the many things that is in the house with Dean that I cannot get to because the house is locked down. Yeah, I can't access it because property ownership.
Yo, Fox,
And I
thanks for the
said,
follow.
yes, it's in
Appreciate
a
it, guys.
box. And then I tell him I don't wear it because I'm married. He's like, no, 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 no. Like, God, no. Like, but it's safe, right? I'm like, well, yeah, unless our house gets raided and it gets confiscated for evidence. I mean, even still, then it's safe. Like, nothing's gonna happen to it.
We're almost 800 followers away from 30,000. That's
I guess I
crazy,
could raid my
dude.
house.
That's a big number.
Lock it down. I said, okay. He's like, well, that's good. And then I told him, like, well, you know, the weather's getting really bad. I have to take a lot of other things. I have a lot of investigations right now. Some like court cases that are coming up that I have to go prepare for. And oh, he told me, I asked him, I'm like, well, how long are you going to be in town? Like, realistically, because you said you would be around and then you were never around. So like, what is it? Which was kind of a dig. He said he would be around for a week. Unless, you know, things change. But yeah, just for a week. I asked him where he's staying. He says he's just staying at the Ulta apartments. I said, do you have a car? He says no. He doesn't really have a way to get around. I don't think he really brought anything
Flav has
with
to be
him.
so careful about the shit that
And
he says
then
right now.
I told him, like, okay, well, keep in touch. You know, I'll call you, see how you're doing. And then, yeah, I haven't heard from him since. And it was the day after Halloween. But he reached out to me on Halloween saying that we need to talk.
Isaac came into contact with Kiki, not Kiki. Sorry, something on my mind. With Pixie,
Yes.
and during their talk, he touched her shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and ever since then, she's been in certain instances. It's almost like when she's around things related to Norman or something like that, she'll throw up a lot. And there's now flies and other insects following her. And she just feels incredibly sick ever since they're talking. She's gotten scans at the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
but nothing comes up.
Has she had any blood work done?
She got all sorts of tests at the hospital. I'd have to ask her about it.
If she got
I
any
mean,
blood work done?
I'll ask
Ooh.
about it. But maybe
Oh, that's a good point.
he like injected her with something when he touched her shoulder.
Like, did she look at her skin or her shoulder to see if there's any marks?
Didn't see anything.
Okay.
I mean, I can talk to her more about that. I know it's more of her stuff, but I mean, I think it's important to share right now if we're
That fucking time,
talking
Winston.
about him and going
Jesus
to
Christ, man. This fucking guy.
especially if you're going out to speak with him, Copper. I mean, I know you're capable of taking care of yourself, but
Speaking with who?
something that he's doing. Isaac?
Oh. I mean, that's if he responds. I texted him yesterday when we were at the table and I said, are you about? And he didn't reply.
Oh, that was one piece of info that maybe some of you may or may not know. Norman Burns was watching us all leave from the island. He was on the hilltop.
Did you see him?
No, Odessa did. Odessa was watching us throughout the majority of that,
Okay.
but then had to leave for a deposition near the end.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing as there's a lot of this that I can't voice or talk about, there is something that did happen after that meeting that I thought was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the more we looked into it, the more it made a lot of sense. And I'll kind of touch back on it real quick. Are either you, Copper, or Bryce aware that Tessa was at that meeting?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
There's a lot of people that I wanted to be at that meeting, and they definitely were not there.
oh yeah, no, there.
Yeah,
I
I
should have been there.
I think I have a full list of everybody who was there.
I'm pretty sure I do too.
Okay.
But I thought it was interesting because before I realized that everyone else knew Tessa was there, she decided to walk into the ICU and say, "Oh, I don't know how I ended up here." And I told her to leave the ICU, but I made the connection that she had to have been at the meeting because that was the only place she would have seen Dark get loaded into the helicopter. And then we talked about how my deal, or I should say our deal, is involved with getting Kiki. And based on the information that we had, Tessa and Norman are friends.
I wonder how that.
No.
Yes.
They used to be.
No.
Yes.
They
Someone
definitely
that
used
talk-
to be.
As someone that talks to Tessa a lot
I do not
on
trust
the daily
Tessa.
and is
Bryce. That's what I'm getting at
Oh,
right
okay. All right. Hold on. Like they are actually friends, as in they confide in each other, or like because friendship, are they like affiliated? Like they talk loosely but keep each other at bay. Do they talk to
Along-
each other cordially, but secretly they want to fucking kill each other?
A long
There's a lot of
time
things
ago,
that
Copper.
look like friends, but it's not.
When I was a cadet, the two of them picked me up in a car, and they were both sat in the front seat. I was in the back. They were talking. Sort of occasionally, I would chime in, but they both were together driving around. They dropped me off to Mission Row so I could get on duty. It was the only time I'd seen them together. Just, again, he was a lawyer back then, but Tessa
Mhm.
wasn't practicing law at all.
What is the when Matt Rhodes was doing the recycling, he was really close friends with Tessa. What was Tessa doing? What was her job? Do you remember, Forcer?
She was a driving instructor, I thought.
Even back then?
I don't know.
I really wish Matt didn't have to leave when he did, because this would have been a good opportunity to bring this up and have him here.
Mhm.
But we did discuss it earlier a little bit. We didn't talk about that, though. I remember he used to run the recycling center with Tessa, or worked at it. I don't know what they did. I think they worked together, though, right?
I assume so. They were best friends, so...
Well, the issue is that after everything that was brought up today to Matt, even Matt has concerns. So it brings up question, and I know, Bryce, I appreciate you, but I know you're gonna go spew this like a fucking leaky faucet. I ask that you at least keep this here for the next 24 hours before you go and spew shit. If you can keep that in for 24 hours, that'd be great.
Flop.
Mm-hmm.
I spewed shit yesterday
Mm-hmm.
because Kiki is one of my best friends, and I didn't want you murdering her.
You think I would have murdered her?
I don't know. God, I hope not.
It's a damn good thing your car's there. If that's what you think, then there's no reason for you to be here right now.
Okay. Comment.
Flop.
Why do you think everyone's here? Why do you think the word got out about Kiki? Why do you think I told people, Bryce?
I mean, you got caught up in it, and then you admitted to it.
And then I admitted to what, Bryce?
The fact that you were gonna try and, well, not try, but you
Right, someone
We're going
knew
to
about
attempt
it
to kill
5
Kiki.
minutes after I got the call yesterday from Norman that my deal changed. 5 minutes. I took 5 minutes to myself before I told somebody. If you think I'm hiding anything right now, there is no reason for you to be here.
I
Everything
need
is
to
an
take a
open
call,
book.
but I don't know who it is. It's not
Okay.
unknown. It's just not saved, which is
Okay.
rare.
Have you talked to
Can we-
Kiki?
Is it Copper?
No.
Can we all
Have you
Everybody-
said
slow it
anything to
down?
Kiki?
Good.
1
How you doing?
second.
Go
Slow
ahead.
it down.
Ooh, it's
No
about to
one
get
wants
heated.
us to be at each other's throat. That's the point, right? He's a manipulator, like many other sociopaths and serial killers who wants us to be at each other's throats. Now's not the time to be going at each other. I understand we all have distrust in one another. I know that you have distrust in Tessa, and Bryce, you might have distrust in Flop at this present time. You guys are just going to need to put it aside and trust each other.
Not so much that it's not that I don't. It's not so much that I don't trust Flop. I just think you're an idiot. On some things that you do, and I was hoping that you wouldn't be an idiot with this. I don't know anything about if you are going to do it, if you're not going to do it. From what you're saying, it sounds like you're not going to do it. I am glad.
The fact that
I'm
you needed
very,
that
very
confirmation
glad.
is a problem in itself.
Hey, no,
People
Flop.
do desperate things.
Yeah, people's lives are on the line. It is reasonable to have some element of doubt.
We also made that deal too, Bryce.
Yeah.
Also
Except I
true.
got trapped into mine.
So did Flop.
But doesn't
How
matter.
did Flop get trapped in?
People do desperate things.
Why did Dark and
This
Rhodes
is-
make a deal in the first place?
Hold on. They were
didn't
trapped
make a
into
deal.
their deal
yeah,
too.
they were forced into it.
Okay.
I need you to
I
get the
mentioned
full
that at
story
the
before you
meeting.
make these assumptions.
Then tell me.
Well, I'm trying, but you've already formulated your opinion. Are you willing to be
Well,
open
that's
in this
because-
conversation?
You and I had a conversation the other day about the Chicken Man.
Mhm.
You told me stuff that you plan to do with the Chicken Man. The next day on the phone, you denied everything you said.
I didn't deny anything. Did it happen? And is it going to save me tomorrow? No. So why don't we put that aside and put our differences aside and we focus on what's at hand right now? Does that sound good?
What is your plan for tomorrow, Flop?
There is no plan. There's a reason why everyone's here. We've been talking. We had a 3-hour conversation yesterday. It just so happens you were not there for that conversation. There is a conversation that's been going on up here for probably the last 2 hours, maybe longer. People have been talking, Bryce. There's a reason why everyone's here. Half the thing that I'm doing right now is avoiding Kiki. Because what is the bottom line? Norman is going to go after Kiki. Or he wants me to go after Kiki, or he's going to go after me, right? If I stay away from Kiki, he can't be in 2 places at once. So until tomorrow, I don't plan on seeing Kiki. I plan on keeping my distance from Viceroy and anywhere where Kiki would be. Is it going to stop anything? No. Is it a precautionary? Fuck yeah, it is.
Wait, hold up. So, Matt and Richard made this deal to protect you, but you're already caught up in a deal.
The way that it is happening is that my fathers were forced their hand to make a deal to protect me. Not that Norman suggested to protect me, they need to make a deal. If they were to make a deal and be forced to, they wanted to protect me. Now, I was not involved in said deal. Yet, in the middle of their deal, I had become a messenger for Norman to pass information about Matt and Dark's deal to both of them. Otherwise, things would happen. It just so happens that I was able to have a conversation with Matt about some of the stipulations to our deal, which are things I cannot discuss because they're part of the deal. And they're nothing that is actually going to change anything we're talking about, so don't worry. But I was able to talk to Matt. Dark texted me and I said, I need to talk to you about something. It's urgent before the meeting. We never had an opportunity to actually cross paths long enough for me to be able to pull Dark aside, long enough to discuss things with him. We went to the meeting. Dark said something he shouldn't have, hence part of our deal. And Dark was poisoned.
So it's just, I'm trying to work out, do you have 2 separate deals? You have a deal with Norman, they have a deal with Norman, or is it one big deal?
I'm still getting to that. When I called Norman, I said, this was not part of our deal. We had 2 days. He said, you were warned. You were warned. So I said, okay. I said, what can I do to get my 2 days back? He said, a corpse at my doorstep is the next time you contact me. The deal that was originally in place was that the way I was involved in said deal is that the person that Matt and Dark were to bring to Norman had to be someone that had some relation to me that I cared for, or someone that I had a feeling for that was also relative to everybody else in the family. 5 minutes after that conversation on the phone yesterday, Norman called me back and said, change of plans, Kiki Pendragon. You have 2 days. And he hung up the phone. And in typical Norman fashion, he did not clarify. He did not iterate. He did not try and make note of anything else except for the fact that Kiki Pendragon tomorrow. That is all I know. He has essentially
Why don't
tried
you get
to...
this in paper? Well, why didn't you sign this like get a proper goddamn contract?
Because Norman is the final contract. He is the final signature.
I really don't think we need contracts written in blood lying around at this point.
It pretty much is a blood contract, though. And
Yeah. I just mean a literal physical blood
Yeah, you
contract
didn't read
might
the
be
fine
bad to
print,
lie
though.
around.
Well, there wasn't really any reading. It was more being told that this is the fine print and you're going to have to sign it no matter what. And he hung up the phone. And because he told me that the next time I call him or contact him, it better be with a corpse. If I try and call him, I'm essentially just going to speed run my now 24 hours. So where does that lead me? Where does that leave the deal? Norman is essentially trying to rope me into a deal, which I never agreed to and I never acknowledged. Which means the question is, am I actually still in the deal? And if I am, if I don't follow through with my deal, you know what? I'm going to rephrase
Flop.
this. Hold on.
Floppy, you have a deal because you have 2 days. If that doesn't tell you...
Well, you're saying you and I and you and I. I'm saying I because unfortunately I am the only one here involved in said deal. Matt and Dark are not here right now. When Matt was here, it was our deal. He's not here right now. Right now, I'm talking about me. Because this deal is going to involve everyone. And my point being is that this went from Matt and Dark's deal to, oh, Flop's roped in some way. But the issue is that if, let's say I even follow through with my deal, it still doesn't change Matt and Dark's deal. Did he change Matt and Dark's deal? Did he add a deal? What did he do? He didn't clarify that with any of us, nor me. There's really no explanation for it. And right now it's literally, I'm pissing in the wind and get hit in the face. There really isn't a proper answer for where to actually go with this deal. And I don't even really have an assumption. Because if I assume I tunnel vision and then I'm going to lose sense on the other possible avenues. I never made a deal with Norman. In his mind, he's already made a deal with me.
From my discussions with Rhodes as well, it doesn't really seem like you can wiggle your way out of a deal or lawyer your way or out petty him.
I disagree. Because there was someone that he called the other day that had a deal with him all those years back, and he reminded them that they never made up on their end of the deal, and they reminded him that neither did he, and so he said that they were clever, and he disregarded it.
Who was the person?
Dixie Plum. He's trying to big dick you, and if what you're saying is genuinely true, and there is no deal, there was nothing that he's trying to strong arm you into it. As evil and fucked up as Norman is, it seems that he's a man of his word and trying to see how he can outsmart people. Regardless of that, Dark and Rhodes are still have their deal on the table, and so they have 2 days. So I don't think it really matters at this point what you do for, well, obviously it matters because you're not going to kill Kiki, but What I'm saying is it doesn't matter because darkened roads is still fucked.
Oh, I'm not saying that me slivering my way out of this somehow is going to save anyone. At all. I don't know if there is an answer for Matt and Dark. I've already said I haven't lost complete hope in the fact that there's a potential outcome for Matt and Dark. But assuming that their deal still stands to their original point, who the fuck? Oh, okay.
It's Hall.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. Sorry.
I meant to say that, but you guys were like in the middle of it, and I don't.
No, you're fine.
Did she run over the bird?
I hope so.
I think.
Probably for the
Birds
better.
aren't real.
But assuming that.
Oh no, she missed the bird.
Oh. So chilling. Hi, Jenny.
Hello.
But assuming that their deal still stands, I let's say in a perfect world I got out of it, I still don't think Matt and Dark really have an easier out. In fact, I don't think they have an out. So, and that's not to say that I've lost hope. I'm sure there's an outcome, but again, in order to get to that outcome, I'd have to involve myself in their specific deal. Norman has a really good time not clarifying things and making his own story as he goes. He leaves a lot of it up to question, up to assumption, and in this circumstance, I'm in a unique situation where I don't know if I'm in my own separate deal now that he's decided to just take where I have not accepted to, or if this is another avenue of me being a messenger to my parents to say, you have to go after this person now. So I don't know. I don't know, and that's why I'm trying to ask for any outside solutions or opinions or ideas.
I have a question before we move back from away from the part that there is actually a deal and you're trying to figure out what to do. What exactly were Matt and Dark trying to protect you from in this deal that they made to protect you?
Can you ask that in a different way? Like, you mean why did they go to Norman in the first place?
Yeah. Like what was the point of their deal? What were they trying to accomplish from their deal?
Well, considering that they were roped into saying that they were not leaving until they made a deal or they would die, or the family would die, or whatever the original intention was, the only way that they were able to get out of it was to pretty much protect me. And I don't know and understand the full context of their deal, as well as to what Matt could probably explain.
That doesn't really answer anything, but that's okay. We can move back from it.
I don't think asking, or I don't even think having the answer would change the outcome. The long story short to that is that they were roped into and forced their hand to make a deal or they would die. And the way that it turned out was that they protected their family and wanted to protect me. And some way, somehow, Norman is now contradicting his deal with them and putting my life on the line, which contradicts Matt and Dark's deal. So I don't really know how to proceed.
Okay. There's a deal. He's got a day. You had all these talks yesterday and today. I don't know who with. Surely someone had an idea or something of anything in the past couple hours of conversation.
Yeah, we keep coming back to the birds.
Yeah, all this just the birds and a whole. I'm trying to use your guidance that you've given me here. We need to focus on the actual steps forward. Birds seem to be the main one. Trying to communicate with Hope and get something from them that could potentially guide us or assist us. The other thing is I'm thinking about is these family members of Norman, Isaac, or are there other people with Pixie involved? Trying to figure out like why is Isaac come back all of a sudden? Why, like, he's been around? Do we know when the first sighting of Isaac was?
Why does Norman get so butthurt when you mention him? For a man that claims he doesn't care about anything.
Oh,
I
think
as hell gets mad about it.
Okay, so from what I gathered at the meeting yesterday, Norman was born in Chicago 60 or so years ago. He had a brother, Isaac. The dad killed the mother. We know that much. What generally happens when two kids that are together, their only surviving parent goes into custody. He's probably in prison, the father that is. The kids are more than likely placed into foster care. And we don't know how old they were when the father maybe went to prison. What are the chances that they were separated? So you've got two brothers separated. One of them goes into the field of medicine. One of them goes on a goddamn killing spree. Probably the older of the two, which I'm going to assume is Norman in this case.
No idea.
Maybe he's super protective of his little brother after the trauma that they went through, but were separated during foster care.
So he has a heart, but only for his brother.
Well, at least when he was alive. And this is all just speculation. This is just a theory that we've kind of, when you're putting things together, it kind of makes a lot of sense.
I'm gonna say something, and it's going to be very, very, very careful on how I word this. But I think it needs to be brought up because it's something I've already discussed with, I guess Matt. Who is the one person that Norman is most protective of?
I mean, he doesn't like his brother being mentioned.
Who is Norman afraid of?
I don't know.
Maybe not afraid, but I mean he's definitely I don't know if afraid's the correct word to put it out there, but I mean he definitely doesn't like it when hope comes around.
Could we all agree to some degree that death is an entity?
Yes. There's Norman and then there's death.
Would it be far-fetched that Norman maybe has a deal with death?
Well, there was the whole talk about him going into a room after he was executed, that he was in some room with death and only he walked out or something.
I took that as a Tim Allen Santa Claus, and he took out death and became death, you know.
It's pretty much the conclusion everybody else has drawn as well.
And according to Storm, Norman and the entity that is death don't agree on everything, but coexist and work together. So he definitely has his own opinion separate from that. And I believe you'd have to talk to Storm about this. I believe that one doesn't really like what the other has been doing. Like Norman's been doing lots of deals and kind of creating lots of chaos, and the entity that is death is like, whoa, okay, you need to chill and slow down a little bit. So there's definitely some conflict there.
Also repeated this idea as well. The idea that death is neutral. He is just there for people to die. He doesn't create death. Just, I guess, enacts it when it happens. Whereas Norman's creating deals. He's trying to force people to create death.
Exactly.
I'll, again, just could be pissing in the wind. War. Something the city sees a lot of. It brings a lot of death. It's not necessarily death, but it brings death.
Oh, Chain Gang.
Those damn Southsiders.
Hold on.
Oh my
God! I don't think I've seen Chain Gang in a war for a long time. Russ,
Chain Gang can help us.
Hydra's at war with GG.
Oh God, the gangs.
Hydra was at war at Russ.
But because when I think chaos, I don't think death. It's just discord and chaos. When I think war, I think death. I've been playing a lot of Hades recently.
So good.
Oh, don't stop making me Brian Knight looking connections with Hades.
I hate this
You guys
conversation.
ever think about how ever since ESB left, Norman came around?
Say that again.
You guys ever think about how ever since ESB left, Norman came around?
I think there was a little bit of time after that, Bryce. A little
I mean,
bit.
do we
Wait, are you
really
saying
want
that
to get some
Norman
good
clapped
string
ESB?
out? You guys want to get some?
Well, okay. Just throwing out there because there's this whole talk with, like what you told me about people eating the eyeballs that crows show them or something, and then they can see things they didn't. Isn't that like a big thing in Norse mythology with Odin bestowing his sight, or the crows bestowing
Yes.
the sight of Odin onto others? Again, we could take the mythology route. I believe that Ares is the Greek god of war, but that's more so battle and like the spirit of war. He was more so like, hell yeah, let's go fuck shit up.
What is happening?
So there could be something in like Greek or Norse mythology that is somewhat similar to the whole situation we got going on.
I mean, I think that's fair for everyone that says, yeah, but that Cillian doesn't exist. So does, I mean, I guarantee you a while ago, we all thought no one's, there's not going to be an old man living in the lighthouse that calls himself Death and, can do everything he can do.
I did tell Isaac what my theories were as to why he stopped talking to me. And I was like, okay, well, there were a lot of things. One, you're a cold-hearted bitch, and you ghosted me. Two, you got absorbed in your research, went somewhere to treat people that were dealing with a blood illness, and you were killed. Three, you were researching something in your lab, and you got infected, and you died. Four, some nation found out about what you were doing with blood research, and you were kidnapped and maybe dead, or forced to create like genocidal pathogens.
I'm usually with Forcer on the whole going on to Ares and stuff like that.
There's probably some, like, again, not saying that this is what this entity is, but there's across many different cultures, you've got different depictions of death, and they all have one thing in common, which is they are simply they don't give a shit how they die. They don't cause chaos. It's just death yeah, it's your time. Come on, let's go.
Well, death comes, and it's the great equalizer.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be something similar, like.
Personally, though, I saw this a lot when we were dealing with the highwayman, listening to people just endlessly talk about, what is Norman? What is he, a guardian? Is he, what's it, a river demon or whatever it is?
I hate that no one knows
Crossing
mythology.
river.
I don't have a
something
damn
like that,
clue
and
about
people would just
mythology,
go
and I
over
think that's
over it
what's
on all the
fucking with
different
me right
things.
now is I don't have any idea.
I just kind of
No,
would
God
rather
of War
deal with
Ragnarok
what we
comes out
know he
November
is.
9th, so Norman probably
Deal
trying
with
to
it
wrap
rather
up
than trying to
in time
attribute
to
him
not
to
have
some
his story spoiled
previous
before that.
mythology
That's
or religion.
true.
Well, it's more of being able to see what sort of stories and legends
God of
there
War
are
Ragnarok.
about different deities.
Maybe Ziggy's just
'cause
waiting to
in
play
some
God
of
of
them,
War.
you find out about what is it, with
And he's like, damn, I gotta wrap this
fucking
up.
other symbols in those stories that have gone along and like cheated them out of their own game, right?
Valid.
Norman said we already know how to kill him. It's just the person who knows is either not telling or doesn't know.
Did he say that someone knows the answer how to kill him? Or did he
just said the
say
answer.
the answer?
He
Because
said the answer.
we don't even know what the question is.
I was told by, I don't know, he's the cop. It's either Pez or Cody. I don't know their names. I'm sorry.
Poo-poo man.
Okay, sure. At the lighthouse for a couple of days, the crows were coming and spelling the white bird, I think, was coming and spelling something out in bones, or the blackbirds, I don't know, one of the birds was coming along and spelling things out in bones. And on the final day, it spelled out like Cody knows how to stop him. And that's when the crow came along, exploded the white bird, and then this other bird's feathers turned white and became the new white bird.
Okay, so who has actually been talking to Cody and taking the time to listen to him, regardless of
him.
whatever's going on?
Spoke to him briefly, but that was
Cody.
yesterday, and
I
it was
spoke to
the
him
first
last
time.
I know. I mean, it's a loaded thing to talk to Cody because it's not.
I'll be honest, I don't trust Cody.
I mean, I told you this. Yes. Sorry, Copper. Were you still talking? You kind of stopped in the middle of your sentence.
I stopped myself from talking.
Okay. I told you this yesterday, Forcer, but I believe that the answer was probably something Highwayman related before he gave it up to him.
Yeah, how come when no one brought up the highwayman in that meeting? I guess that should have been me.
I think everyone's just dodging the dude because he sucks.
Because openly, the highwayman has a deal with Norman, and so does the chicken man.
The Highwayman being his dad, or the Highwayman being the Pez Cody Moon Knight Hannah Montana version of?
Yes.
Okay.
Because everything is the highway chicken bone. Highway chicken bone. Highway chicken bone. It's the Holy Trinity.
Okay, so I have an idea, but it's kind of
Wait. I don't want. Okay,
risky.
you have your idea. I want to go back to who.
Yeah, let's go back. I'll keep it in
Who
mind.
genuinely talks to Cody
All right,
on a
then.
level, and I'm on a level of where he shares his intentions not as like a threat to you or someone you know, but as
I did
like
yesterday.
like he confides.
He did. I mean, to the degree of saying that, like, he tries to level with. Yeah, he's tried. I mean, even last night he tried to level. I mean, it was the first time I've actually had a
So how did
conversation
that
with
go?
him. In terms of what, his opinions, or just kind of how the conversation went with him in general, how I took.
Did he open up to you? Did he like going back and engage in a conversation where he wanted to hear answers and then wanted to provide answers and pose questions, and you could engage in a conversation where you guys are both working towards the same goal? Like
Well,
what was that?
Winston was there last night, and the end goal to last night was that Pond asked me to show up to the lighthouse, and she pretty much stated that I told everyone kind of what was going on, and we're all here to try and help you and give you an answer. So I would say last night was honestly probably one of the most civil conversations I've had in general with people, including Cody.
Okay.
And again, that was the last time I've spoken to Cody in probably 3 months. So
Yeah,
I'd
but
say it
who
went
else-
good.
Okay. So who else? Like Storm. I'd imagine that Storm would be one of those people. And when I
Yes.
called you, Winston, I wanted to know how Storm was doing.
Storm keeps saying that she's at her wit's end, I guess. She's desperate on the barrel. She just wants to save Cody. She'll do anything to save Cody. She's
Oh
told
my
me
god,
before
she
that
just
she
texted
would.
me.
She said to me
She
before
also-
that she would go to purgatory. She said she was going to try and kill Norman. I mean, even at one point, I think it was half a joke, but honestly, I don't know.
She told me
She kind of
today.
suggested she was going to sleep with Norman just to try and get something done.
She
Well,
texted me too.
She said to me today that she doesn't want to go through this again, and she was willing to put Cody in purgatory to save me.
I mean, I'm all for that. I'm cool with that.
I
I know
don't
you are.
believe that she actually would do that.
I don't think she would
Her
either.
involvement, her involvement is to protect Cody. Like, Cody is her number one priority, to the point where she will sacrifice herself to save Cody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she would give Cody up to save you, Flop. Not for a second.
No, I don't think so
I don't
either.
trust anything he says. I mean, I think that's obvious by now. Even things he said to you yesterday, Flop. I think the guy is very two-faced. I think he says to people what he thinks they want to hear. Remember before the lighthouse stuff happened, that when Cleo died, I remember him saying to Cleo, I don't want Bryce there. If he's there, I'm going to shoot him in the face. And then when he talked to me personally, he said that he really respected me as a person and that he wanted to get close and become friends with me after all of this.
Wait, who is
So I
that?
don't know how
Who was saying that to you?
Cody. So I don't know
Hot
how
meat
someone
kettle. What a
could
great way
say
to put
one
that.
thing to a person saying I'm going to kill that person, and then to their face be like, "Oh, buddy, we're gonna be best friends." Like the guy's been two-faced so many times on more fingers than Winston can count on.
I just had Bryce
Ouch.
PTSD. You saying all of that, and I was like, wait, who are we talking about? Because I was like, that sounds like Nicholas Simone.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
no, different kind of
Sorry.
super terrorist now. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
But anyways, guy's two-faced. I don't trust the guy. I think he is a liar and he sucks.
Okay.
I can
I take what he says with a
attest to
grain of
that.
salt.
He pulled me in to go speak at the lighthouse. It was him and Storm. They thought it was just the three of us, but Pond and Ash were actually listening in the tea, I guess. He asked me directly to face what my relationship with Ash is and wanted to know if I was actually serious in trying to help her. Basically said to me that she should take whatever deal that Norman gives her. Everybody should. If Norman gives you a deal, appease him. Get on your goddamn knees and do whatever he tells you to do, because if you don't, he'll take more. And then we started dragging more and more people into that meeting, including you, Flop. And then at the end, he immediately Bundy turns up and he's like, oh no, nobody should ever take a deal with him. That'd be stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that flash, right?
No.
I missed it. What did you see?
I saw it.
Ash?
Where was it?
I have a terminal condition where I am cursed with meteors.
Oh,
And wherever I go, meteors land. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter who I'm talking to. It doesn't matter if I'm in a building. It doesn't matter if I'm in the air. But there's always a flash. And then I immediately look at the sky.
I mean, Bryce came here with the assumption Flop is going to kill Kiki, which tells you exactly how
I
much
just want to
Bryce
make sure
actually
you guys
knows
saw it
about
too.
the
I'm
reality.
not like
That's all. Flop's taking
Okay,
notes
buddy.
as to
Losing it.
exactly how much Bryce is actually willing to put into
You're
this.
fine. I saw it too.
And he just
So-
proved it here.
again, did you explain the feather thing to Copper? You know about the feather thing?
Dude, I've been asking everybody what the feathers mean because a bird did show up
ooh.
while I was creating. I was in Muir Park. I was parked at the soccer fields off of Bridge Street, and I was filling out the investigative reports for the Chicken Man and trying to find the archives that I have from the MDT to put into the MDW. And a bird showed up on the sidewalk. It left a white bloody feather and then flew away.
Bloody.
Let me see if I can find it. Go through my pockets. Yeah. Here, I'll show you. Stop moving. I hope this is you, Forcer, or it's Flop or Bryce. Right there.
Oh.
So I went to the other person that I knew that gets these kind of things and has mentioned it before was TJ Walker. And I asked him, and TJ told me to go to the church off of Route 68 and that I might get answers. But I haven't gone, and it's almost been 2 weeks.
So yesterday after that meeting, again, this is all very new to me. I don't really give a fuck about finding out what he is. I care about roads and I care about dark. That's like those two, and obviously Flop, that's my priority. And of course, when we found out this information about the birds, I kept trying to push it. I wasn't really getting anything. Dark went down, and I knew I couldn't do anything to help there. Everyone surrounded him, so I took off. I jumped off the island and I started swimming. I made my way towards the lighthouse, and I was sort of on the cliff just near Burn Island, overlooking the lighthouse. I used my binoculars to see if there was anyone there. As I was sort of at the end of my rope. I didn't really know what else to do. I don't want to see anything bad happen to Richard. He's my best friend. And that's when a white seagull with bright blue eyes landed next to me. And as it flew off, it dropped a feather. And generally a white feather, well, just a feather being left behind, it means that something
Appreciate you guys
or
sticking around for
someone
this. This is
is
so much to
watching
take in.
over you, that you're protected because you've got something watching you.
I think
Flop,
I can answer your church thing.
Well, Flop also said something he knew about feathers.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
the crow.
yeah.
The crow was a black crow with red eyes.
Yeah, that's one
Giga
of the.
Crow.
Yeah, that's Giga Crow. I forget his name's Nox or
Noxie, yes.
Is that Noxie? Okay. Sorry, I'm
Okay, because
getting
I think
names mixed up.
Noxie showed up at Jamestown during a barrio court once with an Uzi. That normal?
That's probably
You know,
fine.
Okay. All right,
Oh.
totally. All right, never mind. Okay,
So-
I just wanted to know about the feather and the
With-
church.
this feather
Basically
that I
24/7
received,
podcast for
I drove
chat.
to the
I
hospital
appreciate
and
you
gave it
guys.
to Richard Dark's remaining hand, and I just said keep it with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then I left, and Flop, what happened with the feather?
When you were there, Dark, who was under heavy anesthetic, gripped the feather. So, and you said, "Oh my God, I was right." Hope. And then eventually, after you left the feather with him, and while I was there, he just kept gripping that feather. We had a couple people come back in the ICU, and I was one of those people, and nothing was happening with that feather. But while Dark was in the ICU, I got the call from Norman saying change of plans with everything involved Kiki. When Kiki walked near that feather, it turned black. When she walked away, it turned white. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it's supposed to symbolize. I still am kind of in question about it. But it's interesting to think that when she gets near it, it turns black.
I took it as that she was marked for death.
Yep.
It's possible. It could definitely be just a highlight. But do we think that that's the extent of the birds?
Could try and head down to the church. It might be 2 weeks too late, but there might be something.
Well, I remember one time that Cleo, Bundy, Lennon, and I went to all these spots when the feathers started appearing at the lighthouse. And one of them was the church on Route 68. And it was because someone was buried there. And I don't remember what we found there exactly, but I
So sad.
remember
Thank
that
you so much.
clues
I
there led
appreciate
us to that mountain that's
Aw.
kind of overlooks the
You
lighthouse
guys are
from
awesome,
the
man.
southern
So sad. I
side.
really appreciate the kind words.
of
I
the
just
city.
I love being able to provide
And
a
on
cool
top
story
of
to you
that
guys.
was a
I just like creating
little
cool
mini
story.
cross on top of the
I like
mountain at the peak.
you know,
And if I remember correctly, that's where
I just like creating
Highwayman
fun
was
role play
buried.
stuff that people can get
I
immersed into and
believe
enjoy.
that's what was gathered from that little journey. And to my understanding, there's also a white highwayman. I don't know if he's good or bad, but
Are you talking about the church?
the church on Route 68, yeah, that's what I was.
Okay. Because I was having
Talking
an
about.
existential crisis in my head.
Oh, okay. Well, I just answered your question about the church.
Oh. So was TJ
I
Or
hate
maybe he would
Comcast.
answers about it. I don't know. The white highwayman.
Has anyone been back? There might be something.
I don't know. It was 2 weeks ago for you, Copper. I mean, you can check it out.
But you know how things just weird things crop up and they just stay.
I guess another thing.
I like that every hour we get to spam the
I'm
Comcast
really
emote.
scared that I have something and then I'm this just okay.
Don't
I know
overthink it.
Jenny and Winston and Flop and everybody here. I think you can too, Bruce. Okay, this shit happens. Like, okay, this is like a hardcore real talk. This shit happens, and then I have to do my job, right? So I'm like, oh my god, crazy, like interdimensional crazy shit. And then it's like, okay, Copper, I need you to do this person's evaluation so they can get their air cert. And then I have to be like, okay, I'm a cop, and I'm talking to this person. We're in like the helicopter, like, how's your day going, Copper? I'm like, everything's fine. And then I blank everything else out, and then I'm like, please don't fucking kill me in this helicopter because I don't want to go to the fucking hospital. I do not want. And then I like forget, right? Not intentionally. Has Norman ever given you guys a gift?
Yeah, he got me apparently a deal to kill Kiki.
No, like
Very sweet of
actual
him.
gifts.
Okay, thanks, Swamp. This is that passive aggressive sarcastic.
But you have a deal to kill Kiki?
Yeah.
We're gonna
Fred's
talk
gonna
more about
love
that
you.
right after these messages. I also have an idea
This was
and
a
a
really
plan.
bad
but it's
cliffhanger.
super fucking. It's
Can we
so
forget that I said that
risky.
until at least after? That'd be a
No,
great
no,
idea.
no.
That'd be
No,
great.
No,
you
we're all gonna
already
remember
explained
everything.
to us.
Fred is
we
going to
already
adore
know.
you. Yeah.
We already know
fuck.
you have to tell her.
Oh, I
Okay.
planned on it. It was just,
Okay, have you guys received gifts?
Are we
No.
meeting here
Have
again?
you had him say, I have something for you?
My special place. This is my safe space.
Are we meeting here again?
Oh, shit.
I have to do the meeting
Yeah.
and then we can reconvene here.
Okay.
Awesome.
You guys
We
here
have to
like
do
a
that
half.
before I talk to anybody else because I'll never.
what happened to? What did I do? Well. Oh my god, there's so much going on. There's so much information to take in. I like that Jenny goes, oh man, Pred's gonna love you. What if we go to Norman and we're like, listen, I could kill Kiki, but I know someone else who really wants to kill Kiki. Dude, what did fucking Kiki do to fucking Pred, dude? Damn. My Pred just might just say less. Dude, I don't know. Pred might be getting fired. I'm under the theory Pred's losing his job. Oh man. What do we think about all the conversating? It's a lot to read into. There's a lot happening. And a lot of the times we go in circles. But I'm trying to avoid going in circles. It keeps happening because this is a hard one. This is a difficult one. Bravo to Norman, because this is I'm gonna say almost an impossible situation. But I really do appreciate everybody who has stuck around and who has provided so much to this story. It's been so fucking awesome. I love everything going on right now, and I could only hope that moving forward, the roleplay continues one way or another. It's been so fun, dude. There's more catching up than finding solutions. The problem is that we're hoping that in the catching up, we can find a solution. Flop 1,000,000% regrets telling Bryce about Tessa. But at the same time, if Flop was like, I don't feel comfortable saying this in front of certain people here, that would also not help the case. And the problem is that Flop knows that Bryce is a two-faced bitch. And like someone said in chat, pot meat kettle. Bryce is a two-faced bitch. Barrel, here's reality. People say it's a content server, and a lot of it, I would argue, is definitely content. Right? But that's okay. That's not like a bad thing. I think that content is fucking great. I do think that there are avenues and people and areas of the server where if you want to be engulfed in some very deep story, as long as you look in the right places, you'll definitely find a lot of them, right? So I think if you want to look in the right places to find new stories, I think this is a perfect example of just completely strict RP, like just really letting it give their all, right? And the people behind it, these stories, I'm going to start with Ziggy, obviously, because Ziggy is the building block foundation and the one building together what is essentially, you know, the foundation and part of the building. Is he's given essentially a very open opportunity for people to really just flourish their characters, to let them really react how they would in a fearful life or death situation. And this is a very unique situation that I guess I've been given and other people have been given on the server to really just let creativity fly, you know? So, you know. And before Ziggy's just here and he's like, where the fuck were you last night? Da. All right. Let's figure that one out. Okay. Does anyone know how to fix those? Did I load in too quick? Lethal Moscow. Oh fuck, man. All right, we gotta go break some. Relog. You have overdue maintenance fees? No. Normally a nap. Yeah. Actually, hold on. What the fuck? Why can't I run? The fuck? Okay. I know what I have to do. Maybe. Hecatees! What are you doing? Coming up to 500 bits. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys. Hecatees, thank you. Can we get some love in chat, please? For the love. I appreciate it. Paying bills before you die is so on par. It really is. See if that worked. Okay. It kind of worked. I think if we do it again, it'll fix. And before we have like a fucking RPG now, dude. If I have an RPG on my back, I'm not relogging. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. Where was I though? Oh yeah, no, I'm just a big thank you to all of you for the resubs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, the follows, just, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for everything. I just ask that just be careful with meta, and if you guys ever want to talk about meta, I have a meta channel that I don't read or look at, and it's just there for you guys to kind of do what you got to do, and I guess yeah. It's good to see you too, local that I've never seen. But yeah, thank you guys. We're about 800-ish followers away from my goal this year, which is 30,000. I don't know if we're gonna be able to hit it. I don't even know if it's gonna be close, but we're definitely coming in close to being able to possibly hit it, which would be really cool. So, bow, 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 bow. Every meta chat because no one tells anything to Tommy. Sag, man. I didn't even check the shop today, I don't think. Oh. All right. There we go. Oh.
Oh, shit. Intruder.
I mean, I'm just here to restock some shit, man. What's good, man? What's really good, dog?
Drugs?
No, I'm good. I'm good on the drugs. Hey, Han, question.
Yeah? What's up?
If anything were to happen to me, would you look after the shop?
Of course.
Okay.
To the end of time. Until I die myself.
Oh my god. All right.
Yeah, maybe I'll look after when I'm a ghost too.
That'd be pretty fucking cool.
Why, what's up? You planning on dying?
Nah, I'm just saying if something were to happen to me, you would look after the shop?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. If I were to put a living will up and I would to leave the shop in your name when I die, would you sign for that?
Yeah, sure. Fuck.
Okay. Yeah. I'll talk to James. We'll see if we can get it arranged.
Okay, but you're not gonna die, are you?
No.
Listen, man, if you're gonna die, take me with you.
No. Well,
Come on.
Han, if I took you with me, who's gonna look after the shop?
Rex?
Hell no! Rex ain't committed.
Heck, yeah, you're not wrong. Alright, I have to find my own successor.
Jesus Christ. Alright, Han, I'm gonna talk to James and we'll see what we can do.
Coincidence, I'm talking to James right now.
Yo,
what's up, James?
I gotta go. Damn. I think Flop's gonna go on duty for the meeting, and I think he's going to stay around people. Oh, fuck, I did break the copium price. You're right. I saw that too, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'll fix that before I leave. You're 100% right. Dear God, what did I do? I fucking hate the menus, dude. Oh, my God. I wish the menu was a little bit clear cut. And didn't like overlap when you change prices on shit. You're 100% right. Oh no, I didn't. We're fine. I did move one over though, and I was like, oh, I fucked things up. Nah, I didn't. We're good. Poor Katya. All right. Let's go to the meeting. How long into the meeting before sex joke comes in? I'm gonna say like 5 seconds. Speaking of 5, Love Nessa coming in with the 5 gifted subs. What are you doing? You don't gotta do any of that. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted.
I said that, but then I fixed.
Can we get
that
some hearts in chat,
remark,
please?
What did you fix it to?
Thank you so much.
Jen, that was probably your most likable platform. Pizza Thursdays. You got rid of it.
What do you mean that was my most likable? That's it.
Everyone wants Pizza
That's it.
Thursdays, Jen.
Angel,
Everyone.
if we vote for you, will we get Pizza Thursdays?
Absolutely.
Okay, bet.
And you'll get Pizza Wednesdays too.
There's no.
Oh,
I
hell
don't know.
yeah.
That's too much pizza, though. 2 days in a row.
Forrest,
What?
shut up.
Sorry, just shut the hell up.
Just saying.
You don't have to
His
eat it
old
then.
stomach can't handle that much pizza, though.
Okay, I'm not that old, all right.
He has Benjamin Buttons. Do you guys not know this? He's 25.
Apparently. He's 25. No way in hell his ass.
He has
Everybody
Benjamin
looks like
Buttons.
sells salad.
Two, actually, okay.
Suarez is 66, and no one can convince me otherwise.
You deserve it. No, come on. I'm just doing my
Most
thing.
pizza places have more
I
than
appreciate
just pizza,
you.
Okay, they have garlic bread, they have garlic knots, they have cheesy bread, they got like donuts,
Pasta.
Donuts.
stromboli, whatever the fuck that shit is, pasta.
What do you mean,
salads,
whatever the
you can't
fuck
fight
that
them eating
shit
pizza place,
is?
and I'm sorry, but you're just
Broccoli and
too
mushroom bites.
sophisticated, I think.
Stromboli is fucking fire.
Do they have wings there?
My
What's up?
favorite thing that you said was that you were going to fire 6 people. Because I was hoping 2 of those people were going to be Carmine and Tinker, but then the Angel just flat out said she was going to fire Carmine and Tinker. So she, that her platform just.
Yeah, thank God.
Like she took what you did and like made it 100 times better.
Yeah.
People
Thank you
vote
so
for
much,
you.
love.
They're voting to
Yeah,
get.
she's at least
fired.
being
Have you
transparent about who she's gonna Yeah. fire.
Then have you been practicing about how to talk to people?
Yes, I have.
Okay, do you want to come up and talk to people?
Yeah, let's see you talk to people then.
Oh God, is this the meeting? Is this today's meeting?
Give us somewhere.
Winston, I know you can't fully do your job, but I support you 100%, and I feel like you're gonna elevate to bigger and better things.
You enable this. That's why you firing?
Christ,
That was a little
dude.
rough.
Yeah, why are you enable
Because he
this?
has one arm. Hey, did you not do the start of the sandwich? Why did you jump?
Anonymous.
Damn,
But I did.
Winston. Hi, bud.
What?
Sorry,
What the
Winston.
fuck are
Okay,
you
but
doing?
this is a
Then why
firing
did you
speech.
single-
This
why
is
did
a
you
speech
single out
where at the end I get
Winston?
fired.
Yeah, no one arms.
Winston, if you get fired,
Oh,
you've got a
that's what
lawsuit.
Dad
I'm
thinks.
just saying.
No, that's not what I think. Okay.
Okay, fired.
Winston, okay, you're not getting fired. You're not
No,
getting
you're not getting
fired.
fired.
Miss you, Winston.
Look what you did to him.
I want to say that you are an inspiration, even if people do doubt you because of your arm. I think you're perfect as you are, and I think you do exemplary police work. You're absolutely fine, okay?
I took a steak sandwich and some.
Winston,
you do a
Jenny. great job, even with your
What in the?
arm
I
butthole.
just did that.
No, you
Jenny.
didn't. You went, even though you have a arm, even though you don't have an arm. Like, come on, dude.
Daddy, if he fires me, can I join the CPD,
Yes,
please?
always.
Hell yeah.
What? Okay, Winston, you're not gonna get fired. You're
Oh,
not.
no, I'm
gonna
on
get
that-
So
Oh.
you just guaranteed Winston he'll never get
So
fired.
Dennis
Because he
said
only has
that
one
Bundy's
arm.
getting fired, and Dennis said that Winston's
No.
getting fired. Who are the other 4?
Anonymous, thank you so much.
David's, listen,
I
David's, you're standing up front.
Too?
No.
What?
Thank you.
How are you gonna fire David?
Thank you, thank you.
LSPD.
Y'all are fucking awesome, man.
Pug never would have done this.
Bye, David. What I do now? I'm sorry.
You're not fired. Don't worry, you're not fired. You're not fired.
trying to fire you.
Oh God.
Venting, thank you for the
All right,
6
well,
months.
listen,
Thank you for all the amazing
hey guys,
roleplay. I
what's up?
hope you're
Welcome
having a
to
beautiful
the
day. I'm having a
Meet
great
and
day.
Greet.
There's so much happening.
It's your future chief of police, Vice Marshal Angel here. Here's the deal, guys. Okay, we don't have any announcements, like in terms of like SOP updates today, so this might be a pretty quick meeting. So I'm just gonna look around the room and see if anyone has anything they need to say that's important while we still have everyone's attention. No one?
Literally, this morning was so kind of okay.
It was
it was
just
calm
kind
as
of
heck.
okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, listen, how about we go around and everyone say your name and say one thing that you like about yourself and what your favorite food is, okay?
No.
Sorry, wait, hold on. That's the wrong document. Listen, guys, there's nothing going on, honestly. Just go out there and do some good police work. There's nothing else we really have to talk about. If you want to do some campaigning stuff, though, the floor is yours, Den. I don't know if anyone else is here.
Yeah, my name is Den Seisty. I like
Podium.
Den.
Dad, come on, get
And
up
why
Good,
do you
Den.
why do you start every speech with "Hello, my name is Den Shicey"? We at this point we definitely know who you are.
Yeah, but the thing is, just in case somebody doesn't.
Okay, I
Vice
think it
Marshal.
might be time to go. I don't.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. My name is Den Seisty. Just like the Vice Marshal said, I like white rice and red bean sauce and chicken stew.
Get to work.
And I'm happy to be here.
Coming.
How you feel about
Okay,
Oxtail?
thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Den. Does anyone have any questions for him?
Thank you, Jackery. I appreciate you.
What's your
Alright.
opinions on brown rice?
Did you get a call?
No, I just don't want to sit through campaigning. Why would I want to sit through?
I'm not
goddamn
gonna listen. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not surviving till the election. What the fuck do I care?
Unbelievable.
Is it break the? No, Jackery.
I need to get off duty.
I have my
you
bike. Do
staying
you
on-
want me to grab it?
Yeah, are you staying on duty?
Are you?
No. I don't have my loadout on me or anything. I'd rather just get off duty and
Yeah, I feel that.
until I want to get on duty, you know.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I got my bike downstairs. I'll grab it, and then we'll go
Should we
grab
get
an
some
actual
food?
car. Yeah,
And we'll get some food.
We'll go get some food. You and I. Let me go grab my bike. I'll meet you out front.
Yeah.
Put your vote in early. Who will flop vote for? Norman Bones. Why act dead when you can be dead? Vote for Norman Bones. Oh my god, Love. I just realized. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Love.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
It's called expectation subversion.
Oh no, it's the Lil Mins. Love, thank you so much for the 5 gifts. You guys are too sweet. Please. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Y'all are awesome. I'm not asking for anything in return. Just know that I just ask that you guys enjoy your stay. And you keep being awesome. All right.
You got it.
Thanks, Carmine. Have a way with
meeting,
words.
I missed it?
Yes, you did.
No, I fucking
Hey,
didn't.
what's
I
up,
just-
Carmine? What's going on?
Back off the go. Can't you see we's having a conversation?
Excuse me,
You nosy
Carmine?
bastard.
Excuse me?
Ruin the vibes.
Ruin the vibes. You know what ruins the vibes? The lapper at MRPD, Carmine. Oh, this motherfucker.
What is this?
That's the Russian embassy. Amber Lee! What are you guys doing? Here, you wanna go say hi? Come on.
Is that throat singing?
I don't know.
It's like throat singing.
It's impressive. Amberly, thank you.
Братских народов союз вековой, предками данная мудрость народная. Славься страна, мы гордимся тобой. От южных морей до полярного края раскинулись наши леса и поля. Одна ты на свете, одна ты такая, хранимая Богом родная земля. Славься, Отечество наше свободное, братских народов союз вековой, предками данная мудрость народная. Славься, страна, мы гордимся тобой. Широкий простор для мечты, для жизни, грядущие нам открывают года. Нам силу дает наша верность отчизне. Так было, так есть и так будет всегда. Славься, Отечество наше свободное, братских народов союз вековой, предками данная мудрость народная. Славься, страна, мы гордимся тобой. Опа!
Опа!
Да.
Опа!
Is
that
Floppa.
Эй,
Floppa.
Нет, нет, нет,
We
нет,
have
нет,
lots
нет, нет.
to talk about.
What?
Come in, Floppa, come in.
Flopran.
Come inside.
Listen.
Нет, 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 do
Да,
not come in.
have
Do
a
not come
seat
in.
over here.
We can talk. We can listen.
Come
I
in.
am...
Come in. Come
This is
on,
no
come
problem.
on. Да, давай, заходи.
It is me, Russian Chris Hansen. How about a seat over here, da?
Call the police.
Please do not come in, Flopsky. No, 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 нет, 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 нет.
Давай. Come in, Floppa. Come in,
Come on.
Floppa.
This is
Do
very
not
safe,
come in.
very
safe.
Do not come in.
What
Out.
is going on? Why?
Katya.
Do not come
I'm
in.
being told to leave. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if
Come
now
in.
it's- No,
Come in.
it's okay.
Floppa,
Thank
come
you
in.
though.
Come
We,
in,
we need to go get his passport
in.
instated, so
Floppa, get in.
we're gonna go and get Flop's passport sorted so he can travel free.
But he has candy.
Yeah, but I am hungry right now, and that's probably not vegan candy.
They probably have food. Look, they have food. He's showing us food.
I am vegan. I have very strict dietary requirements that I cannot break.
This is grandma hard candy, how they say in old country.
Flop, you know, they want you in there, and they all pulled out their guns. If you step on their soil, you are going to be a prisoner.
Is that okay?
That's exactly why they opened the gate and
Okay,
said, "Come
but-
in, we have
but-
candy." Because
hold on,
once you're on their
hold on.
soil,
Hear me out. Is that really a bad thing? Henceforth, what's happening with me right now?
Floppa, come in.
damn, you got a point.
No, we're gonna talk, come on.
You know what? Let's have a brief conversation, okay?
Да, давай.
No, this is no problem.
Here, let me give you keys to my bike just in case I'm more than 2 minutes, okay?
Okay.
All right. Hop on the bike real quick. I'll pass you the keys.
Katya is coming back. Can you shoot wheel?
All right. Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay. I'll call you in 5. Should be fine.
Okay.
Hello, comrades.
Опа, привет, комрад.
Wait, hold on. I want the candy.
Нет, нет,
You
нет,
promised
нет.
we can.
Leave,
Thank
leave,
you.
Leave.
Thank you.
Flopsky, please leave.
Katya,
Leave.
I think it's gonna be okay.
Блядь.
Don't worry, this is no problem.
It is not me.
No
Oh my god.
This is no problem, no problem.
Oh my god, those are really good. That's the best candy I've ever had. Katya,
Please,
it's gonna be
come with
fine.
Katya. Come with Katya, please. Come with
Da,
Katya.
da,
Come
let
on.
us go to
Katya,
Let's
the
go,
what,
Flop.
presentation.
what's
Let's
in
go.
order? Hold on, Katya,
No.
what, no?
No,
Oh,
let's
okay.
go, let's go.
I bring gift. Oh, gift, da.
Wait, but I'm not in my attire. What am I supposed to do?
It's okay.
All right. It's all
Come
good.
on. All right, Flopper. One simple question: did Katya call you yesterday about copium?
Oh God, you're asking.
He did not do anything. It was not him.
You're asking.
It was not him.
What?
It was not him.
I had a very busy day yesterday, and I'm gonna be 1000% honest with you, like super blunt. I don't think I took a single call from Katya yesterday. I took about 50 to 60 phone calls yesterday, and I wish I was being sarcastic. I had a very busy day yesterday, comrade. Okay. I honestly don't think I took a phone call with Katya. If I did, I don't remember, and I'm being completely honest with you.
I did not call him for copium.
Okay, Katya, who do you call for copium? Why?
Нет, nobody. I got it from store. Wait,
no. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. Listen.
Think about this.
Listen, to be fair, I did deliver like 600 bottles of copium or whatever. There's no way you guys went through 600 bottles of copium, right?
Yeah, they took it off me.
All confiscated from Kaya.
There's no way it's all gone.
Yes,
all
they
gone.
confiscated it. Destroy it.
What happened to it?
They took
Because
it.
Katya has an addiction.
I mean, I don't think it's not bad to have a copium addiction.
It's pretty bad when we're getting attacked every single day and she cannot perform because she have copium addiction.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well then let's talk this through. What can we do from here? I'm sure we can figure something out, right? Instead of trying to pin it. What's up?
Well, one, we figured it out. We're not gonna take any copium deliveries for now until she feels better. Look at her face. She scratched her face.
This was Boris.
No, it wasn't Boris.
Did Boris scratch you?
No.
You think Boris
is a good
boy? You think he would
scratch? You locked me in fucking gulag. I tried to escape and Boris scratched my face.
No, it's not what happened. She was coming down from copium. She was shaking and she was scratching her face.
Scratching her
fucking
face?
Liar.
I mean, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I supply copium pretty often to people, but I only get rare deliveries, right? And one of the things that I will say about the copium is that there is only one other case of somebody who dealt with a copium quote-unquote addiction. And it's because she really wanted to do good in the arcade. Outside of that, there is no actual factual, medically confirmed cases of copium addiction within San Andreas.
Okay, that does not mean it does not happen. That is like, oh, we don't record it, so must not be a thing.
Well, I mean, listen, do you think people are addicted to cheeseburgers?
Copium has not been readily available very long.
Food addiction is addiction.
Okay. Fair enough. What can we do from here? So you guys don't want deliveries of copium anymore. That's clear. I can
No delivery of copiums for now. We'll see how it goes, but for now, it's had to stop. We confiscated 650 bottles from her yesterday.
We throw them in trash.
You threw them in the trash? Do you know how long it takes to get those delivered?
Well,
not a problem.
Because otherwise, she would just take it and was fucking smoke it all.
You don't smoke it, you huff it. You take the little thing off the top and then you...
I mean, yeah. Huff it off,
so
smoke
what you
it
do
off,
is you take the top
put
off.
it in her ass. I don't know what happened.
You smell from the top. And you just keep inhaling until you feel...
Just like that. Okay, no problem. Okay. Look at him flopping around, huh?
Do not touch him.
It's Flopsky.
Oh, that's his name. Hey.
It is Flopsky. This is no problem.
Stop it. Do not make me do it.
Do what? Whoa. Are you threatening me?
Yeah, them.
Oh. Listen, we don't need to threaten anyone. Whoa, all right, Katya, relax. Okay, what do we have to do here? We don't need to do this. We can figure this out without hurting me.
Okay. Second condition.
First condition, no copium for now.
At your little store, you need to stand up a miniature SAM site for like a little mouse, and it will shoot Katya if she tries to take door handle. Little rocket come out.
I don't have that kind of technology. I'm not even well versed in that. I could do like a. We have this thing called like security systems where there's a little laser essentially attached to the door. It's the way when the door opens, goes beep 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 beep, and then I know when people enter the store. Or I could buy like a Nest camera and just record everyone that comes in and out.
Maybe make door shocker like a cow.
No matter what you do, Flopper, but guys, you have to be blacklisted from your store for now.
Da.
You want me to blacklist a customer?
Da.
I will watch you do it on phone, please.
Do what on phone?
Go on phone, blacklist Katya from salesmen. Tell them all. Send email, please. To all your salesmen. Guy at the door. Okay. Tell them not to sell to Katya.
All right. It's gonna be okay, Katya. I promise.
If he sells to Katya, this is big problem.
Of course. Who can I call?
Good.
Hold on. Hopefully he answers.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Han. It's Flop. How you doing?
Yeah, what's going on, my man?
Not much. Hey, could you tell Chris in the store that he is to not sell copium to Katya?
Chris? He's in the cafe?
No, Chris, the guy that's in the employee that sells in my store.
So
yeah.
No more. Wait.
Just tell him, he can sell, but he has to ID everybody now when he sells the copium.
Anybody come in with a red tracksuit? Нет.
Anybody with a red tracksuit cannot buy copium.
Нет, блядь, Катя, просто Катя. Потому что
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Just Katya.
Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Just
Katya. Just make sure he IDs when people purchase
anybody
copium.
with tracksuit, anybody
that's gonna be pretty
hair, Converse,
What's up?
Maybe wheels. Wait, you talking to me or talking to someone?
I was talking to you, Han.
Oh, that's gonna be pretty difficult. You can't just.
I know. Just tell him to ID people and anyone, just I guess named Katya.
Okay.
Cannot purchase.
All right. I'll try my. I'll tell Chris. Yeah.
Just talk to him. Chris is a pretty reasonable guy. He's a prick sometimes, but he's pretty reasonable.
Wait, aren't you Chris?
No, I'm not Chris. I'm Flop.
Oh, you're ChrisTombstone. Got it. Okay.
No, I'm not.
Those are two different names.
No, I'm not. I'm not related to a tombstone.
Oh, okay. But you're gonna be.
Yeah, I might be. Fuck you.
ChrisTombstone.
Hey, listen,
you might be related to Tombstone very shortly if you don't stop selling opium.
Okay, Han, my life's being threatened again. I just do not sell copium. Tell Chris to not sell copium.
Okay, I got you.
All right, I'll talk to you soon, Han.
All right, let him in.
Some guy.
Who the fuck is a ChrisTombstone?
I don't know. Chris is the guy that
Sounds
works at
like
my
a dumbass.
Probably is. Gonna be honest. Chris works down at the store though. He runs the joint when I'm not there. We have people that manage the store, but he kind of runs it, the sales department. So I told Han to pass along to Chris that he is to ID people when they buy copium now.
Хорошо. Well, I mean, it's all what Vitaly want from you to buy Katya for now. We're gonna let you know. We're gonna let you know when she can buy copium again, but
okay,
definitely not for now.
Okay, that's fine. We can work that out. Do me a favor, okay? Just saying. I have a question. Have I ever turned down your guys' demands? Have I ever been irreasonable by chance? Have I ever,
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any chance I'm ever gonna get my dual citizenship?
Well, We need to wait for Gabriel for that.
I think best chance at dual citizenship is no Katya copium, da?
Da.
Katya, if you wanted your friend Chris, I mean, Flop, to ever
Chill
get...
over there.
What the fuck? I have a name.
What the fuck?
I have a name.
What
I have a
the
name.
Okay. If you ever want your friend to get dual citizenship, then you must not take any copium. Otherwise,
This is my dual citizenship. I'd like to enter.
Okay. I must go.
One more thing.
Oh, yeah.
To make sure you know we are serious, follow me.
Yeah, do not follow. Do not follow. Do not follow.
Katya, it's probably okay, right?
Niet, it is not okay. Do not do this.
Follow.
Niet, do not point gun at him.
Are you gonna hurt me?
Yeah.
Niet, I will not hurt you. Come up here.
I need you to re-clarify. Is something
What do you
going to
mean,
hurt me?
Yep.
You should come up here. Vitaly, gun.
What? Okay. All right.
Come up
All right.
here,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Mr.
Yeah. Of course. Of course. I'm coming up. I'm just. Okay.
I want you to stand as close to the ledge as you can.
Okay.
Probably like here.
Okay.
Oh.
Da.
I want you to. Okay, turn around, face Katya. Now take this. That fell through. Do a copium.
You want me to? You want me to fall?
Take a copium. Do your copium, duh.
I don't want to do the. Okay. Fine.
Do the copium.
All right, I'm doing the I'm doing the copium.
This is what happens, Katya. Push you off ledge.
Oh God.
Maybe this is not best timing.
Your timing was shit.
Timing could be better, but message still the same.
Ладно, хорошо, пойдем, Флоп. Пойдем, let's go.
God, do you see what addiction does to your friends?
Hello.
Oh, of course, Katya's on phone.
I need my hat glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
Look at me.
Yeah, go pick it up.
Oh gosh.
Put hat on.
Jesus. You know, why do you do this?
We were supposed to do it way higher up, but maybe next time if you fuck around, find out, huh?
Sounds good, comrade.
I cannot close gate. Flop scared. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Katya. Everything's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine, I promise.
I'm actually kind of stressed out.
Hey!
Oh, she did.
Okay, can we take Flop?
Hey.
Dyke is out already.
Wait, I can leave?
Go buy copium,
Okay. I'm gonna I'm stepping out now. I'm gonna
Хорошо.
Das Vidania.
I'm gonna yep. Us. Yep. Yeah.
All right, sweet. Okay, now Winston.
Oh, Vincent, that.
I am snapping my fingers and it's not loud enough.
I feel that.
No.
I feel that.
I wish I could like clap. Like.
I know how, but
we
it
need
hurts.
to go now. What are you doing?
It's a big problem.
I mean, I just, you know.
Jesus.
What?
You okay?
Yeah, fine. I just hit the back of cars whenever I need to get my point across.
Why is this car sound so hollow?
I don't know.
We're waiting for Gabriel.
Apparently someone bought copium at the store and now they're addicted to it. They wanted to know why I was getting people hooked on copium.
Let me know what happens, okay?
Oh.
Пока-пока.
I'll be in touch. What happened in there, Flop?
Goodbye, comrades. Katya.
До свидания. До свидания.
Yeah, Das Vidania.
Das Fadanya. Okay. Take care, comrades.
Да-да, пока-пока.
All right. I need to get food, so I was gonna travel to and go get some food.
Yeah, I'm fine. Someone bought copium at my store, got addicted to it, and then wanted to know why I was getting people apparently addicted to copium. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently Katya's
I'm
addicted
trying
to
to deal
copium.
with that.
I knew that Flop was going to end up here after Katya was having a problem with copium. It was just a matter of time. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you want to get in the car and go to the place?
Yeah, I was supposed to go meet with, oh gosh, Lauren.
Yeah, she is going there too. We are all going
okay,
to the
sweet.
place.
Let's go.
If you guys need to get food, go get food. Just go to the place. There's some other people that are going to join us.
Okay. I'll see you there.
More conversation! Woo! You know, I looked at Lauren and they asked me to enter Russia, and Lauren's like, well, I wouldn't because they pulled guns. I said, hear me out though. Would it be arguable to say that maybe this isn't a half bad idea considering what I'm going through right now?
What? To go somewhere where people pull guns?
No, more or less
You
to
need
have
people to pull a gun on you and put you out of your misery, and maybe some people can close their deals.
No, I think the implication was that I was gonna get kidnapped and held for ransom, and it didn't happen.
And Norman would just be like, well, I can't do anything, and Flop is taking my direction.
No, with my luck, Norman would walk to the door and show his dual citizenship and take me out himself.
Please don't kill me.
I didn't plan on it.
No, the local.
I know. I'm just being a smartass.
Okay, I'm calling Andy. She's getting a hold of Nancy. And I'm also getting a hold of Storm.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my god, is this like the Babysitters Club?
Is it? I'm trying to decide if it is.
Dude, we are actually the Losers Club.
Wait,
oh my god.
How so?
A bunch of people that are affected by paranormal things gets together to try and save themselves from dying.
Isn't that just the plot of Stranger Things?
Have you never
Stranger
seen
Things
it?
are just trying to look for their friends.
You've never seen it?
I saw like one of the It movies, and I thought,
I hate you.
I'm sorry. I'm not a horror movie kind of guy. I don't know. It's just not for me.
It is barely a horror movie. It's just it's like a coming of age,
clouds.
like, you know, like Stand By Me.
What? Like the movie or the song?
The movie?
Okay.
Except we're called the Boner Club. Okay, can you at least make some kind of like cultural references in your life that mean something? Like, do you have any of those?
SpongeBob was pretty cool growing up.
Yeah, but that's a cultural thing. So what about it makes it a cultural thing?
I guess I never really thought about. You mean like references that speak to me?
Like after the 90s?
Uh-huh.
What cultural clubs, like cultural things were made?
Shitty early 2000s movies?
Oh, that's still like 90s shit.
Yeah, but can we at least admit that like early 2000s movies, some of them were really good, but they were all super cheesy? Like,
yeah, I think I've realized that like Gen Z, you guys had no pop culture. High School Musical, Fight Club.
There were.
I don't think you can consider Scary Movie.
No, probably not. There were a couple things, but like I don't know.
Ren and Stimpy wasn't like the
Live action Scooby-Doo movies, true.
Millennia.
I'm gonna be honest. I think we
Yeah, I
did.
think-
I just was out of the loop growing up because I just didn't have any interest in a lot of the like. We had like Drake and Josh.
Okay, I think the internet replaced pop culture, but it was built by people that lived off of pop culture.
So you think the people that had pop culture felt like it hit a limit, so they decided to expand it with the internet, or do you think they accidentally expanded it?
Get out of here,
I ain't even gonna run up on that. It's bullshit.
motherfucker! No, leave.
Jesus Christ!
Leave.
You cock! You're my bitch now.
Oh my God!
Nice.
Holy shit! I'm taking you out.
Oh my God!
Stupid dick! I'm taking you out.
He's taking him out apparently. Oh, he just got knocked the fuck out. Good shit, man.
Whoa.
Don't you love when you he turned, took
Killed
a
him in the
stand?
room. Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
So much happens up here.
Oh my God! Dude.
That man took a stand and
Okay.
went, fuck this.
Give me a second. I'm gonna make some phone calls.
Okay.
Where is Forcer?
She was with Win.
Can someone call Forcer?
Yeah.
Hi, Fup.
Hey, I didn't
Oh.
die. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm up at the spot right now.
You're at the spot now.
I'm
Okay.
Good. I'm good.
All right. See you up there, Bryce.
Yep, I will talk to
I
you
got
soon.
food.
Oh, you are the best. I appreciate it. I wanted to have lunch, but they had guns, and I was scared.
It's okay. We're on our way up. We'll see you soon.
Yep, see you soon. Bye-bye. Forza said she's on her way up, and she will see us soon.
Call Bryce.
You want me to call Bryce?
Yes.
Got it. He's on the phone.
What's your ping? We're over by Cassidy Trail, Mount Gordo. I tried to call Nancy, but she didn't answer. Okay. All right. Okay.
This is so fucking good.
Okay. This is safe ground.
I sipped the tea.
Okay. Bye. Okay, we're not arresting Annie Jones when she gets here.
Why not?
I kind of think this is a little bit.
I don't care. I'm just being a smartass.
I wish the drop off over here was a little bit higher.
That's the most passive aggressive thing you've said all day.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot coming from you, Flomp.
Yeah.
Okay, now Storm's not answering. Bryce didn't answer, or he was on the phone?
He was on the phone. I'll try calling him back.
You
Bryce.
said Forcer's on her phone, or
He's
on the way?
still Forcer's on the way. Bryce is still on the phone. Probably. Let's see something.
Where's the walk? Hey, Storm. Hey, can I get your ping? I need you to come here. I guess the usual suspects. Okay, well, she's on her way here. Okay, that's fair. Okay. Okay, I will come to you when I'm done. Okay, alright. Be safe. Bye-bye. Okay, Storm is not coming.
Yeah, and I'm texting her now to tell her that because she's like, I can go to the lighthouse if I want to talk, and I'm telling her that to her point exactly, I only have 24 hours and I don't have time to have private conversations with everybody.
Hey, are you guys good? Oh, okay. Cassidy Trail. Okay, I just want to make sure you're good. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Alright, bye.
Okay, I have food.
Ooh. Is there anybody else we're missing?
What would happen if the Windows thing had kept you at BoneCon, but kept you away from BoneCon? I would have been so fucked. I would have been so
I
upset.
have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
What are we expecting to find from these conversations?
Right now, I think the only reason this conversation is happening is because of the urgency. And someone could tell me
People are
differently.
running out of time.
Yeah, I think this is
if
more.
you guys want to grab the food.
Oh.
There's like a bunch of food on the ground for everyone.
I have some.
Oh, thank you.
And Copper, if you want to grab that one then.
I have food.
What does this one say? Hold on. I have a fortune cookie. Hold on. Let me. What does it say?
Oh no.
Oh, well, that's nice, I guess. Sorta.
What?
It says optimism comes in all shapes and sizes. What does that mean?
You can optimize this dick.
Oh. Okay.
Dumb bird there. Hey, it's gone.
Now you said it. Bird will be back.
Yeah, Flop, you need to read your fortune cookies. You read the fortune cookie and whatever it says, and then finish it with "in bed."
Yeah, true. Let me try it on the other side. Hold on. I'll read the other side. It says, lucky numbers, 17, 23, 4,
No.
7,
Not the lucky numbers. It doesn't work for the lucky one.
21, in bed. Did it work?
I already told you.
Oh. Well, I thought it was kind of funny.
Like, you would take those numbers and go to roulette and put money on those numbers.
Yeah. I'm going to say this to you and anyone else who wants to hear the input, but I'm going to have a really hard time listening to Bryce considering he's already made his opinion on a lot of this. I'm going to do my best to keep it aside. Just bear in mind that Bryce has already made his opinion.
Well, good thing it's not all about you, Flop.
It's not.
Well, an opinion is one thing. You know, someone can have a really shitty opinion of a person, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong.
He rumors about everything, and there's a reason I stopped talking to him.
I have to be honest with you guys. I have never had an actual conversation with Pez or Cody.
Me neither.
Ever.
I've had
even when we were at the lighthouse in the very beginning, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? I thought he was BBMC. Is someone dating him and bringing their gang boyfriend here?
Yeah, that's fair. Don't worry.
Come on, watch your fucking language.
By the way, he owes me a lap. He said, "What are you talking about, you bastard?" I said, "Well, you're gonna do a lap," and then he walked away and told me to go fuck myself.
He told me I look like the face of trauma.
Okay, but which one was talking? Cody?
No, Carmine.
Oh, Carmine. Did you tell Carmine takes one to no one?
No, I told him to take a lap, and he told me to fuck off.
I was talking with Forcer, but
Like, what was the point of BoneCon if we were all masked? If we're all just going to meet again the next day unmasked and
Well,
actually talk
except
this
the
time?
difference
know,
is that the
that's
people that actually are
basically
here are the ones that
what
spoke
Jenny
up.
posed. Yeah,
I
but like
agree.
everybody that's here are people that actually fucking talked.
Yeah, and everyone else that was there were people that were in it for
except-
themselves.
What's her face from the factory? And the person that was sitting next to her.
I don't remember.
You mean Ashley?
But the person talking who was sitting next to her was texting the chick, was texting another chick. So if it was Ashley, she wasn't there alone.
Okay.
Yeah, yesterday sucked, but we're on to today.
Yeah, I
was
think
that was that Ashley Winston?
Yes, she texted me. Ashley was there because she's marked for death by the highwayman.
Right. So who was her friend with her?
I think she was texting Odessa.
Really need something to drink.
Odessa was there?
I don't want to get up
No,
though.
Odessa was watching.
What do I
us from the
do?
hillside.
Oh, I gotta get up
Making
and
sure we're okay.
get something to drink.
She had to leave for a deposition at some point, but she
Alright,
did say
while
that
they're
she
talking,
saw
I'm gonna
Norman
sprint.
watching
Hold
us from the hillside when she returned after her deposition, around about the time that we all left.
Okay. So Odessa was the one watching us on the hill. I thought it was Hayes.
No,
There were two of
Hayes-
them.
There was two?
Yes,
I-
there was
I
Hayes
saw
up there.
2 CPD on the hill.
What I missed?
Anyway, I think this is like an aftermath, and people are realizing, okay, I got nothing from that, and my time is ticking down. Like enough, I guess, masks and all that kind of stuff.
All right,
So
guys.
I want to.
Winston, we
It's
need
me,
to speak
Andy.
after this
Okay,
regarding
fine.
the
Andy
people
Jones.
who was covering.
Hey, guys.
What did you
The
say?
people in
Jenny?
what, sorry?
Say it to you after, don't worry.
I want to say some stuff, but I want Lauren here for this. I don't know where she went off to.
Lauren!
I'll be honest.
Thanks, Paul.
If we're just gonna go for another BonerCon v fucking 5 at this point, I think we need to stop speaking in circles. We just need to actually like come up with a conclusion on what we're gonna do and go forward, because it's down to 24 hours.
Well, I have things I want to mention again about the crows, and then I guess it's going to be the ideas of where everyone's pitching ideas, regardless of how stupid they might be. And then I have an idea that I want to pitch, regardless of how stupid it might be.
Okay, well, the last thing that we talked about, I asked you guys if you've ever received a gift from Norman. Like he was like, oh, I have something for you, or text you or call you and said, you know, I have a gift for you.
Give me this bird.
Did he say I have a gift for you?
No. I kind of demanded it, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. I know that I need to look it back in the text. So Norman has only contacted me to do favors for him. And they usually
Welcome
are,
to 2.0.
I need you to send this message. I need you to confirm that this person received this thing. Okay. So 2 months ago, do you mind asking Miss Hall if she remembered Jesse Skid? And this is what he does. He either calls me and
Holy crap.
uses me to oh my god, stir his pot. And he says, "Do you mind asking Miss Hall if she remembers Jesse Skid? I cannot remember if she was the one that worked that case or not. Good kid."
Rest in peace, Jesse, dude. That's some 2.0 shit.
He also called me to ask Snow if he received a package. He also, hello again, Olivia. I'm in need of a favor. I need to get a hold of Sam Bass. Normally I'd speak to him in person, but I'd rather not cause a scene as you folks stay busy. And so I called him and I told him that we were dealing with terrorists. And he said that he doesn't have Sam Bass's phone number. And I told him, if I'm going to keep doing these favors for you, you have to owe me. Because I'm like, you don't do something for free. So I think in total, I've done like 4 or 5 favors. Just either getting in contact with something or relaying information or dropping information to a person that he wanted them to know that he was thinking about it, but inadvertently. And then one day he had texted me and he said that I have a gift for you. He said, "Hello there, Olivia. I have gifts for you." And I said, "I have a gift for you too." And I forgot who gave it to me, but it was a rubber spider in a gift box. Someone gave it to me as like a jump scare. I gave him
Is
a
it from
rubber
Shits and
spider.
Giggles?
I don't think so. I don't know. It was some criminal gave it to me.
It's got to be from Shits and Giggles.
That's great.
You're welcome.
So, but he gave me 2 plushies. One of them is, let me see what the tags.
Who gave them?
Norman met me and he gave me 2 plushies.
It's one of a crow.
Yeah, one of them is a death doll, and it says a doll meant to represent the figure known as death. The other one is a crow plush. A plushie of a crow, a wonderful bird that often associated with destiny, intelligence, and mystery. They're often seen as an omen of death.
It's the one I'm thinking of. I think Norman regifted those to you.
Yeah, I was like, why the fuck do you have
Because I
dolls?
think I know where he got them from in the
And
first
even
place.
dolls of yourself. Like, what is this? And so I put them in a box.
Yeah, I think he's regifting.
Okay, well, I regifted my gift, but he regifted first.
I will
Also,
say, oh, go ahead.
TJ Walker, prior to this, like about a week and a half prior to Norman giving me this gift, I don't know if I can call it a gift anymore. TJ showed me one of these exact plushies that he had, and I think he was given by Norman.
I'm
And
pretty
was
sure he made
carrying
them
it
to
around.
give to Norman.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
I'm
it
pretty
was.
sure because he
We-
gave me
we
one
know
too.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, we knew that.
Okay, yeah.
He's just trolling.
Okay, yeah, and that's why I was like, why do I have this now? Oh my god, is TJ dead?
Oh no, I think he's just giving you his trash in his eyes, to be honest.
Okay, well, I tried to give him an umbrella, and I gave him a rubber spider.
I wonder who he gave them to after that.
Well, he didn't. I tried to give the umbrella to a crow. Didn't take it, and then Norman took the spider, and he didn't laugh, but he was definitely saying something smug and smiling. I think he was cracking. I don't think he was expecting that. He picked it up, and I said, "Oh my god, what could it be?" And then enough time passed, and I'm like, "Eee, that's a spider." Eee. Okay. Right, that's enough for me.
I'm gonna piggyback a little bit. This isn't gonna be much, and nothing to really like look into, but I guess interesting to note is 2 months ago when I first started kind of getting, I guess, more or less involved, or I guess you were getting involved at this time with Snow. Norman did text Snow, and he said, read number 24, tell Flop to tell his fathers I said hello. So he's instructed Snow to pass messages along too, and I don't know if he's going to all the people that used to, I guess, investigate him to pass messages along, but I think that that's something interesting to know.
No, not all of them.
I don't think, I don't think all of them. I just think people that were initially involved.
Yeah, I'm one of the people initially involved. I haven't. My conversation was Norman trying to find a get under my skin, and it didn't work. This whole thing was like he got me when an officer had blood in my arms, and I had blood all over my hands with it. And he called me to try and get under my skin about it, but all that really happened is we ended up having a good conversation about the good old days. Give me, Mom.
Why am I getting more guns on my back? I don't have these in my pockets. What
Wait,
the fuck
do you
is
have a Tech
going
9
on?
as well? Hey, I had this when I woke up today. You have my gifts.
Yeah, but I didn't have
What a
these.
meeting.
I didn't have these.
What the hell? Yeah.
Don't sound so excited, Jenny.
Hey, where is Corsa?
Well, I'll speak to you soon if you want. I can meet up with you and we can have a catch
I
up.
was gonna say she left the second I showed up. Does she have an issue with me?
No, I think she's been doing that
meeting.
periodically. I've just accepted that people just
I'll
do that
speak-
because either it becomes
I'll
too
speak-
much.
That was always. I will speak to you soon, okay?
I mean, it's fine if she doesn't.
Hey.
I'd rather know now, to be honest. Actually, speaking of which, how many people in this circle actually trust me and want me here?
I do.
Thanks, man.
You're fine.
Me?
I'll be real with you, Andy. I think we've spoken maybe twice. So
Yeah, no, that's fair. I barely know you.
yeah, I neither trust nor distrust you. But as far as I've been aware and been saying to everybody, we kind of really need to put our differences aside at this point.
You're real quiet, Flop.
What?
You trust
Something
Andy?
changed that I'm not aware of.
I trust you.
Sure about that. Sounds like a no flop, and I'd rather you just be blunt
Andy,
about it.
do I have a choice right now?
Huh?
What?
I'm not asking you if
Say
you have
no,
a choice.
but you don't have a choice.
No, what I'm saying is even if I didn't, would I really have a choice right now? The reality is, yeah, I obviously trust you, but Bryce, similar
Is that
to
obvious?
yes. Since when have I
Took
not
your
trusted
sweet
you?
time answering. That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm telling you. I guess I trust you.
Bond, you don't need to answer. I don't trust you either. Did Force her leave because of me or for something else?
Honestly, I think she left because of Denzel.
Okay, well, she's dumb enough to judge me by the person I'm married to, then she can stay gone as far as I'm concerned. She ain't gonna get anywhere with any of this if that's gonna be her mindset about things.
Thing is, Andy, I don't trust you, but I agreed with what Flop said yesterday. Put all personal differences aside and just fucking get on with it, and that's what I'm doing.
I don't trust you because I know you haven't been fully honest about your deal.
What about my deal?
that
Am I
being
not being
said-
fully honest about?
That being said, I don't really care, and two, it's not really my business.
I want to
I'm gonna
know
be
what am I
honest,
not being fully
I-
honest about.
Pot,
I mean,
meat,
good for you,
kettle.
you would know.
Pot, meat, kettle, Andy.
But what part? In your opinion, I want to know.
Anyway,
like, so
I show
can...
up to these things to help
Alright.
other
Pot,
people
meat,
because I'm
kettle.
perfectly satisfied with my position in all of this.
And we still don't know Andy's deal.
Okay.
Andy doesn't tell anyone her deal.
I know this is a lot of this. Okay, this kind of slipped into the realm of okay, well, fuck you, I got mine. I would like you guys to at least help each other in some sense that not. I guess I want to reduce collateral damage.
I don't think there's any point in reducing collateral damage. I think at this point we just try and figure out what the fuck Flop's going to do tomorrow, because Flop's actions with Dark and Rhodes tomorrow is going to determine how other people that still need to do their end of the deal is going to take up theirs.
I'm also going to point out that people being lost, such as Dark Roads, etc., will have a domino effect, causing more people to get involved.
So I do have an idea, but before we all start spitballing ideas, I did want to bring something up because everyone was fixated on the birds, the crows. The crows have to be the answer. I agree. There's something with the crows, but something that wasn't brought up yesterday that I was thinking about again is that the crows. We mentioned that they have a mind of their own, personality even, but they all somewhat still obey Norman. But they have their own personalities and stuff. To my understanding, the crows take you to and out of purgatory. Through like fire, even. I think the crows are a giant, huge key into all of this, and they have much more power than people honestly think. Yes, they're his eyes and ears, but also they're tools of Norman that he uses on a daily basis for, whatever it may be. And those being tools of Norman, having their own personality and minds and way of doing things. I mean, that's, if someone were to grab a crow, or not grab a crow, or if a crow were to ever change their mind about how they feel about Norman, I think it would definitely hurt him and weaken him.
Were you here when Matt was here, Bryce?
Nope.
Okay. Just, I'm not going to take up too much time with it, but just really quick, like, because it builds on what you're saying. Matt brought a sniper when they went to go meet Norman. I don't know why. I just found out today. He looked up in the sky and he shot in the sky and pretended like he shot a bird and made a comment along the lines of, "I got it." And Norman's words exactly were, "If you actually got it, I would have felt it." And
okay, so he's like Voldemort with fucking Horcruxes, except they're birds.
To assume, yeah, there is some degree on that, if what he's saying is true, and if what you're saying is right. And also, just for curiosity, is your experience with getting in and out of purgatory, was that personal experience, or was that from what other people have been saying?
Both personal experience and also from what others have said. I know that the birds have also showed some people inside of purgatory, or not inside, but bits and pieces. Things like specific items and trees that we're only seen in there that are appearing in, the real world. It's almost as if they were trying to show like, hey, by the way, this is here. This is how you do it. This is the answer.
Interesting. So I guess to Winston's point of trying to not go in circles and come to a conclusion, are we willing to set stone to try and look into the birds to conclude somewhere today with the birds, or are we feeling indifferent about that and that there's something else that we should be looking into?
I mean, catch the birds, right? If what he's saying true, it hurts him. We should catch the birds?
I don't think
the
the
birds
crows
really
are
that-
worth looking into. At least
Yeah,
not the
I'm
black
with
ones.
Andy Jones, but that's purely because of Andy Jones's experience. I don't know.
Moxie has been stated to have like aligning goals with Norman, but is its own entity entirely. Norman's also like given away several birds. So if they were going to harm him or lead to his demise in some kind of way, I don't think he would just be giving them out to people.
Yeah, but weren't
He's
those
also
birds
stated
given away as a part of like a deal?
protection for me, at least, that didn't work whatsoever.
Right.
Noxie was the only one who was ever able to do anything. But regardless, he let me keep Smoke and doesn't seem interested in having him back in any capacity. He's also stated multiple times that most of the birds are just birds. I'm just saying, I don't think the Black Crows have any real weight on this. If you're, what are you guys trying to do right now? Are you trying to like replace Norman, or are you trying to figure this shit out for Flop? Or both, I guess.
A little bit of both, I think, is the point. Like I said, I think the reason why this conversation is happening is because realistically, I'm next in line, and what I do and the choices I make will either help or give someone else understanding as to how to proceed with Norman moving forward. So I think right now it's coming up with some kind of a plan that was different the first time around, in hopes that I come out with either something different, new, or you guys get a different light to look into for a way to understand Norman. Something that makes sense that I'll be able to do tomorrow that would be different than what happened the first time.
Nothing.
Thank you.
That's not meant to be mean. You either do it or you don't, pretty much.
Except my change in deal
Except
is
what?
different than anyone else. My parents' deal got somehow roped into me, and without clarification, I now have either a separate deal or a different deal that contradicts my parents' deal.
How does it contradict?
I'll explain it from the top. I don't have the full details. You probably remember better than I do to what my parents' deal is. Essentially, they chose to protect family, and they chose to protect me, and that they would protect me at all costs. Since then, Norman and I guess the deal with them has turned into me being a messenger for my parents. There's things about about our deal that I can't discuss, but you were there when you were literally telling me to shut the fuck up. So those things were brought to me. Yeah, those things were brought to me from Norman to say, hey, tell Matt and tell Dark these things. I became the messenger. So I said, okay. And I passed that information along to Matt, and I called Dark the day before BoneCon, and I said, I need to talk to you urgently. He said, I can't. I'm under the weather. I said, okay, call me tomorrow before this happens. Come to find out, while the meeting was happening, I realized that I never actually had an opportunity to talk to Dark prior, and he had brought up something that I was instructed to tell him to not say. And all I can say is that it was mentioned during the meeting, and everything that happened to Dark was essentially, in Norman's eyes, my fault for not passing along and not being able to explain. I texted him in the middle of everything to say, be very careful what you say. Don't say that. Be very, very careful on your choice words, and he wasn't. Not saying it was his fault, not saying it was my fault. Not
Did
pointing
you
fingers.
specifically tell him to not say that
Not
exact
talk about
thing,
that
or
thing.
just to be careful what he says?
No, I clarified it via text. I wasn't going to say it in front of everybody because that's exactly what happened to Dark. He was poisoned. So I texted him. He looked at his phone and he texted me back, why? And then kept talking. So instead of taking my plead, he kept going. It doesn't matter. It's the past at this point. To get to the point of why my deal is different is because I never took a deal with Norman. The deal was Matt and Dark were to protect me, and that the only thing my involvement was with their deal was that I had to know the person too. So we're at the hospital now, and I called Norman and I said, why? I said, we had 2 days. Why? He said, you were warned. I said, okay. He said, don't contact me unless it's a corpse. And he hung up. About 5-ish minutes.
Time out.
Mm-hmm.
Did Norman call you saying there's a new deal, or did you call Norman?
Well, I'm getting there.
No, just now. Like what you just said.
I'd let him finish. I think he comes back to that.
Yeah. So I went inside, and about 5 minutes later, Norman called me back and said, change of plans, Kiki Pendragon. And it went from anyone to, you have 2 days to get and kill Kiki Pendragon. before I could even say that wasn't part of the deal and we didn't accept that, he already had the phone hung up and he wouldn't contact. And I was instructed to not call him unless it was a corpse. Otherwise, it's my head on a chopping block. So I never actually agreed to a deal with Norman. I never had any say in my parents' deal. And the only conclusion I'm left with is that I'm left with my parents' deal. And even if everything were to work out in a perfect world, even if I got out of my end of it, I don't think my parents would. So I'm left with a big question mark. And this is why I'm saying I think my deal is a little different than other people's. It's because I never approached with an ultimatum in terms of my parents' deal. And I never tried to antagonize to get a deal out of it. He just kind of wrote me into my parents' deal with either a separate deal or a change of my parents' deal that I'm supposed to pass along to them, which Matt is not available and Dark is in the ICU. So where does that leave me?
Same place before you explained all that. You either do or you don't. It's you or your dad.
I want to go back. Did you so you called Norman first, and you were asking about what would get you your 2 days.
No, I called him and I said, why? He said, you were warned. I said, okay. I said, we have 2 days. Why couldn't you wait 2 days? And then I asked him, what could we do to get our 2 days so that you could stop what you're doing? And
That's a deal.
That's not a deal. He said you were to get a corpse. And he just reiterated my parents' deal. That's not a deal. He reiterated my parents' deal.
Okay, regardless, deal, no deal, I don't know. I'm not Steve Harvey, but
I think you're poking into things that I think are arguable, but I don't think you're going to help anything in this situation right now. Like I said, I think my situation is a little unique. Does it mean anything? No. But it still means that regardless of what anyone thinks about the deal, everyone understands it now. Everyone has an opinion about it. Regardless of what people feel about it and how I feel about it, I still have to go stand in front of Norman tomorrow. So what difference does it make? The question is, what am I going to do? And that's, again, to not run in a circle for a fifth time in 20 minutes, but
trying to understand the situation.
Yeah, that's why we're here. Whatever I do tomorrow is going to either determine or help someone else figure out what the fuck to do with Norman.
So there's okay. Let's pretend for a second that we're not pretending. Let's talk about the two entities thing. There's Norman, and then there's Death. Death doesn't like how fast and chaotic Norman is. Kind of. There's some conflict there, but they both have the same goal. Death just kind of exists to help people pass along. Norman kind of speeds up that stuff. The question was brought up yesterday. What happens if someone says no? And well, we can assume that what happened with Dark was because he was talking about saying no, or because he was being an idiot and talking about stuff that he shouldn't have been talking about. And it could just be seen as a force of power for Norman. But this kind of seems dumb. But don't you think that would be some sort of conflict between people if between Norman and Death, if it was like let's pretend that you, Dark, and Rhodes all go up and you say no tomorrow, and maybe don't say it at the lighthouse, but you give him a call and you just say no, and either he'll have to come find you, but don't you think there'd be some kind of conflict struggle between it? Like Death is like, okay, it's not their time yet. Norman's like, no, fuck that. It's their time right now because they disobeyed me.
I think that yesterday, Dark's whole thing of getting hurt, and just from my perspective, I might be wrong, was because everyone was saying nobody hasn't done a deal, nobody knows what happened. They were basically no-ballsing it. And so Norman was like, okay, you guys aren't taking it seriously and you don't think these deals matter, and that's why he shook Dark.
So why didn't he just kill him then?
Because killing him would just, that's it. There's nothing to play with. If you kill him, there's nothing to play with when it comes to Flop or Rhodes.
It's the same thing as like ocean dumping
There's
a
nothing
person.
to play with.
What's the point of ocean dumping a person? I want them to remember what they're doing and why they fucked
But
up.
that's what I'm getting at. You know, Norman strives off of chaos and taking advantage of people and making them do shit they don't want to do. What happens when people just stop giving him things to play with?
I think what you saw yesterday. He just goes for someone else who you care about.
Yeah, I mean, it will never happen exactly for that reason. People are never going to reach a point where they're just like, okay, smile when he talks about, I'm going to kill them unless you kill someone else.
I mean, this is in the beginning.
I think no one listened to a word Flop said.
Was it Flop, you and like the Bundy group, and you guys circled in the rest of us who had done the original investigation and went after him. I told you guys his mode of operating is like a disease. Like,
yeah,
I'm Norman, and somehow
no one listened to Flop.
either I saw Bryce and he, for whatever reason, he saw me outside of Alta Apartments, and Bryce pulled over in his car and was like, hey, do you need a ride? And me as Norman would be like, sure, that's very kind of you. I would get into the car and get Bryce talking. Bryce would tell me about where he works. Bryce would tell me about what he does, the interests, just let Bryce tell me things. Now I know names of either his friends, the people he loves, where he works, so those people, and wherever else he's going to go today, possibly. So now I have more targets. I get to torture Bryce, the people he loves and cares about, and the people that he's working with to make Bryce lose his fucking mind. And then I go to Bryce's significant other because that's a new target. And then somehow I've work out a way so that Bryce's significant other or someone he cares about comes in contact with me in some kind of fashion. Now that person is telling me who their best friends are and who their family members are and who they fucking care about and who they work with. And now he has that information. And then he goes to those fucking people because if he can fuck with those people, that will drive the significant other of Bryce crazy. And that then will drive Bryce crazy. And it all works. He's a disease. He's like an airborne pathogen. He just goes from person to person. Like every person in that diary is connected. Okay?
Hmm?
And maybe, I mean, you're not going to get written in that book how they're connected. But at the time, with what was going on in the city, it all made sense. Because you knew who was hanging out. You knew who was working together. You knew who was fishing together or was doing various other jobs or was politically motivated when we were electing things or working against the cops or some kind of thing with the medical practices or just, it's not ending. That's why I'm of the thinking that there's no way to remove Norman. He is inevitable. And so are all the other faces of death. I'm a bit doomer. Nihilist doomer right now.
I will ask, because as much as I hate to call it a theory, it's probably a pretty accurate one. Do you not think that there is a source behind Norman? Do you not think that there is something else there?
I think we've confirmed that. But it's Norman and death. And while death might be inevitable, Norman's not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not to again go in circles, but doesn't this come back to the original question? Why was Norman picked? Why did he always believe that he was the guy to death? Why was he the one to be picked? And at what point does death choose a host? And why was Norman the host? And how do you get rid of the host? Right? I mean,
is he chosen as a host, or did he somewhere along the lines just appease death, and they were like, "Okay, you do good work."
I mean,
or killed Death and became Death. Tim
I
Allen, Santa
feel-
Claus.
I don't even think it's about like, you know, Highlander, right? There can only be one. I felt that
what's up, Immortal?
Norman was accumulating enough. This is some Mormon shit. Actually, there's probably another religion for it. But if you replace killing people with acquiring enough wives so that in my next life I will have all of these wives, and that will equal a certain level of power. So if me, Norman, if I kill enough people, that will give me enough power in my next life, or what I become, to become powerful enough to be Death.
Okay. I think, personally, the main topic of conversation that we should all be focusing on is how to split Norman and Death. I think everything else is just us talking in circles. I think now is the time for spitballing, regardless of how stupid you think the idea is. I think that is what needs to be focused on.
It's
People
broad.
have talked. Well, go ahead.
Yes, I agree with you, but it's also broad to say that, because I think you could argue that the birds may have some say. You could argue that his past has some say, right? And I think that's where we get stuck in a circle. So what is a subsection that we can focus on and try and tackle and try and come to a conclusion with? And if that doesn't work, we can move on to something else.
I still think what I just said, because we've talked about everything else that you mentioned, and I imagine that you spent all day and all morning talking about the same stuff that you just mentioned too.
Yeah, I've been sitting in circles like this for yesterday
Exactly.
and today.
And that's all these things ever do, is we all talk in circles. Man, we're fucked. It could be the birds. No, it's not the birds. I think it could be this. What about his past? He's an evil dude. We agree. We all know this. One thing to focus on. If anybody wants to focus on something else afterwards, we could talk about it. How do you split them apart? People have been able to talk to specific people's Norman and Death, and been able to get them out of them in a conversation, you know. I think even Dark said that yesterday, where he was able to talk to only Norman at times and only Death at times.
Yeah, but someone said that Norman speaks as in we, to speak to himself. Are we suggesting that him admitting self is him admitting his different personalities?
Yes, him and Death. That's how I took it.
Okay. What? Huh? I'm very so the biggest takeaway from last night is that I'm confused as to why people are differentiating between the two anyway. It's the same thing.
Well, yesterday the conversation was different types of mythology, and I think the way that people took it was that there were different ways of looking at death. That was my takeaway from yesterday, was that everybody, I think, just had a different
But it seems like some
idea.
people think that there's like times where you're talking to just Norman or times where you're talking to just Death, and that's not the case at all from my understanding. He's one and the same now.
Well, how do you, can you share how you think that way?
Because I think people are over complicating things. Like Norman has said multiple times, like, fuck, I have to think of an example of things I can actually talk about. Because same boat, Flop. I'll put it this way: we were talking about something, and I asked if he cared, and he said the tiny, 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 tiny part of me that still feels like a man cares a little, but the overwhelming majority, no, I don't fucking care.
Okay, so he essentially...
So it's like there's still a tiny part of him that feels like a man, but he's ultimately Death at this point. Like they're one and the same. They're not as like separated as people seem to think they are, at least from my experience. And I could be wrong, but that's 100% my take on that.
I think that's interesting, because...
And even if they're not separate, or even if they were separate, we know from the journals and things like that Norman doesn't view them as separate, and that almost means more.
That's where
he's always thought of himself as Death anyway.
That's where I was going to come in. You're the first example of somebody who, and this is the first example I've heard of, where like an actual example where that would make more sense than the separation. Now, I'm willing to, because I do think that there's an argument for both sides. And I think that for what his journal did say, he always believed that he was the god of death. So I feel like for him to try and differentiate the two wouldn't make sense unless he spited death or did something to, I guess, disappease death, essentially, right? So if we were to, going off of what Bryce was saying before, assuming that we are going to pick one of these options and try and take this further without circling, would it make more sense to say that they are hand in hand or more sense to say that they are separate? I would argue, based on what you just said and what I know about the journal, it would make more sense to say that they're probably hand in hand. However,
treat them as one and the same. It's easier.
This begs the other question, though, because a lot of other people really believe that they have had conversations with both different, and I'm confused. The only thing I could figure out is if maybe Death is more wanting to be, I guess, the lead in a conversation, but I don't think that that means that Norman is just like away making pancakes. You know what I mean? Like, I think that Norman is still very much there as well as Death. Or you'll
but
get
I don't
more...
think they're even separate consciences, like, or consciousnesses. I think it's just all the same thing now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he feels that part where he was a man that's like residual, almost like a ghost limb, right?
Sure.
But that's, I'm of the same thinking, but I only see like a pinhole size of it from my perspective, right? I hear what you guys are seeing, and it's definitely broadening my perspective. But I'm not going to say no to you guys just because that's not what I believe. How would we go about to even test if there's more than one person, just to verify? Do we even have enough time to do that before he's going to collect on the deals?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I
Test?
take him showing like compassion about the thing we're not supposed to talk to and talk about and other stuff. I mean, he claims, for a man that claims he's deaf and he doesn't care about anything and he doesn't have feelings for anything, he certainly gets worked up about certain topics and cares about it, like you and everyone here does. And I mean, I think that says something in itself.
So do you want to put effort into provoking?
Storm did try to tell people, but no one is listening. The problem is that Storm was invited by Flop to come here and have an open discussion.
Anything provoking it, I mean, one, it would just piss him off.
So if
obviously,
Storm didn't want to show up, Flop is going off.
I guess it would test that theory.
This is
what
where
about the people that he
people can't be,
that were his friends in his journal that he or not, maybe not friends, but they worked with him and they killed people with him, and he ended up thinking that they were going to go against him and killed them, and one of them's buried behind the lighthouse. I mean, try and act like you're the god of death and you don't care, but that's some sentimental shit right there, maybe even mentioning those names or something. The guy cares about stuff. The guy's passionate about stuff. However, I'm a god. I don't have feelings. I just have power. He wants to be, I don't think that.
Okay.
I think we really need to do something because right now we're just talking in circles again.
Okay,
I'm
so what can we actually
I'm spitballing ideas.
But so how would we provoke this person to see if it has an effect on Norman? And could it possibly happen fast enough for us to get the reaction? So
Why would you want to provoke him? That's not.
That's the other thing. I haven't even gotten to that point.
Yeah.
Is that you realize that going after this person, it will take a toll on whoever is the closest that he comes in contact with.
I mean, Dark provoked him and brought up stuff that he's sentimental and sappy about, and dude tried to poison Dark.
Are we trying to kill Isaac? Is that the plan? Attack the birds and provoke him? Like, these are all ways to provoke him, right?
At this point, I think everyone should just spitball whatever, whether it's provoking or splitting or cloning him, and replacing him with a nicer version, or something, or Flop, maybe you seduce him and he'll realize that it's not worth living in Los Santos anymore, and he'll dip or something. Anything. Anybody have any fucking ideas?
I'm gonna be honest. Bryce, as dumb as your idea was, I think what you were saying before about telling him no, I think is interesting.
I think if everyone fucking overwhelms him, it's either a horrible idea and he's just gonna be like, I bet, and kill everybody, or it's like it's gonna upset something inside of him, or I mean, I don't know. He's gonna have to go out of his way to convince other people to do something for it, or you know, even
Bryce is saying the things
himself.
that
He's gonna
everyone
have
wants to
leave
say,
his
though.
comfort area and comfort zone and
Yeah.
go do something in his fucking self. I think if everyone said no and overwhelmed him, it's something that he's not expecting.
The issue is
Because
while I
still
think
no
it's
one said no. Sorry, go ahead,
I
Jenny.
think it's a fantastic idea because I think overwhelming him, people aren't going to do that. Because at the end of the day, some of these deals, from the sound of it, are keeping loved ones safe. Like for Flop, he can do that because it's his life. You know, it's his choice to make. But other people won't because they're choosing for other people and they won't feel comfortable doing that. Which is why he's so powerful, which is why he works so well, because it's not, if it was a case of, we'd all do the same thing, take me and not them, right? Because we have control of that. But I don't think any of us would go take them and not me. And also, if you do go through with this, because I'm just playing devil's advocate here, then whoever goes through that has to understand that there probably will be consequences that could hurt them and other people, and be okay with that.
A lose-lose situation either way.
Yes, it's a lose-lose. And while I think it's good, I think the chance of overwhelming him is a good idea. I just think you need to be really truthful with yourself about what exactly you are saying no to. And I get that you're like, yeah, but that gives him power, yada yada. Yes, but we've also seen people actually get hurt. So if you want to go through with it, that's fine. But you can't then at the end of it go, well, I didn't know it was going to lead to this. You have to be like, yes, I get it. People are going to get hurt then. People are going to maybe die. People are going to, you know, maybe lose a limb because of me and my choices. I know that for a fact that some of the people who've made those deals won't do that.
I think that whatever we figure out that works, I don't think it's going to save everyone.
Yeah.
I guess that's why I say collateral damage. Whatever can be reduced. I also, that comes from me because I'm being a cop. And that's just like one of my
I
vices.
have an idea,
so.
but it's not a good one.
Another idea is we cancel him. Now, this is something I've expressed to you guys before.
Me kicks
But what
Bryce
if we
in the head.
dig up?
You
Yeah,
can't do that.
or we dig up a bunch of old tweets that he had, and maybe there's some really questionable stuff. Or
We literally have it. It's his journal, Bryce.
I mean,
Yeah, and that didn't stop
the issue
anybody.
is though, yeah, you gotta
people
remember
kinda
this is
glorify
Los
serial
Santos.
killers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people will get wet
They
for him
didn't-
and want to go visit him because of it. Like,
Isn't there
wasn't they
a
literally
hit
giving
song literally about this that was just released the other day?
Yeah, and wasn't there also literally people paying to have a tour of the lighthouse?
It's only a matter of time before Netflix calls and there's a whole documentary on him,
Mm-hmm.
and then people are dressing up as him for Halloween.
But that's been okay. That sentiment that like
People did do that
ooh,
for Halloween.
sexy Norman
God
Bones
damn
has
it.
been a thing for over 4 fucking years. While
Been
we
a
were
long
investigating
time.
him,
Yeah.
while he was at the prison waiting, he was at the wall making his last request. People were there to watch him die, and in his defense were screaming, "You cannot kill him. He's my sexy, spooky daddy."
Somebody,
I'm not even fucking
yeah.
kidding.
Well, he was a fucking human and he was on trial. People were trying to hand him stuff to help him.
The knife that he stabbed Snow with, someone allowed it to get through the security we had.
Yeah.
They allowed it to happen. So I mean, if you want to do that, Bryce, I mean,
go mental.
I mean, I don't know what types he's really into.
I think I can Photoshop him into some photos that would get trending pretty quickly.
Can we get?
And
Oh my
his
God.
ass would get
The
canceled.
ones you made for Nick Simone.
Can we?
Mm-hmm.
Can we
Remember what I did to Nick Simone?
Can we?
I
Kill
remember.
Bryce?
Yeah, but he's not canceled.
Well, that's because we never posted them.
Yeah, we never
Oh
posted
my
him.
God! Stop.
No, I sent like 20 of them.
Gajillion
Gen.
to me. Yeah.
Can we kill?
Like I had one of
Can we
of
kill
Nick Simone Photoshop
Bryce?
burning down a church.
Yep. There was
Oh,
one of
thank
him
God.
pushing sim.
There was
There's
one
a
of
lot.
him setting fire to servers. It's still
There's one
the
of
worst
him
one.
with Tom Holland as he's being disappeared from Thanos.
Yep. There was the one of the fucking what's it called? The big the balloon that came down. The what's it called?
I'm gonna be honest, Jenny. There was a thought that I had that I will just go tell Dean that I hate Michael Simone.
Oh yeah.
And bullshit a bunch of stuff.
Can I ask you guys, what was your take on what Norman said last night? As far as somebody knowing, was that knowing how to get rid of him or knowing how to get out of a deal?
So that's a okay. We
I don't
talked
know which one
about
he
that. So, is it how to get rid of him? How to get out of your deals? How to replace him? How to
I think
when
getting rid of
he-
him would be replacing him.
like yeah, but I think with him it would be more specific, right?
Yeah, true. He would.
Like, is
work
it
with
how
stipulations to all
to transition and thus getting rid of him, but you still have to know how to make that transition? Is it how to kill him? I guess that's also an end of him. It is the same ends but different means. Is it how to thwart him if he latches onto you and you get infected with his bullshit? Is it how to keep to like so that he doesn't spread to the people that are in your lives? Is it how to get rid of the deal?
I just
how to
think it's
answer the
Norman
deal?
shit staring and making us telling each other.
Yeah, or is he just saying that shit to like be like?
I think he was no
I mean,
balls in us.
again.
I think he was no balls in us and then dangling a carrot in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I knew which one he meant, that might matter.
I guess that's the question. But again, it could just be bullshit. But
it could.
Were
be,
we adamant that
in my experience,
Norman
shit
doesn't
staring's
die?
more fun when it's actually true. Not to say that Norman doesn't
True.
lie, but
Yeah, but that's
if
the
you
thing.
want to
We
drop
talked
real
about
spice,
that,
it's
right,
usually
Bryce?
founded in truth.
You brought up how he makes a point that he doesn't lie, but he does say half truths or a version of the truth or admit parts of truth.
Yeah.
Well, he tries to trick people into. I'll say it again because some of you guys weren't here, but there was someone that made a deal with him 4 years ago, and he tried to collect on that deal the other day, saying you never made it up on your part of the deal, and they said, well, neither did you, and he said, clever, and never asked again about it.
Yeah, that's like when I asked him what's the smartest question a person could ask him, and then he just said, "Very clever, Miss Jones," and ignored me.
So there's ways. There is a way. He's not
I think
impossible.
He has to have some very obvious fucking weakness.
What if we bring dogs and he's just like a pet allergy?
He started freaking out about his brother.
Oop. Back to shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
we talked about how he's sensitive about that. Extremely sensitive, and every
We
even
cannot
the
talk about
mentioning
it with
of
Bryce
it
or too late. Bryce already knows
gets
that
his-
Flav doesn't trust Tessa.
gets him all hot and bothered.
How would you put it that way?
It's better than me saying him exposing himself to people and then being like, well, not in that way, you know? Maybe it's gluten. I'm spitballing. We're supposed to be spitballing.
Oh yeah,
Well, I'm trying to narrow down our scope here. Are you trying to get rid of Norman by whatever day it is, or are you trying to get out of your deal by whatever day it is?
I mean, what's the difference?
There is a large difference.
Yeah, there could be quite a big difference.
Okay, well, without Norman, it stops also everyone being a dumbass and flocking to the lighthouse and,
True.
you know,
Okay.
being
Yeah,
like, yo,
it's brought down my
my
property
dog might
value
get sick later.
significantly.
We have 24 hours, so we can either figure out a way to get Dark and that out of their deal currently, because that might be slightly easier than trying to figure out a way to get rid of
We
Norman.
just got to get.
I think this is our one shot, one opportunity.
Oh, I'm gonna
Okay.
fucking punch
No,
you.
I think there's going to be more shots after this, but Flop, you're kind of the guinea pig, honestly, as shitty as it sounds.
Oh,
and
I've
based
already
on your
accepted
actions
this.
of what you do is going to determine on how other people, you know, and people to come do their side of stuff.
Can I ask a serious question? Has anyone called Norman and just said no? Like
Literally
1,000%.
what I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you that from mine is that he was. I can tell you from mine that he was trying to get me to kind of like come to him and make a deal. It didn't work. I because it really through talking with me, he realized that there really, firstly, isn't really anyone that I would do anything for. Like, I care about people, but not enough to like kill someone for someone. I would never do it. You know, it just isn't worth even putting it in front of me. I just like nah. And then he also worked out that like this city's already jaded me to a point where there's no point going for me because I'm very content with fucking up my own life. And in that case, he was just like, okay, so what is it? Like, he's like, oh, I asked how he was, and he said, oh, you don't care about me. And I said, I did, because as long as he was around, me and my friends like talked to each other and we got to work together. And he seemed to like that. And then he said goodbye to me. So there is ways of just like, of just going, look, dude, I don't need this.
TJ told me that Norman is only persistent with the people that he feels that will end up ultimately making a deal. That you have to make that decision that you want to take this on.
Which brings us back to square one. I never told him I was taking anything on.
Right, but like you did though, Flop. I know in your own way you did by asking for information about your family and how they could continue with theirs. You made their quote unquote deal your deal. And if he's smart, he will have gone right. That's him agreeing to it.
It also
Agreed
just
with what
doesn't
Jenny
matter
said.
if you have a
I
deal
agree with
at
Jenny.
all. Bottom line, if you don't do X, he will kill Dark.
Yeah.
Period. It doesn't matter if you call it a deal or whatever the fuck else. That is the threat you are faced with. And either way, you have to make a choice. If you call it a deal or not, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so again, my point. What am I doing tomorrow then? Because again, we're back at square one, and I feel like we're wasting our time if we're gonna keep coming back to you're gonna do it or you're just everyone around you's dead. So
You want
what's
these
the deal?
people to collectively make your decision for you?
Well, as
We're
far
trying
as
to
I'm
figure out
concerned,
Flop.
asking
as far as I'm
for
concerned,
help?
I'm yes, I have asked for help, and I feel like no matter what end we come to, it's well, you know, the deal is there, and you're probably gonna die if you don't do it anyway. So what are you doing, Flop?
Well, I think
Alright.
either you replace it with a better deal, but that's the
That
only
is
thing I can
the
think of.
only
No more
thing
deals.
I
I'll
can
kill
think
you
of.
if you try to negotiate again.
Well,
He will 100% kill you.
Fine, then I'll go to him, offer him a deal. If he says no, I'm gonna say take me. Fuck it.
Especially if he told you not to call him unless you had a body for him.
Yeah, that's
He's not-
fine. So then
that doesn't
tomorrow-
sound like someone interested.
Yeah,
in-
he's gonna die anyway. So
What fucking difference does it make at this point?
If you're going that route, what happens if you, Dark, and Rhodes all collectively just tell him no?
Yes,
not
let me
in
drag
person.
Dark out of the ICU, drag Matt from the dentist, and bring them to the fucking lighthouse to say no. This is no
Well,
longer
damn,
about them.
Dark shouldn't have scheduled a dentist appointment on that day.
It wasn't
Or
Dark. Thanks for
shouldn't
listening.
have waited till the last day.
Thanks for listening,
Matt.
Bryce.
Doesn't matter.
So, again, I come back to my point. Genuinely, this is completely my takeaway right now. If we are going to go in circles, and the conclusion is always going to come back to, Flop, you're probably fucked anyway. I know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm not going to kill Kiki. So I appreciate everyone's concern. I'm going to try something, shoot in the dark, and just hope it works.
Yeah, I thought this
What
was the
is
point of
that
this
shoot
entire
in the dark?
conversation to figure out your shot in the dark.
Yeah,
I'm
that
going
is.
to offer
yeah.
him a new deal.
Okay.
If he says no, sayonara. What fucking difference does it make if he says no?
What deal?
I don't know. I'll offer him something else. It'll be in regards to me. I'll probably give something up of myself.
So what's the difference between that and
Take my
going
fucking
out
memory.
with your
Take
deal of
anything.
Kiki?
What?
What's the difference between making a new deal and going out on the deal that you had right now? I mean, you already said that you don't want to do the deal with Kiki. What makes you think that he's going to allow you to pick your new deal?
Nothing. But if I say something different, we're going to come back to, well, Flop, you made the deal already, so... And we're going to come right back to square one. So, to answer your question, nothing. But what difference is it going to make? If I kill Kiki, congratulations, I'm safe. My dads aren't. If I don't kill Kiki, congratulations, I'm dead. So, why do we keep coming back to this? I'm just going to put my foot down. What's the point of this conversation if we're going to keep coming back to square one? We're getting nowhere.
Okay,
No one has answers. We're all trying to
here's
find
the hard fucking truth, Flop. We keep going in circles, hoping that something new might be struck up from a different perspective, because everybody keeps bringing a new perspective. You guys keep talking about circles, but each time, I know we end up at the same resolve, but more and more is being dug up, right? So I get the frustration. It's not going to go anywhere. The other hard truth is that you're in a position where you Flop, in all of your entirety of your experience, your relationships with people, the ones that have ended, the new ones that you've created, the ones that you're holding on to and trying to protect, you're going to be tested. And nobody here can really judge you on what, but you are going to judge yourself, and that's a part of your turmoil for having a deal with death. The point of having a deal with death is that you suffer. And either you suffer until the end of this life, or it's an eternal suffering in the next. But you chose to be a part of that deal. And that's the bottom line. That is the hardest truth I can tell anybody here that has had to deal with him.
Has anyone been in touch with Pixie?
Yeah.
Not yet today.
Yes. Yes, I have.
I think, again, any sort of bringing up the potential weaknesses, if she was in fact having a conversation with Isaac, then why not bring her down and talk about it?
To my understanding, I mean, I can give her a call and see if she's around. To my understanding, Pixie wants absolutely nothing to do with Norman or, he who shall not be named, and has been actively avoiding them, and only spoke with he who shall not be named the other day because he kind of sought out, bumped into her and had that conversation where she was acting like she had no idea what he could possibly want, and he was doing the same. And then during it, he touched her shoulder, and what Pixie and I believe, she probably injected her with something or did something to her, because ever since then she's been incredibly sick, throwing up, flies following her, being able to hear rats in the walls and stuff like that, and all that stuff. So I don't know how useful she'll actually be, but I mean, I could see if she's around.
I think that she'd be incredibly useful, especially if she might not want anything to do with them, but they've kind of forced her hand a little bit.
Let's see if she's awake. Does anyone have any ideas? That's something that we haven't thought of yet. Different avenue of something. It could be a branch off of something we've talked about, where Flop says no, or offers a new deal, or offers Kiki Chanel.
I mean,
you say Kiki Pendragon or just Kiki? Thanks for listening, Flop.
Didn't Brace, you said, so your theory is that there's
I missed one
multiples.
question.
There's Norman,
I
there's
swear to
Beth,
God,
at least.
I know what Flop's doing tomorrow.
So
I don't think this is gonna go
my
anywhere.
entirety of knowing Isaac is that he always wears white trench coat, white slacks. His scrubs are always white. His suits in any professional capacity has always been white.
He was
A
very
white cap.
clean.
And that's how he's always dressed. When Snow locked onto the car that had Flop in the back seat, The driver had a
Wait,
black
what? Well, I didn't know about this. What?
motherfucker, dude.
Welcome, Bryce.
Okay,
You
so
mean welcome?
This was already brought up to you, by the way.
No, it wasn't.
Yesterday. It was absolutely brought up to you.
When yesterday?
Yesterday when you and I talked.
When did we talk?
Before BoneCon.
Okay, this is a huge info job. Let's keep going.
Okay, so the point is that Flop was shot by fuck, who was it? He was shot point blank with a 12 gauge shotgun. He was injured. Prior to that engagement, he noticed a black car across the street and a person sitting in it, and they were all in black. After he got shot and he was like trying to like get medical attention and asking for the ambulance to show up, that person that was in the car, that car drove up to him and took him and put him in the car. Somehow Snow locked onto a car like a needle in a haystack. 311, I believe.
I hate Comcast.
He called for aid and he's not here anymore and nobody can tell where he's at. Snow was on Great Ocean, saw the car swerving, locked onto it, called it out. I attached to it, and then Pond did too. Snow followed the car into Sandy Shores to Marina next to the boathouse where the car drove off-road and kind of lost control and spun around. And then that person started to speak to Snow, telling him that the doctor is in. And Snow negotiated that, you know, you're surrounded because myself and Pond were there and we were going to murder this person for taking Flop. Then the negotiation was give us Flop and you're free to go. So he allowed Snow to grab Flop from the back of the car. That driver was dressed in a black trench coat with a black, what's it called? Plague doctor mask with like the feathers and shit. But he was like cackling maniacally. He was fucking nuts. And then he drove off. So that makes me ask, is he also having two parts? Is there Isaac and then there is the doctor? Is there Norman and then there's Death? And that's the only thing that I have that would make me believe more of what you're saying, Bryce.
There's so
I've
much
really no way
I can say
like I don't know
about
maybe I do.
Isaac,
I don't fucking know.
but I can't.
But like every time I've ever seen Isaac, he's always in white. When I picked him up yesterday, he was in white.
I've no idea. I don't know anything about the guy besides stuff that people have said about him.
You'd recognize him if you saw him.
I mean, I remember him as a doctor back in the day, but that was that. Like vaguely, just that.
Okay, so I don't know if that information helped at all, but it's making it worse. I don't fucking know.
Well, we all know it now, so it was helpful.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Well, I think that's his weakness, his brother.
He cares about it. He's sensitive about it. Yeah.
I like my theory about the whole separation between the two.
But what can we do with that? It's not like we can grab his brother. Like that, would that put us in any better position?
Tell me why that wouldn't work.
Why don't we just arrest them?
Why don't we
and
just
put them in jail
kill
forever?
Isaac?
For what?
Well, I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm not a cop. Is there something legal about that?
Somehow I don't
appreciate it.
think I could go in front of Crane and be like, "Hey,
thank you, thank you. Can we get some hearts
They
and chat,
made
please, for
deals
Swagums?
with
Thank
him,
you, thank
and the
you.
deals included death, and we're mad at that."
5150. I don't know.
Squad. I have the squad to take this out, and I'll tell you it. First, we get AJ Hunter, and then I tell him this guy tried to beat me up, And AJ Hunter will see red and lose the shit, and he will go fucking murder until he never wakes up.
Were you around for the paranormal investigative unit for Bob Smith? Me and
Yes.
Divine called up a bunch of random people from the Yellow Pages. One was a vampire. Cornwood was there. And just sort of shoved them in a meeting room, and the next thing we hear is $11,000 have been put into a paranormal investigative unit. Never found out what happened behind closed doors, but maybe they could assemble that group.
Right, we'll just call
Only we have
Bob Smith
time.
and have him come back from Tijuana. And Cornwood from wherever the fuck he is.
Probably sleeping in a vent
And I'm
somewhere.
sure Divine will just get on a train right now.
Yeah, he'll come home one day.
Okay. Did we get a reply from Pixie?
Nope. She's not around. Maybe later.
Okay. Okay, I don't know what else is.
How about
Can you
this?
speak
How about we
to-
go around?
And just being sus.
Go ahead, Forza. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if Copper can speak to Isaac about
I think Andy's
this.
focusing too much about her own personal.
Oh, it's-
On
You two were close.
her
and it
trust
might,
with Flop.
like, if you're just upfront with him.
Do we know if that Isaac is the Isaac?
No. That's what we're still trying to, I guess, work out. Just have a name.
I mean, the Isaac I was with was Isaac Smith. But I will say, if I were to have a brother, I would not be like, hey, Michael Copper.
I am
It's a bit on the
I'm
nose.
so cooked, man. There's so much going on, and my head is.
Andy, if you were in Flop's position, what would you do?
I don't think you want that answer.
No, I genuinely do. I want everyone to answer what
If
they
it
would
were
do.
between, okay, do I know Kiki as well as however Flop does in this instance?
Let's replace Kiki with someone that you're somewhat close with.
I'm somewhat close with.
Well, Flop, what's your relationship with Kiki? I don't know how good of friends you guys are.
Like I said yesterday to people, she's never given me any reason to ever doubt her. I consider her a close friend.
Okay, who's like that for someone like you, Andy?
I can think of people, but if they're not
That's fine,
in
you
the
don't have to say
HOA,
it.
I would kill Kiki.
Okay.
Sorry, not sorry.
Pond.
If it's between them and my literal father, yeah.
What's
Pond. If you were given a choice to, I don't know, kill me or to say no to Norman, how would you, or your dad dies or something
Hold
like
on,
that?
kill
what would
you? Hold on. Oh, my dad's already dead.
Dad's alive in this scenario.
If
family
it was
member,
killing
family
my,
member,
okay.
close friend.
Bloom.
You say Bloom. I would not touch Bloom.
Yeah, so Bryce is getting it in that case.
Okay, so you would do
I
it.
would
You would do it.
I would also probably not kill Bryce. I would just tell him to go fuck himself.
Okay, so we got one for killing the person and doing the deal. We got one for telling him to go fuck
To
himself.
be clear, I'm not telling Flop to go kill Kiki. I'm just saying.
No,
that
I know.
I would.
Okay. Wanna
I
make
would
that very
say go
clear.
fuck himself, and then probably just be like, just take me. I'm not killing anyone else. If you have a deal with fucking me, then it's me who made that deal. I paid the price for it. Simple as that. No one else.
Okay, okay. Well, the point of this is just to show what people would do in Flop's situation. Maybe something would spark up. I don't know. Forcer, same question, different people.
Realistically, I wouldn't be in that situation. don't have anything to bargain.
Okay, hypothetically, you are.
Who? I don't have.
Okay, you have to, I don't know, kill Flop or otherwise Divine dies.
Is Divine alive in this scenario?
Yes, and he's around all the time.
I know the
feeling. Mm-hmm.
See, I can't relate to that because I haven't seen that person.
Okay, it's a
Okay.
hypothetical situation.
What's that thing? It's fucking Kobayashi Maru. There is no right answer.
Okay. So
There is no winning.
Would you say no?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Winston, you're stuck between. Fuck, I don't know.
Eating this whole time, Diode? What the fuck are you doing?
Who
Are
do
you
you care
eating?
about? Who
What
you-
happened?
Sorry. Hold on.
You had to kill me to save Brandy. Here you go.
Would you kill Jen? Would you
Jenny's
say
gonna
no?
Scream at me because I think she knows what my answer would be.
Oh no,
Just-
it's
no
probably
one's
just
judging
say,
you. No one's
just
judging
say
you.
it.
I would
Fucking hell.
sacrifice myself.
Yeah, so would I.
Okay,
There
so
you
you'd
go.
say no. You'd say no. Jenny would say the same, and I don't think that I would kill anyone, and I would also say no. Copper, how would you do Flop situation?
Why does that matter, Andy?
And what? Andrew's my dad, Dean as my husband?
Sure. Or no, it's
Like-
not. It shouldn't be someone you're desperately close to. It'd be like, let's say, like, okay, you have to kill Winston, otherwise Dean dies. Or otherwise Snow dies or something. The point of it. The question is someone you're somewhat close to who's never wronged you versus someone that you would do absolutely anything for.
Is Norman making us play Fuck, Marry, Kill?
No.
Yeah, pretty
We're
much.
doing the trolley
there's no-
scenario here.
There's no
I'm trying to
fucking
figure
or
out
marrying. It's just
people that
killing.
are close to me that haven't wronged me. I guess Jenny?
Yes.
DuPont?
Yes.
Flop?
Notice how she didn't say her name.
I'm just reminding her. Flop?
Thinking. Who am I saving? Winston?
No, you're
Yeah,
saving
or-
Dean or Snow. Snow.
Yeah, you're saying. Let's say you're sacrificing. You're gonna sacrifice DuPont to save Snow.
Ugh.
Don't. Ugh. That's my situation. That's what Flop's going
Good
through.
response so far.
It's so easy for everyone.
I'd
and then
probably kill Snow. Because
That's not part of the thing you would do.
Wow.
If you
Alright.
don't do
I
it,
thought
Snow-
you
Said, you don't have to, Norman. I got this.
yeah, but the thing is, between DuPont and Snow, DuPont's like so innocent. Snow, I mean, we butt head like motherfucker.
Okay, then Dean, not Snow. Dean.
No,
But I don't think
Dean
that's
is-
any better. I think she
Dean is-
sacrificed Dean as well.
Then Dean is gone.
Yeah.
'Cause
Okay.
Dean has done some
Okay.
fucking
Me
stuff.
and DuPont. Then there you go.
So in Flop's situation, you would have Flop kill his dad. So there's no one for Norman to
Yeah, that's all I was thinking about. Or I was also thinking I go to Norman and
Holy
go,
shit.
ugh.
That's actually a power play.
That's very Giga Chat of you, but what do you?
You think you could do it? I mean, Doc's dying anyway.
No,
Joke.
fuck no.
Can you imagine? Don't worry, Norman, I did it for you. Deal's off.
I'm
sorry, guys. Oh, dude.
Doc Copper's getting out of her deal.
Norman's just like, can he do that?
Oh my god, I really fucked this up.
Still waiting for the answer.
Your kills is like you to save yourself.
Okay.
Yes or no? Would you do it? Would you not do it?
I'd kill someone. That's all I could come up with.
There you go.
So we have two people who would take on Norman's deal and kill that person that they are close with in order to save their loved one, and everybody else went against it.
No,
Flop,
everyone
how
else
are you-
sacrificed themselves.
Yeah. Was said no, sacrifice himself, something along the lines of saying no.
Yeah, but I wouldn't
Flop.
sacrifice myself. I'd kill someone.
Well, Flop, what does that say to you? What does the
Oh,
response of this
no.
group of people around here say to you?
This is why I don't make deals.
I mean, truthfully, the only takeaway I have from this is that almost 50% are in majority of one thing, and about 50% are in majority of the other, which leads me back to square one, which is
where are you getting your math
No,
from?
but the point is that we're not in your situation. But for us, fundamentally, that's where we stand as people. I stand at, I would rather kill myself before putting someone else to death. Copper would rather kill someone else before putting herself to death. That's kind of your line. That's your fundamental line that you have. And you need to decide what you're doing on that
I have
line.
reasons to justify why I would do it.
Yeah. Like, that's all you need. As long as you can justify it to yourself, those are your fundamentals, and that's the only thing you're going to have tomorrow about the sounds of it.
Well, I have reasons to justify both sides, but realistically, one side of it is incredibly fucking selfish. So the question then becomes, how selfish do I really want to be? And, realistically...
Selfish, though.
Yes.
Because, I mean, think about it. What I would say, I mean, in some situations, depending on how many people you're saving, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Kind of...
I mean, that is essentially what I'm weighing when I look at Jenny and DuPont. If I kill Jenny,
there goes the CPD.
Well, not just that, but how many people are going to be affected? But if I kill DuPont, I just think it's wrong because she hasn't been given all the opportunities that I think that she deserves, and then I'm snuffing her out.
Yeah.
But if I killed Jenny and she knows it's me, like, I think she would understand why. But I don't want to kill.
No, I get you. I get you.
You're getting really deeply invested into this hypothetical question.
Okay.
You know what's gonna happen
The
from
more,
this? Do you know what's
the
gonna
more
happen?
I have questions of the more I feel like I am losing it, and I should not.
So the
take a
answer,
vacation. Sorry.
answer for Flop is, it doesn't matter if it's selfish. Again, it's the long run answer. How many people are going to be affected by you taking it? How many people are going to be affected by you not taking it? How many people are going to be affected by you being selfish, who are not being selfish? Like, you need to look at the bigger picture. What does everyone have to give? And I know it's shitty, but sometimes you have to weigh up your responses to them and
Okay.
your own feelings.
So if I give myself up, SDSO gets Thursday pizza parties. They're going to be in their fucking glory. I think that there's a lot of people. I think my parents would not be too happy, but then again, I am part of their deal. If I go, they lose their deal, which actually, now that I think about it, if I gave myself up, I would essentially bargain out their own deal, right? Which means that their deal would be technically null and void, considering that I am a part of their own equation. So the question is, would they be spared if I gave myself up?
Isn't that a question you can ask him, though?
Not in any other circumstance, yes. In any other circumstance, yes. But the last thing he told me was next time I contact him is with a corpse. So
I mean, he just wants a body, right? I'm so sorry. I'm being as because I don't want to say you. This is I'm trying to be.
No, you're good.
He wants a body. As long as you go to him tomorrow and you're like, hey, you can have mine as long as my parents are done with. Theirs is over. You don't go for them. You leave him alone. And if he says no, then you go, hey, fuck you. I'm not doing this.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm thinking right now, and I was gonna keep this to myself until tomorrow, but I'm gonna tell you really what I'm thinking. What does Norman want with the entire family? He obviously the same thing he wants with every other deal. He wants to be a shit stirrer and he wants to stir the pot, and he really wants to go after anything and everything that involves the family, right?
Yes.
He wants to break it apart, and he wants to take those lives with him and those experiences with him and use them against other people within the family. If I were to approach Norman tomorrow and say, listen, I can't do it, but I'm willing to offer, just throwing it out there. Let's say I went to Norman tomorrow and said, Norman, you can take my memories of my family. You can go on whatever you want. I said, if you would be willing to keep me on this earth and let me live my life, you can take those memories that I am most closely attached to if you would be willing to spare my parents. Or offer him something that would be, I would say, still to the point of what he's probably wanting to get out of it. The worst he can say is no. And the least I can say is that, holy shit, I tried my best. Does it get anyone anywhere with what we're talking about? I think that this discussion could be looked at as productive down the road, but I would essentially not be taking any of the advice that we've talked about today involving the birds and everything to go to him and offer him something as an ultimatum that would be just as damning, that he would be satisfied with, that would still hurt my parents.
I think he'll counter with taking Matt's.
What's up?
If he considers that, I think he would counter with taking Matt's memories instead.
Okay, this is interesting then, because I do think it's good to have devil's advocate. The
'Cause
question
I feel
is,
like it would. Dark has obviously been hurt already. You would be hurt by being forgotten, because honestly, being forgotten probably hurts a lot worse than forgetting. And Matt would be punished for forgetting. And even if Dark survives it, then he's still suffering with his husband not remembering either of you.
I mean,
At least that would be my assumption. Honestly, I don't think that's a bad solution if you want all of you to just come out alive in the end.
I'm gonna be honest. If this is genuinely like the big brewing like stir pot that I've been thinking about since yesterday, is what is the one thing Norman wants? He wants the joy of my life. He wants the joy of my parents' life. He wants the joy of our family to diminish. That is, whether it's wrong, it's still to some point what his intentions are with my parents' deal. And I think if I were to approach him tomorrow and say, listen, instead of my life or my parents' life, it's my memories, it's the things I actually care about. And if it even meant anything of value, my dog, anything that anything that is attached to my family, if it meant that I got to spare my parents, and the worst he could say is no, and he would be willing to counteract with Matt, he would then have to wait for Matt to give his answer, because I can't exactly speak on behalf of Matt for that, and I don't think he would expect me to answer for Matt, considering that it was originally his deal.
And you have to keep in mind that there are worse things Norman can do than say no.
Oh yeah, you're 100% right. Listen.
And you have to word it carefully so there's no loopholes.
100%.
Yeah. No,
You have to be extremely specific.
I plan on if this is really what I'm going with, this is genuinely something that I need to like probably write down and start living to heart, because realistically I'd be willing to give up all the enjoyment I've had with my family if it means that I still get to walk this earth and my family gets to be out of their deal. It is a shot in the dark, but I really think that Norman cares more for the traumatic experiences of others. And I think that death is a easy solution for him to end all those things. But if you propose to end all those things to him, I wonder how he would take it.
But what happens if you just piss Norman off with this and you and Matt both get fucked? And Dark. All three of you just gone because you dared to renegotiate again.
Then I'm back to my original deal.
What original deal?
If we don't come with Kiki, and we are to assume, because again, the issue is that it's very not clear.
But if you don't come with Kiki, Dark dies. But Dark sat at that meeting and pretty much declared that he's not going to do the deal that they had before that. In my mind, that means that deal no longer exists, and Dark got his for pretty much saying that's not going to happen, and Norman shortened the time period. So in that, if you don't do this and you go renegotiate, he could just kill all three of you. In a world where if you don't, he might just take Dark and leave the other two of you. I still don't think Norman's going to be interested in anything, any type of renegotiating with you. And it'll only end with the three of you fucked.
Well, this is, and I'm not trying to, this is genuinely my rebuttal, and that's very simply put, what do I really have to lose? Because realistically,
you and Matt and Dark.
Okay.
Your lives.
But realistically, as of right now, that is already going to happen.
It's either one or all three of you.
It's already
That's your choice right now.
It's already all three of us.
It's not. How is it?
He made
in a world where Dark got for their deal pretty much being over, since he declared he wasn't going to follow through. Then, in your situation right now, it's either Dark dies or all three of you do.
I mean, to be fair, I said I wasn't doing my deal, and I'm still here. I know why Dark got, and it's because I failed to be the messenger, and that was told to me from Norman. So, with that in context and that in mind,
Do you think Matt still has to keep up and show up on whatever day it is?
Tomorrow? I mean, that's if Matt can even be there. And obviously the
He's
other
got dentist appointment.
Oh.
Hell of a day to have a dentist appointment.
Very important.
Very nice of Norman to
Very
reconsider.
Okay, like everybody has the foresight. I'm sorry, Anthony. I need to reschedule this because I have to defeat death.
Honestly, it's pretty valid. He's not going to need a dentist appointment if
I'd
he's dead.
understand.
My point being is that I'm already on a handicap right now with the fact that I don't think either of my fathers are really going to be available to be there tomorrow. And without getting to talk to them about any of this, and without getting to actually get their opinion, unfortunately, the reality that I'm sat with right now is that I am quite literally probably the only say in what happens to the family. And if at this point I can try and save everybody, I'm going to try. If at that point I can't, the least I could say is that I tried. And realistically, if Matt or Dark can't show up for their own deal, Norman's just going to do what he's going to do anyway.
Let's say hypothetically, sorry, was there something else that you wanted to say?
No. I talk in paragraphs. You're fine.
Let's say you all three say no and you all go to purgatory. If the point of death is to help people move from purgatory to the afterlife, and Norman is keeping all of these souls for, to try and convince people to make deals for them to free them, don't you think that pisses death off? Not letting the souls in purgatory continue to move on to the afterlife.
You think that angers Norman to have people locked in purgatory?
I think that angers death.
Yeah.
That goes
so
back to
Norman-
my thinking they're, well, in my own personal opinion, that angers death. I think it leads further to the point of agitating
But if he throws people in there, I think it benefits him because at the end of the day, he's bored. Because I mean,
Right,
people
but-
die every day. He gets death no matter what.
Yeah, and
he
then
just
he
wants to be
lets them-
entertained through all of it. So like, putting people in purgatory and having people make deals and stuff, just like spices things up for him, keeps him entertained. So I feel like there's
Sure, that
value
creates
in that
problems,
for him.
though.
It seems to. I mean, honestly, we're all playing games that Norman's gonna win, regardless of whether it's now or much later. I mean, we're all gonna die eventually.
Orosa, that's what we tried diving into earlier.
So like, even if Norman quote unquote loses now, he's still gonna win in the end. It doesn't matter. So like, even if it causes problems, it's probably worth more spice than the hassle it causes him.
But also at the same time, if people are going through with their deals and doing everything that he wants, he's just stirring it more. Because let's say that no one found out about Kiki. If Flop did go through with killing Kiki, he would 100% would have told me and told other people that actually care about it. And it would have created even more shit. So he would have got what he wanted, making Flop do something he doesn't want to do. And he gets to continue to sip his tea because he stirred the pot and created even more chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a doubt in Norman's mind that Flop was immediately going to tell people.
He waited 5 minutes.
Did you tell people though,
Very
Flop, or
noble.
did people just find out?
First person I told was Pond. I didn't tell people at first. I said 5 minutes. That's just so that everyone didn't think that I was hiding things from people.
So you didn't want us to think you were hiding stuff by hiding stuff?
No. My point being is that unfortunately
I would think
in
you were
this
smarter
city,
if you did hide stuff.
well, unfortunately
don't
in
know why
this city,
people
when
have it.
people get this notion that if you keep things to yourself, you're just a prick. So
Or you're being smart. I don't know why people have that mindset.
yeah, I don't know. So
It's also like in all of this, people are running around talking shit about each other and making
Copper, hopefully
assumptions.
nothing happens when you go and
I
pee.
hope nothing happens.
I hope nothing terrible
Oh.
happens while you're gone. Last time this happened, this
Is
was
that a
bad
meteor?
news.
Ah. Something terrible happened while she
I
was
will
leaving at one
be.
point.
I will be as fast as I can.
If we get hit with a meteor, I am
And
blaming
not-
you.
Okay, that didn't happen last time. I'm gonna wash my hands though.
Okay, that's good. With what sink? Checkmate. So, what the fuck were we talking about before? I'm sorry.
Just that people keeping stuff to themselves
Oh.
doesn't necessarily mean something bad, especially when everybody's running around having side conversations and making it clear that they aren't going to trust X, Y, or Z. And honestly, when people are making deals to kill other people, if they don't trust somebody and gain like animosity towards them for it, then I don't blame anybody for keeping stuff to themselves just for the sake of being worried there's a target on their back from someone else.
I'm gonna be honest. First person I told was Pond, and there was probably about a good hour between that conversation with Norman and when I told Pond. Doesn't change a damn thing because an hour in the city is not a whole lot of time, but you know, as expected, word gets around pretty fucking quickly. I knew that when I brought it up, it was going to spread. And I didn't expect it not to. But then again, I don't know what keeping this to myself would have done either. I don't think that it would have changed what is inevitably going to be the probably same outcome.
Who else knows?
What's up?
Who else knows?
Pond, who did you tell?
Who was at the conversation last night? Ash knows. I think we were told. Then Cody and Storm.
Okay, so everyone knows.
And I guess now
Not a
Bundy
soul on
knows
this island
and
doesn't know
Lennon
that.
knows.
So everyone, pretty much.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it.
Jesus Christ.
It is what it is.
Even if you wanted to secretly go through with it, you can't
Yeah,
anymore.
you couldn't anyway.
Well, I'm gonna ask that my
But
solution.
that's a lot of people who could make it look like you did. Just heads up on that. Be
Mhm.
careful.
Yeah, at this point, there's nothing I can do. I don't think
Yeah,
anything.
Bloom can tell you how that goes.
I don't think there's anything that's going to happen in the next 24 hours. I think what's going to happen is this. What I think I'm doing, I just ask stays here. And I ask that you guys are the only people I've told this to. So if it gets out, I'm going to know it's someone here. Bryce, don't go telling people. Hey, Bryce, don't tell Tessa. Okay, great. No, I'm not going after Kiki. So that's it. I mean, I don't know what else to do. It's a lot harder knowing that neither of my dads are going to be here to actually help me with this. So
Tessa knows.
What did you tell her?
Kiki's not stupid.
Why do
Kiki's not stupid, and she's aware of what it meant and how you reacted and everything, and then Balto confirmed it to her.
Yeah,
Don't you think she's gonna tell Tessa?
Balto's a dumbass though. I'm
No,
sorry. I'm saying it for what it is.
No. If
Go ahead.
anyone's told anybody close to Kiki or
Mhm.
Kiki, is because they care about her and they don't want her dead.
And Kiki
Me being
knows.
one of those people. Yeah, Kiki's not a dumbass.
Yeah, well, Kiki wasn't gonna get killed in the first place, and anyone that actually fucking knew me, Bryce, knew that I wasn't gonna kill Kiki.
Okay. I don't regret, thinking and preparing just in case, because people do desperate stuff when their loved ones are on the line.
Right.
And I don't think it's fair to call anybody a dumbass for telling other people because they were looking out for Kiki's well-being.
Gotcha. So no secrets. Got it.
Not really when the secret revolves,
Bryce, my
Kiki's
point
death.
is that there's people that aren't in this conversation right now who I don't want knowing about some of the things we've talked about, but I know that as soon as we leave, you're going to spew everything.
No, because the people that know deserve to know.
Wait, I'm confused. You're not okay with them knowing, but you're fine with like Bundy, Lennon, Storm, and Cody knowing?
Cody, Pez,
Who are pretty much gonna like
Balto.
post it
No,
on
there's things
water
that
at
they
that
don't know
point?
either that I've brought up in this conversation.
Oh, all right. I was gonna say those are some weird choices for people you're okay with knowing.
It doesn't really matter. I'm dead anyway tomorrow. But my point being is that, I'm still going to hold my morals as high as possible. And, there's things that I definitely don't want brought up with other people. But I know that everyone's going to bring up things and talk. It's going to happen regardless. There's things I brought up here that I haven't brought up with anyone else.
Did you talk to all those people last night?
What do you mean?
Like with Pond?
At the
Cody and
lighthouse.
Pez and Storm and
Yeah, were you there for all that?
Me or him?
No, Flop.
Can I ask why it matters?
It seems to matter more now that you're
never mind.
avoiding it.
Never mind.
I'm genuinely asking why does that matter?
I'm curious because you're saying that Pond told all these people, but I'm wondering how much of the conversations you have actually been a part of, and who's just taking
been a part of
information
most
from
of 'em.
people and then running to people and telling them.
I told them because I wanted to help Blob. That's literally why I told them. And I kept it to people who I personally trust.
But that's what I mean. If Flop was there, that's one thing because then he's helping share info that he's a part of.
That's why I
and is about
called
him.
and brought him into it.
Right. But if somebody takes info and then runs off, that's a bit different. That's all
Yeah,
I'm saying. And I'm not saying it's malicious or bad in any capacity. I'm just
What's up,
saying
Kirby?
it's different. So why are you trying to avoid saying you were with them? Flop.
Andy, I'm just gonna come out and ask why I'm not avoiding any of it. You also
You did
texted
by saying, why does it matter?
Hold on. You also texted me 4 times in the middle of this conversation and asked why I didn't trust you, which I told you I
That's true,
did.
I did.
What's the point? What are
I
you
feel like
looking
you're
to get out of
avoiding
it?
something.
I'm not avoiding anything.
Oh, I have food.
Come in.
I have no
Okay,
reason
Mama
to
Bird.
avoid anything, Andy. But I don't need
Sure.
20 questions on something that I'm gonna tell you now has no bearing on what's gonna happen tomorrow.
But you have quite literally avoided it, Flop. And all of your text responses were pretty much telling me that you don't trust
Read it
me.
out loud.
I mean, sure. That's fine.
Make sure you do a voice for Flop once. What if you traded your voice to Norm?
TJ to read it.
It's not a Little Mermaid.
Well, I don't know.
It's not a sea witch.
Said, I need you to be honest. I won't be upset regardless of the answer. Why do you trust me less today than you did yesterday? You said, I seriously don't. I don't know where that notion came from. At this point, what do I have to lose? I'm at my ends. I said, I asked if everyone trusted me, and you're pretty much the last to respond. And you said, I trust you. I said, a few days ago, you trusted me because you trusted me, not because what do I have to lose? You said, I'm telling you that I trust you. My point was what I said, that I have nothing to lose. What am I going to do? My point was that if I think someone is the most untrustworthy person on the planet, it does me no good to ignore them right now. Which, by the way, Flop, makes it sound like you really don't fucking trust me. I'm all ears for everyone. If my response was concerning, so be it, but it wasn't more of a generalization to everybody. And even if I don't trust them, what's the difference right now? And I asked you where you were last night because Bryce told me that nobody could get a hold of you, and I tried to get a hold of you myself and try to ask how Dark was doing. And now you're sitting here saying that you did not avoid any answer revolving this stuff, even though you did not respond to me then. And when I asked you if you were with
I'm
with
sorry
them,
that I had
you
about
avoided
60
it
phone
again.
Do
You avoided it again and said, Andy, why does it matter? And
Yes.
didn't answer the question.
Yes.
So Flop, you are avoiding answering point blank.
No, I'm really not.
Yes.
Is
that is
the
the
issue?
definition of avoiding.
Okay.
You still haven't answered.
Thanks, guys. Andy, that is exactly how you lose trust.
So you
I
don't trust
think
her.
I had it at the beginning of this conversation.
No, you did. And the problem is that you push. I appreciate everybody's input.
Flop.
Andy burned her own bridge, baby. Yeah.
Flop, get your shrunken mustache ass back.
Flop coming to the realization that no one is out to actually help him. They're again in it for themselves is exactly why he's walking away. Andy asking where Flop was is exactly why he's left that conversation. Spicy stuff.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
How much do you know?
About what?
Yesterday.
I know there was some creepy cult shit, and everyone was going around talking about how they met Mr. Bones and some sort of plan to, I don't know, overwhelm him or something.
Okay. Kiki, I'm gonna tell you something.
Okay.
And I want you to keep it to yourself. Don't even tell Tessa.
All right.
you are one of the sweetest, most outgoing people I know.
Well, that's really nice of you to say.
And you have done nothing but be there for me.
Yeah, I
And
know. That's what friends are for.
regardless of what you may hear in the next 24 hours, just know that I am returning that favor to you. I do not want anything to happen to you. And I just want to let you know that I think it is the least I can do to return a favor that you've kept with me for as long as we've known each other.
Flop, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Okay.
But before you
Are
hear something from
you-
someone else, I thought you should know from me.
Are you putting yourself in danger?
Yeah.
Well, that's not a good idea. What about your parents? What about Ziggy? What about you?
Kiki, I'm sorry.
Why?
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
I wish I could give you all the answers. I want to give you all the answers. I don't think I can. I just want you to know that. Just look after yourself, right?
Flop, it's okay. I forgive you.
Flop.
I need a minute.
Please don't do anything stupid.
I think I'm going to.
Please. Flop, I can't. There's anybody else I care about.
need you to leave.
Why? Flop, what are you doing?
I need you to leave.
Flop.
Please leave.
I'm not leaving until I know that you're okay. I don't want you to do something stupid. Okay? I can't lose anybody else that is important to me, Flop.
I'm not going anywhere.
So why are you here? I'm done with the bullshit and the lies, Flop. Be honest with me.
I'm here to bargain. I need you to leave.
Bargain what? Your life?
Storm,
Answer the question, Flop.
I need you to leave.
I'm not gonna let you walk into that lighthouse.
And I don't plan on it. But right now,
answer.
I need you to leave. I need you to trust me. And I need you to leave.
I'll be right over there, okay? Please. I'll be on the dock, Flop, okay?
So, okay. Timing.
Empty-handed.
I'm early.
I can see. What do you think happens now, Flop?
I think I still have 24 hours. And I know what the worst is, depending on what I say right now. Norman, we never got on a good foot. And there's no such thing as being on a good foot. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there's ever such a thing as a good foot. Something that we haven't done a lot is talked. Talked a lot about deals. A lot about other people. Would you be open to a conversation?
I told you my stipulations, and you are here empty-handed. Whatever you have to offer now will be said inside. It would be unwise to try and leave now.
I'm not going anywhere.
stand out there all you'd like. Your only option is to come in here and plead. You leave this place, the result will be the same.
What does going inside do? What's the difference?
You said you had an offer, something you wanted to talk about. You come in here and we talk about it.
What if it's not an offer?
And we will talk about it regardless.
We're gonna talk through a door?
You get in here, or I kill you anyway.
Norman, before I consider walking inside, do I have my own deal?
It is a possibility.
So what you're saying is that I'm still under my father's deal.
Things have been rearranged, but if you are looking to change something, then it is certainly something that we can discuss.
Okay, well then this changes a lot. Because you left me with a lot of question. A lot of question on the phone last we spoke. Did you change my parents' deal to go after Kiki?
I am not doing this through the door. Get in, or else.
Answer me this, and I will come inside. Why Kiki?
Because I said so. Good. What is it you have to ask?
Why was it really Kiki?
The best comparison I can make for you and others to understand is it's like playing a game of chess, except I'm the only one playing, and all of you are pawns. I see you have come here without her, which means you are refusing. And either you have something better to offer, or you have come here to die.
Depending on how you can help answer this, will determine how I'm going to ask this. So please, if you can bear with me for a minute. What do you specifically want from my family? What is the one thing that you want?
You conspired to try and kill me. You are going to pay your weight's worth in blood or a life.
I don't want to kill you, Norman.
Do not lie to me, Flop. This is the last time I will warn you of that. Everybody on this island is trying to figure out a way to get rid of me. I know that. You know that. You want me dead, and so do the rest of them.
You're right. You're 100% right. But I did not come here to kill you right now. What use would that be? What benefit would that be?
You couldn't if you tried.
You're right. But I'm sure someone out there can.
I see. Clinging on to something that will not work. And imagine you've spoken with Dr. Lennon again. You and everybody else clinging to hope as if it mattered. Being where you are now, seeing the things that you have seen, watching the people around you crumble, whether it be between one another or actually dying like Cleo.
Yeah. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Yeah.
Pathetic.
You know, Norman, I don't have to be here a day early. But I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing right now. Because you are right. I do have something to I guess I can say ask you. And depending on how you can help me answer this is going to depend on how I'm going to word this. Regardless, it's going to be the same outcome. You care about the chaos with my family. You care about the fighting in my family. You know about it. You know I was back on a trip with morphine, saying and doing dumb things. You know better than a lot of people exactly what I was doing. In fact, I would argue that you were the only person who truly knows what I was doing. And maybe for a split second, it was about hope. I still cling on hope. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to lie to you. Of course I do. You put Matt and Dark in a situation, and you've tried to rope me in. And the problem with my offer, and what I'm trying to figure out, is what the deal is. What is my parents' deal?
The deal with your parents is pretty clear, I would say. Something I feel like you have already established. A life for a life. They bring me someone to save you. And now, after everything all of you have done, I have asked of you to bring me someone to save your now rotting father. And you are empty-handed, so I suggest whatever you plan on saying is very tempting.
I think it is. Norman, here's my offer. You've put a timer on Dark's life, correct?
Yes, so to speak.
You could argue a timer. Not a literal clock, but yes. The one thing that I think you want is chaos. I think you want the destruction. You want the melting pot of my family. My offer is this. I give you that satisfaction. What's the one thing my parents want out of their equation? They want me. They want me safe. What if you offer them something that would hurt them more than taking me?
Go on.
My close connections, my memories of my family, the things that I care for, the things that I think are sentimental to me, to my family. You strip those from me. You take my dog. You spare my life. You spare my parents' life. It would kill them more inside to watch me suffer, knowing that I don't know who they are, than it would ever be to take me or to take them. Nothing that I am offering you would hurt them more than knowing that their own son doesn't even recognize their faces. one thing I look out for in my life is my family. The one thing I care for more than just about anything in my life is my family. The people I was willing to lose my job over to protect them is and was my family. And you've put me in a spot where you're willing to do that. I'm not going to persuade you. I am not going to tell you what you should or should not do. But I will say this. Take it from me, the person who has seen and watched this family grow since I've been in it. This would kill them more than anything.
I see. The death of a family.
Correct. I want to be very clear about something too, Norman. If I lose these, if I lose my family, if I lose these memories, if I lose it all, I can't promise you that someone's going to try and bring it back together. But what I can promise you is this. I'm not one to trust everybody. And I know my dads are not people to trust people too. You kill the family in the way that I'm describing it, I don't think there would ever be any chance of redemption to ever bring it back. I don't even think you could tape it back together. There's no amount of glue that would tape that back together.
And you are wanting this just for your family, not for your memories, period.
If this is about my family, then yes, I want to be very clear. This is specifically my memories and the connections and everything I have with my family. The things I love, the times I share with these people. It's all right, buddy.
And your fathers, rather, they still have a day. As of right now, anyway.
That's if you're willing to spare him.
I'll tell you what we're going to do.
Oh, jeez. Excuse me.
Don't get too excited.
Not much to be excited over, Norman. Come on, buddy.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. Your offer is tempting, actually, and something that I am willing to take you up on. However, with everything that has transpired, a dog and some memories would be a real cheap price for everything that has occurred. So, here's what we're going to do. You are going to come with me for the next day, and we'll see what your fathers can manage. After all of this, you think the life of a dog and some memories would be enough? Your fathers do not give me what I want within the next day, then you will have your deal. But for now, you are coming with me. I'll make sure your friends and family make their goodbyes. works a little bit differently here. What will feel like an eternity to you will only be a day or so back home.
Why is that a thing?
This is what it is to be dead, Flop. Your family is going to pay one way or another. Once the time is up, I will either have someone to replace you here, or you will go back with no memory of ever having a family, including Jeffries. Do you understand?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Relish in those memories while you still have them. You certainly have plenty of time to think. That is all for now, Flop. I have business to attend to back at the lighthouse. I'm sure they're going to be looking for you.
Are you gonna tell him?
Of course I am.
Would you tell them that I love them?
Yes. It is time to say goodbye to what once was Dugong. I will leave you to it.